Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to live coverage of the 9th round for this FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship, 28th of November 2021. very good to have you here on your Alpha live stream for today's races. Here's the circuit that we're running on today. It is the international layout, 1,200 metres in length, 13 turns, 23 feet in elevation changes. And the weather conditions and the racing conditions here today at Whilton Mill, pretty good. It's dry at the moment, but very cold, bitterly cold, slight breeze over the circuit. 2 degrees is our maximum here today at Whilton Mill, and there may be a little bit of snow later, although it's not forecast. It has been very unpredictable weather in the UK over the last few days. Let's go to our first heat of the day, which will be the first appearance for Honda Cadet. Here we go then, first grid of the morning, Honda Cadet heat number 1, all classes having 2 heats and a final today. Noah Barham has pole position for the first heat, Tyler Davis alongside on the front row. Row 2 has Charlie Wolfett and Oliver Meek on it, Zach Champney and Daniel Butcher are on row number 3. Aris Mayauskis and Jake Schulz are on row 4, Rio Licata and Max Fallon start inside the top 10, Joshua Smith and Oliver Majewski are on row number 6. Theo Champney and Sebastiano Tuzio have mid of the grid slots there on row 7, Kai Clark and Finley Lyons on row 8. Hayden Gray and Mayan Patel start on row number 9. Adam Hill and Joshua Bugembi start their day on row 10. Albert Friend and Riley Till are on row 11. Callum Wilson and Alexander Koechikov are on row 12. Sergio Wirtz and Thomas Butcher on row 13, Zach Starbuck and Oliver Spencer row 14, Jensen Walker and Charlie Kitely start on row 15, and then forming up the 32 kart field on row 16 we've got Jensen Maplethorpe and Jacob Backler. All grids for the heats are effectively randomly drawn with average positions for each driver equal across both of the heats, so if you're starting your first race from the front, the second race you're starting from the back, in the middle, stay in the middle, starting this one from the back, and you'll start the second one from the front. There is a very sunny, very beautiful Whilton Mill this morning, but as I say, it is very, very cold, and we had some snow showers yesterday that affected some of the testing sessions, but for now at least dry track, at least on the tarmac. I can imagine though that there is a fair bit of moisture being held in the grassy bits off the racing circuit. We were here for WMKC qualifiers last week, and there were quite a few excursions out into the countryside for those guys. So you're definitely going to want to keep it on the black stuff here today. For formal introductions, my name's Andrew Mather from DVMM, Double Dash Motorsport Media. Anthony Jordan will be joining me shortly in the commentary box, and we'll be with you throughout the day. And as I say, all classes today have 2 heats and finals, so for your bit of housekeeping, here is your running order for each of the rotations. As I say, we'll start with Honda Cadet, iArmy Cadet will be following them, and the X30 Mini class will be out 3rd. Mini Max will be out 4th, then Junior Max 5th, X30 Junior 6th, X30 Senior 7th, and Senior Max 8th. We'll go round that rotation for the 2 heats and the finals. Good morning to Mr. Anthony Jordan.
Good morning. Good morning all. Hello. Welcome to the commentary box here at Whilton Mill, if the viewers at home haven't seen it.
Whose idea was this?
It wasn't mine, because I look dreadful this morning. Not yourself, you look absolutely fabulous as always, Andrew.
Stop it.
Am I making you blush?
You are. You can get in touch with us in the YouTube comments. See, there's a lot of activity in the comments this morning. Mac reckons it's going to snow for the finals.
He's not wrong. One of our cameramen posted in the chat, it says it might snow this afternoon, so that should be interesting. Okay.
I haven't seen snow racing for a while.
Well, if you were here yesterday, to which a lot of these drivers were, they were practicing in the snow. It was horrendous conditions.
I think the last time I saw karting in the snow from a comms box position was was an event at PFI during the Beast from the East. Remember the Beast from the East?
Yeah, I remember that. I think I remember.
It's not going to get that bad today. We had
sure
snowbanks. I mean, there were no issues with track limits that day, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Hello to Steve-O. I love Sundays. A roast and karting has to be the best day of the week.
Yeah, rub it in. We've got the karting. We haven't got the roast side of it.
I'll sort that out later.
Well, yeah, maybe so.
Honda's heading out then. Standing start for them as always. And should talk about championship situations because it is the penultimate round of the season. I reckon we will see some champions crowned today. By my calculations, and they are strictly provisional, we're down to 3 in Honda Cadets. It's going to be one of Joshua Bagambi, Joshua Smith and Mayam Patel. So this on the basis of how many points those 3 drivers have already accumulated. We'll read out the scores in terms of applying 2 drops. And this situation will probably change throughout the day. Joshua Bagambi, leads on 928 points, but has already got 1,188 in his back pocket should he finish no more races for the rest of the year. Joshua Smith is on 923, so it's very close between those 2 drivers. Mayam Patel still has a mathematical chance of winning the championship on 858 points at the moment, with drops applied. 1,082 without drops applied, and a max possible 1,194. But we'll concentrate on that.
Yeah,
because we've got heats, 2 heats and finals before we even get onto the serious bits of seeing if anyone can wrap up the Honda Cadets Championship today.
Far too early for maths. Put you off there.
Just see the number 25 of Jensen Walker, who's got a very apt helmet design there. Just another quick bit of housekeeping. The black and white number boards of those towards the back of the field, those are our novices. So hello to Charlie King, Jensen Maplethorpe and Jacob Backler, all looking to move off their novice plates. We'll keep an eye on them as the day goes on, but we are just about set then for this first race of the day. 7 minutes on the clock here at Whilton Mill. 7 minutes plus 1 lap for all of our heats today.
Right there, Oliver Meek, the 67. Revs raise. First race underway for Honda Cadet then in these cold conditions. Hands will be warm at the moment as one of the cars going very defensive on the start-finish line. Looked like the 81 massively defensive as one of the marshals there, who we do love, is standing in front of one of our cameras at the moment. Now the long run up in towards Christmas corner. Tuck in the head goes in the E-plate there as we go into the braking zone. Joshua Smith holding on to that one, I think, as he moves up into the mid-pack. And one off in the background, it's the 74, Charlie King. Yeah, Charlie King, one of our novices, frustrated there, but has got back on the circuit. There's a good amount of time in this race to catch up to the field. Oh, there's a couple more drivers running wide, coming down and through Ashby. Down the inside, looking there, the number 95 of Charlie Woolfit. Not quite able to make the move stick. And you want to make moves early on in this one because, like I say, overtaking is going to be tricky because even though the track is dry, it's still very cold out there. You want to be on the right racing line through all of this as we're 3 wide going into the final corner. The 55 getting the most of that, I believe that was. Yeah, Theo Champney making a really, really nice move there. He's had a good season, moved up from Bambinos into Cadets for 2021. And we've already got a pack of 4 trying to break away as the number 22 of Noah Barham. Our pole sitter back down the inside, helped by Joshua Smith there. Good opportunity this for Joshua Smith to get some points. Another dive down the inside there into Ashby from Smith. Gets that move done. Moves up now into P2, I believe, by the looks of it. 5.5 minutes to go of this first heat of the day, and still plenty of action all the way through this field as, again, they come through. Boys' ears there, line astern. People going for those opportunistic moves early on. Of course, you've got to stay on the track, though, because as soon as you get on the grass is still frosty, it's still frozen, it's very slippery, yeah. Like that for Tyler Davis, just got a little bit wide. There's a bit of a gully there on the outside of driver's left through the boot, and Tyler just caught that and pulled him away from the racing line. It was unfortunate for him, so Joshua Smith takes the lead. We should say as well, with us running 2 heats today, is Oliver Majewski, who I saw yesterday down at Silverstone picking up his Champions Trophy for the Super 1 season, which you can
watch back here on Alpha Live, as with all of WMKC rounds in the year so far. Yeah, we should say with this being 2 heats today, a heat win worth a few more points. It's 54 points today, as opposed to 36 when we're running 3 heats. The total number of points available for the round is still the same. But yeah, it does put a bit of emphasis on these heats at the back end of the season to get good results. And Joshua Smith is doing just that at the moment, with 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
Yes, indeed. Joshua Smith running the Help for Heroes livery on his kart from Kim Bolton, where he was supporting them and collecting money for the charity. Still having it out there for a kart that's covered in camouflage. It does stand out. Yeah,
it does indeed. Kai Clark we saw making some good overtakes there. As down the inside, Majewski working with the number 91 of Albert Friend, and they're both gaining positions in all of that. About halfway through our allotted time on the clock. Scrapping for position in the midfield there. I can tell you that our championship leader, Joshua Bagembi, is currently, well, he scored in 11th place last time around. May well have changed in all of that. There's your leader, Joshua Smith. E-plates holder, Noah Barham, there in the number 22, and Theo Champney, who I think is missing from our timing screen at the moment. So just take that into account, that the green and black karts there, number 55 in 3rd place. More changes further down the order. Looks like Albert Friend and Majewski are confirmed past Wolfit, as Barham looks for the lead now, down the inside into Christmas Corner. Good move, that.
Yeah, that was nicely timed, nicely calculated. Always a favourite one into Christmas Corner. You know, it's very late on the brakes as it's uphill, so you can use gravity to your advantage to slow down a little bit faster. And yeah, a well-timed move there to take the lead.
I can tell you that I think Jason Maplethorpe is our top novice at the moment. Getting out there. 2.5 minutes to go. Tyler Davis struggled on that last lap, unfortunately, dropped 5 positions, is now in 9th place. Still with our leaders, top 3. Classic Honda Cadet tactics at the moment, trying to work together and break away from the rest of the field, which they've done pretty well. And now Barham and Smith will try to do likewise to Theo Champney. Kai Clark in 4th place. Albert Friend is the fastest driver out there in 5th place. And yeah, those two are working together quite nicely now as well. And it's Majewski, Gray, Wolfit, Patel, and there in the number 52 with the sky blue details on his helmet is championship leader Joshua Bagembi.
Obviously, for the ladies and gentlemen at home, Theo Champney is there in 4th place at the moment. He's just not on the timing tower for some reason, but I can confirm that he is still there in 4th place. Nobody panic.
Yeah, he's running well. There is Theo. A few more positions changing down the order. I can tell you that Finlay Lines and Adam Hill have both got past Riley Till on the last tour of the circuit. It's the 2 Zacks. Champney ahead of Starbuck at the moment. So we should have 2 more laps then. No, 3 more laps. No, we'll get 3 more laps in. We'll get this one. We'll have a bit of time remaining on the clock, and then the +1 lap. Apologies.
They're being generous, aren't they?
Bagembi working his way through the order down the inside of Mayan Patel. And once we've put Champney back into the order, that will be for 9th place.
As they're going through, nice form that these drivers have got here. Again, you always see it in Honda Cadet, just the train starting to form, everyone working together, pushing each other along, because it's all about, like we say, it's momentum with these karts, because, like I say, they can bog down quite easily, these 4 strokes, but when they do get going, they are very, very quick karts, and like you say, if you can work together in this pack, to which these drivers are doing, and, you know, I believe they are still closing that gap up. Joshua Bagembi, the 52, leading this pack as they cross the line. Now up into P8 for Bagembi as they go through. Oliver Majewski just in front, and that number 40. Bit of real estate between them though.
Yeah.
A lot of time to gain in that time, but with the time running out, that's going to be quite a challenge to do, as the timer is going to clock onto 0 any second now.
Majewski down the inside of Gray there, going for 6th place. And Oliver Majewski, another driver who's had a superb 2021. There's Albert Friend and Kai Clark still working together. You never know, there may be something to pick up on the last lap. The leaders are about to go onto the last lap. Noah Barham still leading ahead of Joshua Smith and Theo Champney. There they go. In fact, side by side almost as they go into oblivion for the final time in this heat. Can Joshua Smith find a move up into Christmas Corner? There's no working together now. This is a straight out race for this final lap of heat number 1 for Honda Cadet. Joshua Smith trying to do a bit of the switchback, but Noah Barham's defended that well.
He has indeed, yeah. He hugged that white line all the way up into the braking zone, held onto it. Same in towards Ashby here, forcing Smith out wide. Smith's got the run on the outside here, but it's a dangerous spot to try and get an overtake done. He's going to have to yield, to which he does. And again, back round the outside here. Barham is defending this one perfectly, despite the fact that it is only a heat race.
It is indeed, and Theo Champney's still in as well. Down the inside goes Joshua Smith, takes the lead. Now, can he get the toe of the boot right? Is that the key move that's going to give him victory here? It's a very good run. It's a very good start for Joshua Smith, who takes heat number 1 here in Honda Cadet on the line by 0.07 of a second ahead of Noah Barham. Theo Champney there in third once his put back onto the timing tower. Albert Friend, Kai Clark, Oliver Majewski, Hayden Gray, Mayan Patel and Joshua Bagembi inside the top 10. Max Fallon also inside the top 10. Finley Lines, Charlie Wolfert, Adam Hill, Tyler Davis, Zach Starbuck is your top 15. Riley Till, Sebastiano Tuzio, Callum Wilson, Charlie Kitely, Zach Champney all in the top 20. Oliver Meek, Jake Schulz, Thomas Butcher, Jensen Walker, Oliver Spencer takes to 25th. And then it was Rio Licata, Jacob Backler as your top novice, Charlie King, Jensen Maplethorpe, Sergio Verts was a retirement. And yeah, that was your running order for heat number 1 in Hondas.
Indeed, excellent first little race there for us of the day in these cold conditions. Plenty more action coming up as coming up next, it's time for Miami Cadet.
Let's have a look at the grid then. First appearance of the day for Miami Cadet. Jensen Chalk has pole position for this one. Will Green joins him on the front row. Levi McGrath and Archie Lovett go from row 2. Sukhmani Kira and Max Mason are on row number 3. John T. Restrick and George House are on row number 4. Canish Grau and Finley Hines on row 5. Henry Clark and Blair Smith are on the 6th row of the grid. Aaron Richardson and Braith Murdoch on row 7, Cameron McPhee and Laith Khan on row 8, Sky Parker and Cody Lee Paterell on row number 9, Max Ewell and Ethan Weldon on row 10, Harley Hodgson Wells and Enzo Butterazzi on row 11, Jensen Graham and Ethan Woodward are on row 12, and then we find Quinn Cross and Aston Brown on row 13, Jarlath Sayer and Max Wright on row 14, Isabel Banks and Simeon Stone, who's got support in the chat from Mum, they're on row 15, Jacob Nairn and Joseph Smith on row 16, Teddy Woodard and Ethan Lucas on row 17. Good field this, DJ, especially like to see a few new drivers into Miami Cadet. In particular, I'll pick out George House and Jarlath Sayer, who are two drivers that I've watched a bit of in Bambinos this year, performed really well. So, as ever here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, good to see new talents coming through.
It is indeed, yeah, and a good taste of what it's like to move up into the cadet classes, of course, because very different to what it is in Bambino, of course. Yeah. A very different driving style that you have, and these drivers are going to have a great bit of experience that they're going to gain here at Whilton Mill in these cold conditions. And again,
hello to Gillian in the chat saying good luck to our little champ Aaron Richardson. We are so proud of you and love from all of the family. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Porsche Sports as well this morning. Looking to cheer on and support some young talent coming through here at Whilton Mill. Championship situation. This is the one that I'm not going to get too excited about in terms of championship, because it's not going to be decided today. It's very, very close, and I reckon it's going to go to the last round. So that's good. That makes the maths a little bit easier, and we can fully concentrate on the racing action, which will be fantastic here in this Miami Cadet class. Out they go then for their formation lap. It will be a rolling start. Just to remind you, Jensen Chalk and Will Green on the front row, Levi McGrath and Archie Lovett on row 2, Sukhmani Kira and Max Mason row 3. Chauncey Restrick and George House for what it is worth, as I say, it is very close. Finley Hines and Max Mason currently tied on 777 points with drops applied at the moment. Braith Murdoch, a huge gap of 3 points further behind in third. Archie Lovett's still there on 746. As I say, I don't think this one will be decided today because it is so close going into it. We'll be talking about this one in a couple of weeks' time when we have round 10.
Yep, exactly that. Very much looking forward to how this season is going to end, and I'm sure the fans at home are looking forward to that as well. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you are at home, please do get your comments in. Let us know who you are supporting, and we'll do our best to shout them out as the day progresses. And of course, you are enjoying the content, please do like and subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, because race 2 of the day is about to get underway.
7 minutes on the clock here for the first heat for Army Cadets. The lights are green and away we go. Good start for Will Green. Takes the lead. I think there's an incident already, yes, at the front, and Jensen Chalk is off as a couple more drivers piling in behind. The number 71 of Max Mason was also involved. It's been waved green, or is that... No, that's a fine. Yeah, I thought there was... Is that a false start flag? I can't quite make out whether there's a...
Well, a false start flag should be a static flag. That's a waved green, so that should be a green flag.
So the start has been waved good. There's very much mixed up the order there. There is Will Green, not in the lead now. I think it might be Finley Hines who's got his way through all of that. We'll check in a moment. The number 14 has had a good start. That's Braith Murdoch, who started on the 4th row. In fact, a lot further back than the 4th row of the grid. But Braith Murdoch started on row 7. Has already made his way up to 3rd. It's off there is the number 99 of Simeon Stone. And that's down at Osiers. That's a really unfortunate incident there for Simeon. So it is Finley Hines leading from Blair Smith, Braith Murdoch and Will Green. So Will Green has lost positions through the boot on that first lap. Canish Grau is up to 5th. Biggest mover on the first lap was Jensen Graham, who's improved by 13 positions, is up to 9th.
Yeah, there's a massive shake-up then at the start of that one, because like we're seeing there was a bit of carnage at the beginning of that, but everyone looking like they're going through. The yellow flags in this section, of course, that will be for the 99 of Simeon Stone, who's in that barriers there. So no overtaking through this section. Of course, so drivers will be aware of that. 5.5 minutes to go then on the timer. And like we say, Finley Hines leading the way at the moment. That number 57. Here is a battle a little further behind. This is the 78 on track. So that's Laith Khan from Aaron Richardson and Jensen Graham. The two Fusion drivers going side by side, and an overtake there as I believe, was that Ethan Woodward going through?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the number 83. There's been a meatball flag. That's the black flag with the orange disc for Sukhmani Kira. Kart's number 44 started the day 6th in points in this category, so unfortunately Sukhmani is going to have to come into the pits, and that's the end of Sukhmani's race. 4 minutes and 40 to go. Just to mention, we've got quite a few novices in this category. Jarlath Sayer, mentioned him earlier, is currently leading them. It's up to 16th place overall. Good start.
Yep, very good start from Joseph Smith as well, who's following just behind him, the number 15, currently in P17. Like we're saying here is the 45. This is Blair Smith and Braith Murdoch. And do you know what? I think they're catching on Finley Hines.
Yeah, they're working together as a duo. There's more incidents in the background I saw there through Osiers, through the second of the two double left-handers. Some people call them the reverse Lesmos in reference to the famous Monza circuit. Didn't quite make out which numbers. I think it may be Sayer and Smith, because they're falling down the order now. So they were battling for the top novice honour.
Might be commentator's curse struck on that one.
Yeah, it is fairly powerful at the moment. It's having a good run to the end.
Powerful, isn't it?
We had a good one at WMKC last week where I managed to curse a good friend of ours, John Ratcliffe, who quite possibly is watching. He was on for his first BUKC win. And I said, John, don't get a penalty. And then he got a penalty about 30 seconds later. Anyway, 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and it is definitely closing in at the front of the field, DJ. It's now a top 3 of Hines, Smith, Murdoch, all together heading up to Christmas.
It is indeed a trio of two-stroke as they head up to Christmas corner, and breaking out of the toe, Blair Smith looking for the race lead, and look at that, Braith Murdoch's going to go, oh, thank you very much, I'll follow along as well. Finley Hines now back into P3. And do you know what? Looks like potentially struggling a little bit, because that car didn't pull out of the corner as well as the other two, I don't think.
Yeah, I think you're right there, DJ. But no reason for Hines to panic at the moment. He's just holding something in reserve at this stage of the race. A few more position changes further back. Ethan Weldon's got past Jonty Restrick, as has Max Mason. There's another mechanical flag, this time for number 75 of Max Ewell. 2.5 minutes to go. We'll have new leader confirmed very shortly, and there it is. Blair Smith has the race lead now confirmed on timing ahead of Braith Murdoch and Finley Hines. Canish Grout and Sky Parker there working together as well. And yeah, Hines just doesn't seem to have the pace in this race. He's dropping back.
Well, it might be that, or it could be just protecting those tyres, leaving them for the finals a bit later on today. You know, there is strategy to this. It is only a heat race, so, you know, first race for Miami Cadet today. You don't have to push too hard, do you?
You don't indeed. Down the inside there, I think that was Jensen Graham looking to get by Will Green, and does so. Good move that by Jensen Graham. Particularly tricky on a day like today. We've mentioned that there's not a lot of grip. And that run into Ashby, it's deceptively tricky on the brakes, because you're downhill, you have to brake a little bit early. It's so easy to run on. So that was a very good move there by Jensen Graham.
Yeah, well timed again as they cross the line. 90 seconds left on the timer. New fastest lap of the race was briefly with Blair Smith as they crossed the line. It was then taken by Kanish Grout, the number 22, currently in 4th place with a 54.21, and is looking to close in on that. 0.3 of a second took out of Finley Hines that last time around.
It's good tactics by Braith Murdoch, thinking about points and championships. Blair Smith is not a factor in the championship reckoning here for Army Cadet for WMKC 2021. But by isolating Blair Smith with himself, the classic cadet targeting tactic of leave it to the last lap, I think at this stage Braith Murdoch is securing at least a 2nd place in this race and not allowing championship rival Finley Hines back into it. Change for 6th place confirmed, as we saw. Graham passed Green, and now a black flag for Max Ewell. Now I think that is because Max Ewell has not come in to serve the mechanical flag. Now this is going to be interesting for our leaders. They've caught up to some of the back markers, some of the novices. That's the number 99 of Simeon Stone and the 61 of Isabel Banks. Just keeping to one side of the circuit there. That was well dealt with by all 4 drivers involved in that moment.
Comment from Siva on the chat. What happened to Sayer? They dropped back. Yeah, Sayer had a collision, I believe, with Joseph Smith at the Oisiers section of the circuit. Unfortunately, they did drop back. They were having a good battle, though, at the time.
They were. It's through Oisiers. So time has now expired. And Blair Smith will see the last lap board in a few moments' time. There it is. He's got a good gap as well over Braith Murdoch on this run up to Christmas Corner, one of the best opportunities for a driver to overtake around this circuit, and to the extent that Blair Smith doesn't have to defend into Christmas Corner.
Yeah, nicely timed there as they go through. Braith Murdoch, in terms of sector times on these laps, not about identical, a little bit faster in the first sector, so has got the obviously the aero, the waft that you need to get the move done, but at the moment not looking like they're going for any moves, and of course Blair Smith not going defensive either. It
was a good run though through Ashby Corner for Braith Murdoch, but it's not within striking range as they go into, oh, this is going to be a little bit tricky for the race leader. He's got a chop down, well dealt with there by Blair Smith, and it's going to be the action that gives him the race victory and first win of the day in Army Cadet. Very, very good drive that from Blair Smith. Braith Murdoch will be happy with 2nd place. Finley Hines there in 3rd place. Canish Grout, Sky Parker is your top 5. Jensen Graham with that good move there for 6th place takes 6th place ahead of Will Green, Ethan Woodward, Laith Khan, and Max Mason only in 10th. So it's advantage Murdoch and Hines on that first race in terms of the championship. Ethan Weldon, Henry Clark, Aaron Richardson, Jonty Restrick and Levi McGrath your top 15. Then Jensen Chalk, George House, Cameron McPhee, Aston Brown, who was your top novice. Well done to Aston. Ahead of Max Wright, that was the top 22 novices there in the top 20. Enzo Butterazzi, Teddy Woodard, Cody Lipatarel, who I should say I saw comments has come all the way from Guernsey today. So great to have Cody with us here. Unfortunately, he's lost a couple of positions there on the last lap. So it's Joseph Smith in 23rd, Jarlath Sayer 24th, Ethan Lucas 25th. Then we find Cody Lipatarel in 26th. Apologies. The commentator curse is strong today.
It is powerful. It is powerful.
Jacob Nairn, Isabel Banks, Max Ewell, Simeon Stone and Sukmani Kira. That was your classification provisionally for heat number 1 in Army Cadet. The karts coming in then for their post-race scrutineering checks. We'll take a short break here on the commentary. Make sure that you've liked the stream and shared it out on your social media platforms of choice. Next up on the schedule, race number 3, first heat of the day for X30 Mini. Here we go then, let's have a look at the grid then. First mini heat of the day, it's the X30 category. Jack Owen Drawbridge and Zach Green on row 1, Fred Green and Riley Bishop on row 2, Harrison Mackey and Sebastian Minns on row number 3. Charlie Mills and Morgan Moore on row 4, Ryan Gill and Joshua Jarvis start inside the top 10, David McIntyre and Lucas Field on row number 6. Joshua Jones and Finn Leslie on row 7, Taylor Orridge and Jack Mowat on row number 8, Daniel De Benedictis and Luca Brooks on row number 9, Charlie Neve and Max Tompkinson on row 10. 20 entries in this category today, but 20 very, very good drivers, a lot of strong names in there, and I'm going to pick out the start Taylor Orridge because it's a while since we've seen Taylor race. He starts 15th.
Taylor, always a quick driver, and always gets a lot of support as well on the street.
Yes.
I'm sure from his classmates or fellow friends, and someone already in the barriers at the exit of Crook.
Sebastian Minns, the number 17.
It is indeed. So the man who was supposed to be starting on row 3 in 6th place currently is struggling to push his car out of the mud. Gets our assistance there and is back in, and we'll get underway. Speaking of getting stuck in the mud as well, our cameraman who's currently filming this part of the track right now, Mr. Fraser, decided to get his car stuck in the mud at his camera point.
That was clever of him.
I know, we still haven't got it out.
Oh dear.
So
we're walking home then.
He might be.
Championship.
There it is.
Oh dear. Well, I'll keep to myself what I think of that. 5 drivers still in mathematical chances of winning this title. Riley Bishop, Lucas Field, Jack Mowat, Finn Leslie and Jack Owen Drawbridge. And round the final corner we go. Are we good for start?
No,
not.
false start.
Excellent, because I can talk about championship points more. Riley Bishop with two drops applied is currently your championship leader on 8.85. Lucas Field is next up on 8.66. Jack Mowat on 8.57. Finn Leslie on 8.45. And as I say, Jack Owen Drawbridge on 7.77. And I'm just looking through now. Where's Bishop starting? Bishop starts this race 4th. Lucas Field is 12th. Jack Mowat 16th. Finn Leslie may not be here today because I can't see his name on the list. And same for Jack Owen Drawbridge. So actually, with that in mind, we're down to 3. Bishop, Field and Mowat.
So Max Tompkinson, who was supposed to be starting in 20th space, joins us in the chat saying, I didn't make it today, I'm self-isolating. Good luck to everyone. Well, hope you start to feel better very soon, Max, and thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Good to have you with us, Max. And I hope we see you back racing here very, very soon. So number 53, Zach Green. Distinctive helmet colours, first worn by his dad in those DTM years. Away we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Into turn 1 we go. Looks like a cleaner start this time from our Mini X30s than we saw with Army Cadet, and it is the number 15 of Fred Green leading us up to Christmas Corner for the first time. The number 21 has had a good start as well.
Oh, spin in the background, 31 goes around. Daniel De Benedictis there, and he slots back into position, albeit now at the back of the field. He's got a bit of clean air now, so he can clean up anyone who then also spins off the track. So he's got a good advantage now at the back of the grid. There's the 23 in the mid-pack, Jack Mowat, currently moving up the order, and a dive down the inside there by the 37 of Charlie Mills. Started this race, I believe, in 5th place across the line. Actually, no, started in 7th place, so has made good moves so far in this race.
Apologies, I said that Jack Owen Drawbridge wasn't on this grid. Of course he's on this grid. He started from the very front of it. There we go. Sunday morning errors. As we come over the line, so it's green from Bishop, Mackey, Field, green, Orridge, Leslie, Owen, Drawbridge. That's the top 8 at the moment. So a good start for our championship leader. Looking to consolidate things. Could be champion today. Oh, down the inside. Takes the lead of the race. Great move that. Another good move in and through Ashby Corner. Riley Bishop looks properly up for this, DJ.
He does indeed. I was speaking to his dad on Friday, and he was saying, yeah, he's fighting fit on this one. He's looking forward to this weekend as Mackey down the inside, the 21 moving up into P2 now. Fred Green, the number 15, back into 3rd place. Of course, with Harrison Mackey racing, I'm sure that Nanny June is watching. Nanny June, are you there? Please do say hello. We always like a good hello in the morning. Cheers us up. 5 minutes to go for Mini X30 race 1. That's the battle for 2nd place. Just a bit further behind, that's Lucas Field and Taylor Orridge. And then we've got a good scrap here a little further back as well. The 53 of Zach Green, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Charlie Mills and Sebastian Mins having a good little scrap. This is for 7th and 10th place on the track at the moment as they go through. And again, a good healthy grid of Mini X30 karts, of course. Usually a much smaller grid that we would see, but here having 20 karts out there, it is nice to see. It gives a good very of drivers out there. Oh, and off the track and being recovered is the 16. That is not on my timing tower. We will discover who that is promptly.
It's Jarvis. I think it's there walking back to the paddock. It's unfortunate there. And 4 minutes to go in this race. Riley Bishop sets a new fastest lap of the race so far.
There's indeed less than 4 minutes to go then. There is the 77, Lucas Field, currently P3 at the moment. Has got the close company of Taylor Orridge just behind. Action just behind of shot as well, because I believe that could have been Sebastian Mins going for a move down the inside. It was indeed Mins making moves on the 53 of Zach Green. So Zach Green now into P9 and has got the very close company of Charlie Mills just behind as well. Mills wanting to get that move done, both running a little bit wide there out of Pitts Bend. And they've got to have good momentum as they go back through. Up here, though, for 3rd place, Lucas Field and Taylor Orridge. That battle is starting to close up as well. Both those drivers working well. But I tell you what, storming away, Riley Bishop, the number 32, is now clear by 2.7 seconds.
Is indeed 3 minutes to go. And interestingly there, either Taylor Orridge has borrowed a suit off a stilp, or it's a stilp.
Well, I believe he has borrowed a race suit.
Yes.
Very much should cover that with some tape.
Not confused. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. I know, I've seen it done before, many times before.
Oh, yeah.
Riley Bishop leads now by 3.4 seconds. Harrison Mackey is there in 2nd place. Orridge looking down the inside, going for 3rd. Was got that just about. Yeah, I thought was going to get cut back there by Lucas Field on the overrun, but has managed to keep ahead. That's 3rd position now for Taylor Orridge. Finn Leslie past Fred Green, if we've not mentioned already. Jack Mowat having a difficult race, but is trying to recover some points back. Is into 12th place now, ahead of David McIntyre. And top novice out there, Luca Brooks.
There we go. Nanny June is watching. Good morning.
Excellent.
Welcome, welcome. Pushsport says, great racing. What's the temperature like there? Well, while you're standing still, probably about 1 or 2. Well, these drivers are probably feeling about -10 right now with the wind chill. You know, that is the tricky thing about these drivers. These drivers' hands are going to get so numb that when they come in off circuit, they're going to be sitting on them until their next race.
It's one of those that I think you have a serious think about putting a wet racing glove on today to give you that better thermal protection.
Have a snood on.
Yeah.
Around your neck. Just, keep that cold air off your neck. That's the worst, that is. Less than 2 minutes to go. And it's heating up here because despite the fact that Taylor Orridge did get past and moved up into P3, Lucas Field has superglued to the back of the drivers. Sebastian Mins looked like he was making a move there on Jacko and Drawbridge, just behind for P7 as well, just out of shot. And Mackie there, still in striking distance, I would say, from these two. What's their pace compared to that? Across the line that last time around, they were both slightly faster. They took nearly 3/10 out of Harrison Mackie that last time around, so they are closing in, but there's not much time left to do it. Like we say, Bishop with the 49.64 has disappeared from the rest of the field.
We were both at Silverstone yesterday, weren't we, mate? Which isn't a million miles from here. And I think we've made it official. It was the coldest place on Earth.
It was Chappers.
Yeah, it really, really was.
It was Baltic. Absolutely freezing.
Whipping across. Thankfully, not as much wind here today, but yeah, air temperature's still pretty chilly out there. 2 laps to go then. There's your race leader, Riley Bishop, kart number 32. Well clear now of Harrison Mackie, Taylor Orridge and Lucas Field. But yeah, I think you're right, DJ. They are closing in. Last time around, 2/10 was taken out of Harrison Mackie's gap over Taylor Orridge. We'll start to get a little bit of a slipstream now. Rest of the field coming through. Jack Mowat is back into the top 10. He's got past Zach Green here. Just won the times in the race so far. Joshua Jarvis, who we saw up at Christmas Corner.
Fred Green, I believe, under pressure from Sebastian Mins. The 17 making moves as well in this race, has moved up several positions, has had a good old scrap. But eyes at the moment on this battle for second place. As the last lap board comes out, Riley Bishop takes the last lap board, so checker flag out this time for the drivers. And that gap, I would definitely say that Taylor Orridge is in striking distance.
Yeah, he really is. He may not have a chance into Christmas, but can build this one up for a go into the boot. You can see how laid on the brakes they are. The kart's squirming underneath the drivers. Riley Bishop, by the way, I half thought, was he just going to back off a little bit? Nope. New fastest lap of the race, 49.42 for the race leader. This is the battle that we're focusing on now. Second, third and fourth place. Mackie, Orridge, Field. And look at it, it's this second half of the circuit where Orridge is particularly strong, and he's closed in now. Mackie's checking over his shoulder. Orridge going to go down the inside, side by side between the two of them. A bit of dust collected up. They're going to go wide, and there goes Lucas Field. Brilliantly done by Lucas Field. Was watching for that, waiting for that, and is going to be rewarded with second place over the line. Riley Bishop takes it. Lucas Field second. Harrison Mackie third. Taylor Orridge in fourth. Finn Leslie finishes in fifth. Sebastian Mins recovers from his spin on the formation lap to finish sixth. Jacko and Drawbridge seventh. Fred Green, Jack Mowat and Charlie Mills is your top 10. Zach Green, Joshua Jones. Let's have another look at that incident into the last corner. You felt it was coming from Orridge, and at this point it was okay. Maybe a little bit of pod-to-pod rubbing, but there, yeah, I don't know whether Orridge could have left Mackie a little bit more room. Mackie was not really going to back out of that one.
Well, no, definitely not. That's not Mackie's driving.
Yeah,
it's not his driving style to back out of it. So, yeah, Mackie convinced he was going to hold that spot, and unfortunately came together, which allowed Lucas Field to get through. I'm sure Nanny June is at home.
Yes.
Like, fruity language is probably coming out at some point. But yeah, no, excellent first race of the day for Mini X30. Many more races coming up, and oh dear, that to me looks like a photo is coming for the number 60, Finn Leslie, of a nose cone penalty. It's the worst feeling in the world, isn't it?
It is indeed. So yeah, we'll take a short break, and next up, Alton Circuit will be the first heat of the day for Mini Max. Ah dear. Right, let's have a look at the Minimax grid for heat number 1. Oliver Sander and Harrison Morrow on the front row. Lucy Whilton and Edward Rose on row 2. George Ivanov and Michael Dalton on row number 3. Ewan Charman and Ben Crossley on row 4. Victor Hansen and Oliver Smith on row 5. Ronnie Coburn and Sasha Bagley on the 6th row of the grid. Damien Barris Haggett and Reg Haywood start on row 7. Daniel Lamore and Ellis Snow, very appropriate name for today, start on row 8. Corey Fowler and Joshua Camp on row 9. Joshua Withcombe and Joshua Turnbull, all the Joshuas there in the middle of the pack there on row 10. Mikey Walker and Kasper Tomilewski on row 11. Callum Gosh and Oliver Smith on row 12. Hugh Moulton and Mitchell Mulvey on row 13. Macaulay Guy and Alexander Zingarevich on row 14. Harry Clogger and Ben Tester on row 15. And last but not least, Ruben Welsh and Zach McNald on row 16. We're chuckling in the box, aren't we? Chappers saying if you think Silverstone was Baltic, you should see Teesside. I did see. I was going to ask. I did see a good level of snow yesterday. I was going to wonder whether they were running or not, but
they're not indeed. No. So the Alpha Live crew who are up there ready to stream the day are already on their way back.
Oh, dear.
Big shame. Now, a kart that I want you to, ladies and gentlemen, that I want you to keep a very close eye on. The number 46 on row 7 in 14th place, Daniel Moore, has got a special livery on today, and it is bright as anything. It is a tribute to the man himself who runs the 46, Valentino Rossi. There it is. You can see it there. Vale Valentino. Grazie, Valentino.
Loving that.
There it is.
On weather discussions whilst we're on it, it was the wind yesterday. I went to see John Viger from Club and Underrun, who popped out to Kart Mania, and walked in and had just walked the short distance from the Stowe circuit to the wing, and said to him, like, John, I can't feel my own head. It's that cold and that numb. And my mum would have been very annoyed because I wasn't wearing a hat. So that was why, but it was bad. Anyway, let's stop talking about weather and being British. There's a race about to start here in Minimax for heat number 1.
Oh,
no,
not
it's
quite.
not, because that's a false start.
We can talk about the weather again now.
Excellent. In fact, I'm going to talk about Championship. Here's your scenario in Minimax. Daniel Moore leads on 928 points. Has a good lead, actually, over Damien Barris Haggett on 810, Oliver Smith 790, Callum Gosh 762, Ben Crossley 688, Woody Radford 670, Harrison Morris 667. Read out all of those because they're all drivers still with a mathematical chance of winning this title. And I think the fact that Daniel Moore is out there and has taken the start means that a couple of those names will drop off that list here. But this is another one that could go today. In all likelihood, will probably go on to round 10. And that's kind of what we want, because we want as neutrals, so the titles to go all the way to the end. I just see there's a little Christmas tree that's been put up on the back straight there.
Probably. It's a karting paddock full of proper mad bunch we are. Here we go, round the final corner. Is it going to be green flag? It is indeed. Race underway. Good start then from the grid as we go through Oblivion in towards Crook. Is everyone going to get around these first corners? Oh, one going very wide there onto the grass, and he's been caught out there. The number 22 dropping back. George Ivanov there, and is falling far down the field.
Yeah, not the starts that Ivanov would have wanted. But at least he's kept it pointing in the right direction. And avoided the Andrew Mather tyre barrier fail. Oh dear, as there's 3 karts off towards the back of the field as they go through Inkermans, and I think one of them is the 72 of Harry Clogger.
I saw the 54 as well of Mitchell Mulvey, also spinning around.
And round as well goes the number 15 there of Zingarevich. So a few of our novices having some trouble in this race early on. Zingarevich out the kart to recover himself back onto circuit. Not wanting to damage the clutch by doing a start from the grass. And is out of the race, unfortunately. That's not what you want at the well, not even at the end of lap number 1. But Ewan Charman is in a good position, leading the race by 0.36 of a second as we're 3 wide going up to Christmas Corner. Number 99 of Lucy Whilton coming out and topping all of that one. Number 74 of Josh Camp trying to go around the outside.
Joshua Turnbull also making moves up into Christmas as well as they go through, and again more moves coming down into Ashby also. But here at the moment, large train forming, as you see there, the 99 Lucy Wilder, very bright pink helmet, very easy to spot there, and a pink sticker scheme as well on the kart. So a very bright kart there. You can very pick that out in a crowd. And down the inside there, oh, I tell you what, the 13 going through there. Who was that? It was Aris Miauskis there trying to get through for Argenti. And, yeah, cluttered that inside curb of the boot. And that is it's a hefty curb.
It's a big boy, that curb. I try and stay as far away from it as I can get away with when I'm out there racing, because it can launch karts a little bit. Ewan Charman leads. We did see there was a yellow flag out there. I don't know if you mentioned Ellis Snow has been in trouble in the early part of this race. The number 82 is not circulating, so we've got 3 karts out in the race now. Oliver Smith, Ellis Snow and Alexander Zigorevich.
Oh dear, there.
Is that Whilton off?
It was indeed Lucy Whilton, and was on the outside coming out of Wilkins there, and you can just see as he come through, the camera shot will change, and you'll just see it in the back of shot on the outside, and one of the drivers coming across there, and unfortunately the 99 Lucy Whilton now dropping down the order.
Yeah. Leave that one to the stewards. It's George Ivanov, the number 22, obviously had the issue on lap number 1, has been coming back through the order. 4 minutes of this race to go on the clock. Ewan Charman's still doing a great job out front, leading this race.
Oh, here's a good little scrap here. This is for 5th place. Reg Hayward, Daniel Moore and Corey Fowler having a good little scrap. Now, I say that 46 livery is probably the fastest livery on circuit. That's at least half a second gained by that livery alone. So we'll see what happens. And you'll notice that Reg Hayward, without a sticky kit, of course, because he's one of the tallest Mini-Max drivers out there. He's stripping weight off that as much as possible, because he's just not at that age to go into juniors yet. So I think next year he's got that opportunity to go into that class. But a good little scrap that these drivers are having. Now, are they gaining time on Michael Dalton, or are they hindering time to Michael Dalton on the 44, who's currently in P4 at the moment? That is a question that I will try and discover. By the looks of the timing on that last lap, they were hindering time from it. So despite the fact that it looks amazing, it probably feels amazing, it's not the quickest.
Not the quickest at the moment. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from our driver in 2nd place, Oliver Sander, 49.53. Ewan Charman continuing to lead. Was 2nd a month ago in the previous round, as here we're looking at Harrison Morrow in the number 75, the number 44 Dalton going past the 82 there of Ellis Snow. Oh, that's good to see. So Ellis Snow is back in the race, but is 3 laps off the lead. But yeah, Charman, 2nd place in the final last time out. He's been around for the last 2 rounds of WMKC 2021. Hasn't had a race victory so far, though. This would be a good duck to break for Charman with 2 minutes to go. Adjustment being made there by Amor, opening the radiator flap to get a bit more cool air into the radiator.
Oh, this is a tricky spot. Now they've caught up to the back of Ellis Snow there at probably the worst possible time through the boot section. Ellis gets out of the way now, but that really did bog those drivers down, as there was nowhere for Ellis to go, really, through that one. You know, it's a tricky part of that. You've just got to take the normal racing line through Pitts Bend, and yeah, unfortunately, it was the wrong time for these drivers to catch up. 90 seconds left to go then of the first heat of the day for Minimax, and still Ewan Charman leading the way by 1.3 seconds at the moment from Oliver Sander and Harrison Morrow, and Michael Dalton, who's gone back into 4th place. And then now we look at this battle here for 5th place. Corey Fowler, the 29, now past Reg Hayward, so up into 5th place as they go through, as the number 33 just getting out of the way, Ben Tester. Nicely handled there as everyone goes through. Daniel Moore now side by side and gets the job done also. There we go.
Ewan Charman's lead now 1.6 seconds. He's got the fastest lap back. Callum Giosh, by the way, has got past Kasper Tomilewski for 12th place. Side by side on the run up to Christmas Corner. Here comes the number 74 down the inside. That's Josh Camp going past, and a significant amount of damage on the rear bumper there of the number 74. So Josh Camp, I imagine, is going to get a mechanical flag here very late on in this race. Not seen what's caused the rear bar to separate there.
No, but it has just completely sheared at one of the joints, hasn't it? And that is very, very sketch.
Yes.
So, I think, lack of a better word, I think that needs to be in the pit lane rather swiftly.
Not much time to go in this race then. There is Ben Crossley, number 5. And, yeah, over the line once again goes. There we go. There's the mechanical flag for Josh Camp.
Which
2 more laps to go.
It's unfortunate for Josh Camp, of course.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those things that you can't help. He's not done anything wrong there. It's just, it's failed just at the back of the car. It's right on the joint as well. Right on the joint.
The bottom piece of that really has seen better days, that rear bar. Ewan Charman has raced this race very, very well from a tactical point of view. Starts his last lap. Lead is over 2 seconds. See the number 72 of Harry Clogger there. Good to see Harry back on the circuit. Had problems on lap number 1. As, oh my goodness me, we were nearly 4 wide up the run to Christmas corner. Corey Fowler holds onto that position ahead of Reg Hayward, and it's not Daniel Lamour in there anymore. I think it's another one of those a lap down. So it's quite a mixed up race here. Mitchell Mulvey, by the way, has got past Riven Welsh for 20th place. We are on the last lap though. Can Reg Hayward find a way past Corey Fowler for 5th place in this heat? There is your winner though. Ewan Charman takes a first WMKC victory of the season ahead of Oliver Sander. Harrison Morrow will be home in 3rd, or will he? He's going to be tight on the line. Yes, he's got it. Ahead of Michael Dalton. Corey Fowler in 5th, Reg Hayward in 6th, Hugh Moulton in 7th, Daniel Lamour in the special Valentino Rossi tribute kit in 8th, Joshua Turnbull in 9th. There is Josh Camp, who would have finished 10th if not for that mechanical flag. So Ben Crossley inherits his spot in the top 10. Sasha Bagley, Aris Miauskis, Oliver Smith, George Ivanov and Callum Grush is the top 15. Kasper Tomilewski, Macaulay Guy, Victor Hansen, Mitchell Mulvey and Riven Welsh, who was your top novice there in the top 20. And then we'll have probably Lucy Wielden, the last of those on the lead lap in 21st. There she is. Josh Camp pulled into the pits on the last lap there, will be classified 22nd. Zach McDonald, Alexander Zingarevich, Harry Clogger, Ben Tester, Ellis Snow and Oliver Smith. That is your running order for that first heat in Minimax.
Nose cone watch out now for the drivers. Top 2 are okay. We wait for the 75 to come into shot. That was the 3rd place finisher. There he is, and it's all good. So your top 3 clear and dry in terms of nose cone penalties. And so far, everyone else has been just as good. Oh dear, there, Reg Hayward, though. I speak too soon. And the nose cone penalty coming thick and fast towards Reg Hayward there. Big shame there for Reg. But excellent racing so far. Hopefully everyone at home, you are enjoying the racing, and the chat is active. I can see we have our drivers joining us from our viewers joining us from Australia. Michael Burke as well. We have Hey You, not sure who Hey You is, but Hey You, hello Hey You. There we go, as everyone goes through. Plenty more action coming up though, because it's time now for race 5, Junior Rotax.
So we run through the grid then for race number 5 on your schedules. The first heat of the day for Junior Max. Murphy Aldridge has pole position. Jack Cooper alongside him on the front row. Spencer Brown and Max Lee are on row 2. Alfie Bray and Oliver Kerr on row number 3. William Ray and Jessica White starts on row 4. Zane Khan and Daniel Sabula are on the 5th row of the grid. Ronnie Smith and Miles Dawn start their day from row 6. Ronnie Mansfield and Kai Bacchini are on row 7. Mac McFarquhar and James Jackson on row 8. Leo Purchase and William Young on row number 9. Freddie Ingram and Risa Siwarathan on row 10. Lexi Belk and Blake Ticehurst on row 11. Aidan Hassan and Alex Duncan on the 12th row of the grid. And then we behind James Riley and Jamie Perrelly on row 13. Ethan Simmons and Bobby Rosie on row 14. Jensen Weston and Ben Folland on the 15th row of the grid. And then towards the back, we've got Alfie Davies and George Donald on row 16, George Allen and Ewan Thomas on row 17. That is a very competitive field here today, BJ, in Junior Max, but it's not a good start for Aidan Hassan in the number 64.
That is a solid technique of getting that car out there.
Yeah, I think
Shimmy
that's on
slide,
the
shimmy
run
slide.
up to Christmas.
No, I think it's the run into Oisiers.
Oh, okay. It's a strange place to have one go on you on the formation lap, but that means that Aidan Hassan is a long way off the back here.
There we go. Are we going to get a green flag start first time around? Ooh, it's very separated there. False start declared. Yeah, that was a very early jump there from Murphy Aldridge, I believe, the 44. Hit the gas a little too early, I think. We've got people joining us from Tennessee. Terry Ellingham.
Tennessee?
Yeah, Tennessee, USA.
Fantastic.
How much would I
Go
love to
the
be in
Titans.
Tennessee right now? Don't know what the temperature is like in Tennessee at the moment, though.
It's probably a bit warmer than here.
I don't think so, you know. I reckon it's still a bit chilly.
Championship-wise, this one's another one that's fairly open at the moment. I've got, I think, is it 10 drivers with a mathematical chance of winning the title. Ronnie Mansfield is your leader on 2 drops so far on 8.52. Then it's Max Lee on 8.31. Spencer Brown 7.53. Noah Hadley 7.45. Lexi Belk 7.31. Jack Cooper 7.23. Leo Purchase, Ronnie Smith, and James Jackson take us down to the high 680s. So it's still all very much to play for across these last 2 rounds for the Junior Max Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship for 2021. This is a good chance for the likes of Jack Cooper to get good points on the board from this first heat. Away we go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. There's a problem already for the number 16 pulling off the road, and that's a mess. That is a real mess down into turn 1. Zain Khan is one of the victims there of whatever happened into turn 1. There's somebody going the wrong way, and there's more chaos on the run into as Young and Thomas are in trouble up at Christmas Corner. That was quite a messy start from the juniors, and it's continuing down into Ashby. Well, that is not really what we want to be seeing.
Indeed, that was a very messy start, and it's still getting messy here as the 77, unfortunately, out of the 3 of them, gets pushed out wide onto the grass. I believe that was the 77. Was I right in saying that? Yeah, I think it was Jack Cooper, the man who was second place across the line, starting on that front row, now looking like is at the back of the grid.
Right, let's try and piece together what's happened in all of that. Well, Spencer Brown has come through to lead the race ahead of Ronnie Mansfield, who's gained 11 places in all of that. Oliver Kerr and Jessica White have survived lap 1, up to 3rd and 4th places. Down the inside there looks Ronnie Smith. Gets past Jessica White for 4th place. Alfie Bray is held there in 6th. Purchase, Simmons, Seaworthen all in the top 10. Biggest mover in all of that was Ethan Simmons into, gained 14 positions up to 9th. Is coming through the field here really quickly is Ronnie Smith.
He is indeed, yeah, pushing through that order. Yellow flag still in Oisiers as they go through. And again, trains starting to form here with 5.5 minutes to go. Now we've got through the carnage as they're the 23 going very slowly.
So Ethan Simmons, who had that amazing start on lap 1, is, it's going the opposite way here on lap 2. He looks like he's out the race. I wonder if there's some damage on the rear right as there's a change 4 as the number 12 goes past the 65. That's Mansfield. So, unless it's Max Lee. Has Max Lee got a transponder issue? Apologies. Yes, Max Lee has got a transponder issue, so he's not registering as running, but he's quite clearly taking the lead there away from Spencer Brown.
Indeed. Well, let's see what happens then as he next crosses the line, see if it all updates. I'm sure Lauren is working hard in the timing box at the moment, as she does every month, of course. There's a lot of work, does Lauren, and yeah, we can't thank her enough for her efforts as she, as the drivers head round in towards Pitts Bend, and out they go. 4.5 minutes to go then, and at the moment they're still on your time machine. It does say Spencer Brown, but leading the way is that number 12 Max Lee at the moment across the line. Under braking there. I think that was Jessica White there, absolutely on the edge of adhesion there right to the grass, sideways under braking, making positions and moves there. 4 minutes to go then, as the cold weather still joins us here at Whilton Mill. It's not going to get warm anytime soon.
Well, this would be a big result for Max Lee, because when you actually take into account scores already secured, there's various ways of cutting the cake, I like to say at this stage of the season, with the championship with drop scores. If you don't apply drop scores and just say, well, who scored 8 rounds worth of points so far, Max Lee is your championship leader on 1,014. So even if he was to not score any more points from here on in, that would be his championship score. And getting 54 in this race would further improve that tally and knock out a good number of drivers along the way here.
Ben Folland looking like he was going to go for a move there up into Christmas Corner. Sporting the Thule Motorsport livery suit, and they've got their shiny new awning here again. And lovely team, and he is going for the move there into Oisiers. Makes it done as someone going very wide there in the back of shot onto the grass out the exit of Wilkins. There's one of the Project 1 karts. That's the number 40 going through. I'm going to say that is a driver. Probably Jamie Perrelli, because he's on the screen as 140, not 40. There we go.
It might be Kai Bacchini if it's the 14. So Kai Bacchini was one of those who had trouble early on.
Yeah, that's definitely Jamie Perrelli,
yep,
who's going through. And there, someone's getting a bit squeezed through Boxing Days, you like to dub it there. The 64 of Aidan Hassan, currently now looking like in P10.
Seems to be a day for drivers having incidents on the formation lap and then coming back through the field. That's not the first time we've seen somebody do that. Aidan Hassan in the top 10, as you say.
Not realising their tyres are as cold as they think they are. Yeah, they go out, give it a bit of a kick of oversteer, just like, yeah, this will look cool. Oh, no, okay. Now I look silly.
Here's the battle for second place. In fact, no, for the lead, isn't it? It's Max Lee going back down the inside of Spencer Brown, and Ronnie Mansfield is well and truly on the scene now. Another driver with championship aspirations. Was 4th in the final last time round. There's a mechanical flag out there for William Young. Driver in the number 122, currently in 21st position. So Max Lee holds the lead ahead of Spencer Brown. Ronnie Mansfield there in 3rd place, looking to try and get through. Spencer Brown has raced through the ranks here. He's our Honda Cadet champion a few years ago. So only 3 laps to go here. We'll keep an eye on the clock. Brown makes a small adjustment on his radiator flap. Trying to find a way down the inside. Lee goes defensive. Can he get the exit right, though? They're going to be side by side. Spencer Brown just cuts back into the wheel tracks of Max Lee. And down the inside into Ozies. That's a really, really nice move from Spencer Brown, and he's made it work.
Yeah, he has indeed. That move started about 5 corners ago, and the 62 of Ronnie Mansfield also gets through as well. So Max Lee, after leading this race for near on all of it, is now back into P3, but don't panic, because there's still 35 seconds left, so they've still got a couple of laps left.
They have indeed. Into the pits has come William Young for that. Here comes Mansfield trying to go down the inside. A brilliant drive up to Christmas Corner, and here comes Ronnie Smith as well in the number 96. It's really hotting up here in Junior Max.
It is indeed. It's hotting up in the commentary box as well, but it could be because I'm sitting on a radiator. 12 seconds to go, and here this race is really spicing up here as they go through in towards Oisiers, and a dive back down the inside there. Max Lee getting back into the lead, and all the 62 of Mansfield now under pressure, falling backwards. It's a Thule kart that's coming through as well there. Is that Ronnie Smith? No, it is indeed, yeah. He's coming through there, and it's all... And now I tell you what, on the last lap, we've got 5-6 karts for the race lead.
Yeah, Jessica White and Leo Purchase are involved in all of this as well, as Max Lee gets away a little bit. This is all fighting for championship points as well as round the outside there. Goes Ronnie Smith. What an overtake that is. Round the outside of Spencer Brown through Christmas Corner. Inch perfect to make that move work. And this is not over as well, even for the likes of Oliver Kerr and Reza Seaworthen, who are all just behind this group. Fastest driver out there at the moment is Jamie Perrelli in 10th place.
Gap opened up now, though, as they go through. And at the moment, there's only a couple more corners to go. A bit of we'll say a love tap in towards the boot section, but out of the final corner and across the line, checker flag goes out.
And Max Lee got it.
He did indeed. What a run that was for Max Lee. Like I say, we said, don't worry about it. You went down into third, but you came back strong in those last 2 laps. So Max Lee takes the race win from Spencer Bowen, Ronnie Smith, Ronnie Mansfield, Jessica White finishes in P5 from Leo Purchase, Reza Sewetherin, Blake Ticehurst, Oliver Kerr, Ben Follen, Jamie Perrelly, Aidan Hassan, James Jackson, Bobby Rosier, William Ray, Alfie Bray, Lexi Belk, Mac McFarquhar, Jensen Weston, Freddie Ingram, George Allen, Ethan Simmons, Zane Khan, Murphy Aldridge, Alex Duncan, Jack Cooper, and we lost a fair few drivers in that.
We did indeed. William Young, Daniel Sabula, and Max Lee. Obviously,
he won the race.
He won the race.
Yeah.
That was the transponder error. Miles Dawn, Kai Bacchini, Ewan Thomas, and George Donald.
Oh,
hang on.
Max Lee's going to be in trouble here.
It's being pointed. Max, you may have won the race, but you've stopped racing now. You need to stop and get your nose tone checked. There we go. Yeah, you're all good. Yeah, you're all good. Yeah, you're all good. Oh, no. Oh, is it good? Is it not good? It looks good, but apparently it no good. And a phone is coming out and a nose cone penalty heading towards Ronnie Smith's direction.
Well, there we go. Well, that was a bit of a chaotic first heat today for Junior Max. We'll see them back out again later. I think next out on circuit we should have the first heat today for Junior X30. Here's a grid for Junior X30 heat number 1. Micah Taylor on pole position, Leo Brown joining Micah on the front row. Luke Sintler and Zaki Hussain on row 2. Sam Baker and Finley Harrison start this race from row number 3. Tiger Dixon and Michael Rapsey start on row 4. Luke Taylor and Henry Gregory inside the top 10. Jack Collins and Rylan Etchberg are on row number 6. Oliver Harris and Jaden Gregg row 7. Archie Heron and Harry Yule row 8. Ollie Stevens and Amelia Pennington start on row number 9. Cian Leon Gamio and David Marshall are on row number 10. Jack Cox and Freddie Allen row 11. Josh Agambar and Cian Geraghty are on the 12th row of the grid. Tom Wainwright and Remy Gilbert on row 13. Rhys Lomax and Sam Longley row 14. Dayton Coulthard and Mia Rapsey on row 15. And then we find Kai Carrington and Hayden Bailey on row 16. Davidas Deglo on his own. 33 karts in the field.
Indeed, and they're still waiting to get going. Now, a few comments coming in saying, what is a nose cone penalty? Basically, it's a bracket that attaches the nose cone to the main chassis, and if you load someone into a corner, it will drop the nose cone so the bracket breaks, but the nose cone doesn't fall off, and then when you come into the pit lane, it gets spotted by the nose cone man, and you get a 5-second time penalty if that bracket has dropped.
And the purpose behind it, when it was introduced a few years ago, was mainly to stop loading.
It was indeed.
Yeah.
Has that helped? Yeah. A little bit. But again, you can get a nose cone penalty for you could hit a rock on circuit.
Oh, here we go. Here's classic November formation lap happenings. The number 21 has had a spin out the pits.
Oh,
it's
dear.
okay, Amelia Pennington. It's happened to us all. Let's talk championship points here in Junior X30. Let me just minimise that so I can actually see what's going on. Here we go. So we've currently got a tally of 7 drivers still with a mathematical chance of winning this championship. If we go by drop scores at the moment, Finley Harrison is championship leader on 8.43. Henry Gregory is next up on 8.42. Micah Taylor 8.06. Rhys Lomax 7.83. Leo Brown 7.76. Luke Sintler on 7.62. And Gabriel Stilp, of course, there on 7.24. Hasn't been able to attend all the rounds, but he has been a bit busy this year.
Oh, dear.
Stilp. Oh, my. That's quite a sizable incident on the back straight involving the number 13 is in there, and the 38. I think, is that Luke Sintler?
Has that been declared a good start? I think it has.
Yes, it has. So away
false start flags has come out. So it is a false start as the drivers clear that up. Now, what I'm going to... No, I'm not saying this is what happened, but I suspect that that incident may have been caused by a couple of drivers testing their steering.
36 of Sam Baker who's actually involved. Apologies, it wasn't Luke Sinclair. So Sam Baker, Luke Taylor and Amelia Pennington in trouble on that first lap. I think it was Dayton Coulthard lapping round on that first lap. We'll try and make out the very distinctive, unmistakable DC helmet design as they go round. Did go through sector number 1. He's at least exited pit lane. There he is. Thank you very much, guys, on the cameras. So Dayton Coulthard is fine. He's in this race. That's good to see.
Right, now we're going to get this underway. Second time's a charm. Everyone steady. Get into the tram lines. Another false start. It was a very untidy start. Now, these drivers are very eager to get going. Very, very eager to get going. You don't need to go until, you know, you've got to that. There's an acceleration point. And everyone needs to be in the tram lines before that acceleration point. And everyone's kind of going round the final corner. Yep. And it's too soon. You need patience. Everyone is patience. Calm. Are my words getting across?
They're not going to listen to you, DJ. They're not going to listen to you. Just a reminder, so once we do get this one underway, you can see the number 48 on the CRG kart there. Micah Taylor is your pole position holder for this one. If you're just joining us, these are the heats. They are randomly drawn to the effect that if you start your first heat from the front, you'll start your second heat from the back. Everybody has the same average grid position across the two heats with the random grids.
Calm.
DJ is making the calm signal next to me.
Slow. Don't accelerate too soon. Don't accelerate.
Is this going to be
now
good?
Accelerate.
Yes,
it's good.
It is. 5 minutes though. There's a much reduced length of time for this category. And Taylor a little bit wide there, and that's going to open up the door for the number 72 of Luke Sinclair to try and go down the inside. No, he's got the door shut off. Oh, and I think there may have been contact there as off the road, wildly off the road, goes the number 66 of Kai Carrington. Now, that looked like a mechanical failure to me, DJ.
Yeah, I think just got onto that grass, and that kart just doth not want to stoppeth. It got onto the slippery stuff right in the back of shot. You can just, so you can just see in the back of shot, 3 wide, unfortunately a bit of contact, had to take to the grass, and because it is so slippery and icy, it just did not stop.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, DJ. That's really unlucky for Kai Carrington there. So the field coming around in this shortened first heat for X30 Junior. Micah Taylor leads at the end of lap 1, third in points at the moment for Micah Taylor. Second place, Finley Harrison, your championship leader, with the drops applied, as here comes the number 34 of Jaden Craig down the inside. Too quick, way too quick. Just about catches it and gets it all together, but I think has actually lost the position in all of that to Zaki Hussain.
Yeah, that was very right. To the edge there, right to the edge, just kept it on circuit. I suspect as soon as he got back on track, there was a bit of a, that was close.
TX26620 is not a Stormtrooper. I think it's Dayton Coulthard because he's disappeared off the timer screen in terms of name, but it has come a long way through the order. I can see that helmet there, up to 14th place. Good start there for Coulthard. Ollie Stevens has had a good run as well. He's up to 7th place already. I don't know where to look in this X30s class so far, as here come down the inside Cian Geraghty in one of the JDR machines, side by side between Coulthard there and the number 19 of Jack Cox, who I think has fallen down a couple of positions, may have a problem out there. That's a big one. The number 41 of David Marshall and the 63 of Oliver Harris. Both drivers look okay. Marshall is obviously not too impressed at what's happened there, and that'll be both of them out of the race.
Yeah, now with gesticulating wildly towards Oliver Harris.
That is a classic you can't park there situation. Right on top of Marshall's kart. 2.5 minutes to go. You're watching live coverage of round 9 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you here today. 2 minutes and 20 to go. Props to Hayden Bailey, top novice at the moment. As down the inside goes Harrison, going for the lead on Micah Taylor. Did he get the move stuck? Yes, he did. So Finley Harrison takes the lead of the race. Wasn't present for round number 8, but this is a perfect start for our championship leader back up at the front.
Yep, it is indeed, and nice switcheroo there and holding on to that lead. Let's see what we can do in terms of pace, because at the moment Finley Harrison did set on that last lap the fastest lap of the race, 47.85, crosses the line that time around. It's a 47.94 compared to Luke Sintler, though, the 72 and currently in P4, 47.78 across the line that time around with the new fastest lap. It's taken a couple of thousandths of a second off his closest competitor, Archie Heron, currently in P3 in the 59. There's the 81 and the 19 out on circuit. That's Ollie Stevens and Jack Cox having a good little scrap for P9 at the moment. I say P9, it looks like it's just done the old switcheroo. And Jack Cox has managed to get past Ollie Stevens, which he has done successfully. And down the inside there, I think was Jaden Gregg fighting back.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Jaden Gregg. He's been nice and aggressive in this race. He's been confident enough to put those overtakes in as Ollie Stevens defends there from Cian Geraghty.
It's a nice shot that there with the low winter sunshine here. Of course, local time here in the UK is 4 minutes past 11 in the morning. And yeah, the sun about as high as it's going to get today.
Yep. Yeah, it will be tricky conditions in that respect for all of our drivers. More overtakes going on as we look down the order. It's Cian Leon Gamio in the number 3, getting past AJ Arnold in the number 96. Cian Geraghty defends once again as they go into, and here he comes again, Jaden Gregg, this time getting past Leo Brown for 6th place.
Timer striking 0 then. Last lap board will be out this time around to Finley Harrison or Kai Taylor, because that battle is heating up, and this battle is heating up as well because the 77...
Contact!
Oh, yes, indeed. Tried to get through. Who is the 77?
It's
Henry Gregory. Yeah, he is indeed. So trying to make moves, and unfortunately has now fallen back in the order. It's still heating up. It's still very close for the race lead between the 49 and the 48 currently, because Mackay Taylor did take a bit of a 10th out of Finley Harrison that last time around, and this is the battle here on your screens.
So here they are, Finley Harrison leading the points at the start of the day. Micah Taylor 3rd in the points. Micah Taylor has attended more rounds so far. He's already got a good amount of points in his back pocket. Should he need to use drop scores today or in 2 weeks' time. Remember, we will have the finale of WMKC 2021 here for you on Alpha Live. Make sure that you've clicked that subscribe button and the notification bell, so you'll never miss a single stream here on YouTube. Finley Harrison, another mature drive. We've seen this a lot from leaders today, where if he gets this last lap where a lot of drivers could crack under the pressure, and he's got that gap over Micah Taylor. It's been a very well managed race.
Yeah, exactly that. Only one more flag to see then for Finley Harrison, and it will be the checkered flag, which he sees right there across the line. Takes the race 1 or heat 1 for Junior X30 win from Mackay Taylor and Archie Herring. Your top 3. Luke Sintler crosses the line in P4 from Jaden Gregg, Jack Cox, Leo Brown, Zaki Hussain, Cian Gamio, AJ Arnold, Cian Geraghty. Tom Wainwright crosses in 12th place with Sam Longley and Morgan Moore, the top 14. Ollie Stevens in the 81 crosses the line to take your top 15 spots out on circuit. John Richardson comes in saying, highest time is 12 o'clock. I know that, but it's about 12 o'clock already, so there we go. It's not going to get much more higher, is it? There we go, just being pedantic now. There we go, plenty more races coming up, but nose cone watch is coming up for the ladies and gentlemen at home who are asking about what nose cone penalties are. Of course, Karting 1 did make a fabulous video about explaining what nose cone penalties, and we're about to see some, hopefully not, in action right here. All good for your race winner. All good for 2nd place. All good for 3rd place. Your top 3 clear with no nose cone penalties. Everyone getting through, so it's a good run there. Alpha Live not helping here. saying commentators are always
Whoa,
wrong.
whoa,
That's
whoa.
just always the 19 getting a nose cone. Jack Cox, oh dear, that's never a nice feeling to get that nose cone penalty.
I'm gonna bring out a Murrayism here. It's like, if we're not wrong, we make predictions that instantly turn out to be incorrect.
Yes, exactly. Plenty more races coming up then. That was Junior X30. Coming up next, it's Senior X30.
Here's grid for Senior X30, their first heat of 2 for today. Nathan Amos on pole position. Jensen Buckingham joins him on the front row. Oliver Henwood and Lucas Ellingham on row 2. Jude Fernau and Alex Johnston on the third row of the grid. Thomas Massarella and Ellis Bourchier on row 4. Matthew Herbert and Jake Yanagisawa on row 5. Alex Moody and Ty Stansfield on row number 6. Benjamin Southgate and Martin Auger on row 7, Daniel Hackett and Mason Weir on row 8, Sam Heading and Ben McDowell on the 9th row of the grid, Hugo Gilbert and Brandon Matchell on row 10, Archie Forber and Christian Brooks on row 11, Alex Keynes and Tyler Reid are on the 12th row of the grid, Stephanie Hobieka and Vishal Patel are on row 13, Harvey Ribby and Benjamin Watts row 14, Cameron Coombs and Scott Smith on the 15th row of the grid, Louis Johnston Cool and Thomas Byrne row 16. Harrison Pugh forms out to the 33 card field.
Nice strong grid of seniors about to take to the circuit. Still in the holding area for the time being, not getting going at the moment, which means, unfortunately, for these drivers, they can hear the PA. So if they don't go soon and you get a message in, ladies and gentlemen, we can shout it out and they'll hear us. Oh, and it's too late already, never mind. Still get your messages in there.
Championship situation, mathematically, we have 9 drivers in this one. However, we have a driver with a big lead. There's Lucas Ellingham, who with dropped to line has already got 900 points secured. That is an 81-point lead over Jordan Brown on 819. My calculation's incorrect. Lucas Ellingham leads on 930. Then we've got back on 834 Nathan Amos. And Archie Forber there on 795. Alex Johnston on 792. Ty Stansfield on 768. The story essentially is if Lucas Ellingham can continue the form that he's had so far this season, it's quite possible that he wraps this championship up today.
Very much so. We'll have to see what happens. I'm sure Terry Ellingham, I'm sure there's a relation there who's watching from Tennessee at the moment to Lucas Ellingham, leading this championship at the moment. Where is he starting in this one? He's starting on the second row, P4. So he's got a good opportunity in this first heat to make moves, because I'm sure Mans has moves that he's going to put into play here. Nice and steady. Wait for it. In the tram lines. Oh, a bad start from the right-hand row, and it's going to be a false start there. That was a really bad start from Jensen Buckingham there. The kart just looked like it bogged down, which was a nightmare for the drivers behind, i.e. Lucas Ellingham, Alex Johnson, Ellis Bouchier, Jack Yang Sanawa there. All those drivers, they will have also just bogged down, and they wouldn't have gone. What's John Richardson saying now on the chat?
You any grief? It's all good. The spreadsheet's good now. I found where the error was. Never mind. But yes, so Lucas Ellingham with a good score here will mathematically knock out the likes of Massarella, Matchell, Vishal Patel, maybe Ty Stansfield in this race. As where's the number 15 going? Of Benjamin Southgate. That is not the race circuit, sir. It's also not the opportune surface to get your tyres warmed up on. Anyway, we'll have another go at that one. Senior Max up next for their first heat today, then we'll go back round, start to rotation number 2. Hope you're enjoying your day here at Whilton Mill. Big race this. I feel this is a big race to set the tone for Senior X30 today. Away we go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Nathan Amos as they go into turn 1. Not a good start for
Oh,
number
what's
22.
the camera?
And there's more chaos in through the turn 2. The number 53 of Jude Fernihoe was pointing in the wrong direction there. Ty Stansfield was your number 22, making the Alpha Live guys squirm as there's more chaos. Alex Johnston, the 304, is involved. The number 14 has got significant damage. I think, is that Archie Forber? If I'm remembering the numbers correctly. Probably not. But yeah, another bit of a messy start, this time in Senior X30.
Yeah, I always wondered why a kart got bigger the closer it got to me, and then it hit me.
Aha. That's your fault for standing there. End of lap number 1, it was Archie Forber, the number 14, who was in trouble on the exits of Christmas. There we go. It's only taken me 9 rounds to get the numbers into my head.
There you go.
And Nathan Amos leads, though. Oliver Henwood on P2. Lucas Ellingham, good start, up to P3. Biggest mover on the first lap was Thomas Byrne, up 16 positions, is up to 14th. There's the number 82. We can see trying to make an overtake there. Get by some of the opposition. And it's classic Senior X30 out there. It's all about survival in these early laps. Christian Brooks trying to make those moves in that number 82. Alex Johnston, I mean, goodness me, Alex Johnston, who was facing the wrong way earlier on in this race, has massively made his way back up through the order.
Indeed, and a big train forming there in the mid-pack. 5 minutes to go then of this race. Still Nathan Ames leading the way from Lucas Ellingham. Apparently Terry is Lucas's grandfather.
He is, yes.
Okay. I've learned something new. Oh, wonder braking there, the 37, very squirrely. Gets it back in. That was Scott Smith. Gets back into play and keeps the car on the straight and narrow in that mid-pack. It's very difficult to run in a mid-pack section because you've got to make sure you brake nice and early so you don't plough into the guy in front of you, but then you've got to make sure you don't brake too hard that the person behind ploughs into the back of you, and then it can all just be a big concertina effect and all be a bit of a nightmare. But these drivers working well as the 304. Alex Johnstone, dives down the inside, and there's a new big black mark on the front of that nose cone.
I think you might get a 5-second penalty for that, Alex. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Saw the number 53 there, pulling up alongside. That's Jude Fernihoe, who was
a late lunge.
Big contact.
Yeah, now that was a late direction change from the 21 there. That was Thomas Massarella. Now here's the replay. Look in the sort of mid-pack here. So not these two here, a little further behind. Right there, the 21 in the middle of the shot there. Wait for the last direction change there because it was too late on the brakes. He thought he was going to go into the back of the 56, to which technically he did. Was trying to avoid, but unfortunately there'd be someone there.
Yeah. Mechanical flag for Archie Forber, and you can quite clearly see why on your screens now. The Nassau panel is was making a break for freedom, but is not in the correct place. So Archie Forber is going to have to come into the pits. And that's going to be a bit of a blow for Archie, who's trying to get in the top 3 in the standings here today. 3 minutes and 20 to go.
Not where the manufacturer intended it to be placed. No, not indeed. 3 minutes to go. Like you're saying there, still leading the way by 1.4 seconds. Nathan Ames having a comfortable race. Yellow flags into the boot section. Not sure what's causing that at the moment. There would be the reason why. There is a kart stricken in the middle of the track. So not sure who that is. It's the 38.
Brandon Matchell. It's Brandon Matchell who's out of this race. So this is a race that's taking prisoner of quite a few of our regular racers here. Vishal Patel going very close with Alex. Well, Alex Moody's beautifully read that, gone round the outside.
That is a bold move. 3 wide round the kink.
Yeah.
It's not where you want to be 3 wide, but they made it work.
Jake Kianagisawa was the other driver involved in all of that in the JDR machine number 84.
There we go as they go through. Still plenty of action all the way through this grid, but at the moment, at the front of said grid, it's a little bit calmer albeit Lucas Ellingham took 0.2 of a second out of the lead there, and it is down to less than a second between our race leaders at the moment. So that will be one to keep a very close eye on as we come into the final moments of this race. Mid-pack there, looking down a little further. We've got Harrison Pugh, you can see there, one of the Norris drivers in 25th place at the moment. The brother of Jensen Pugh from the last round, of course, who very sadly had that accident and broke his femur, had to go to hospital. And, of course, there is lots of support for the air ambulance here this weekend. There is a raffle ticket prize thing, majig, and a cake sale as well. So you can buy a cake, you can buy a raffle ticket, and you can support the air ambulance while doing it. There we go.
Absolutely. Really good stuff here at Whilton Mill this weekend. Down the inside of the number 50 of Jensen Buckingham there, Alex Moody makes another overtake at the top of the hill. Also saw Tyler Reid going past Hugo Gilbert, number 27, up to 11th place. Race leader, though, is coming under more and more pressure from Lucas Ellingham. Lucas Ellingham, the only driver into the 45s at the moment. There's going to be 2 more laps, I reckon, for these drivers. And the lead is now down to 0.6. 0.2 a lap is what Lucas Ellingham is taking out of Nathan Ames. And I think Nathan Ames is going to have to do a bit of defending here if he wants to win this race.
Yeah, he's got to find some waft in that car somewhere, because at the moment is struggling on pace, and he is being caught up only by a schmickle, only by a little bit, but still, every lap that cart gets ever closer, and Lucas Ellingham is smelling a heat win here potentially. 5 seconds left on the board. It looks like last lap may be out this time around. It is indeed. So last lap board is out. So it's all going to be down to what Lucas Ellingham can do this time around. The gap is now less than 0.3 of a second across the line. Looks over the shoulder, does Ames, doesn't go defensive though. That's vital. Ellingham really closes in there still, despite the fact that Ames didn't go defensive. Are we going to see a move here into Ashby? No, but Ames does go defensive this time around. That's going to give Ellingham the chance to get the switch over here as they go into Wilkins and Oisiers. Takes the wider line, tucks to the inside, looks to the inside here, and Oisiers gets it done, despite the fact that Ames tried to defend it as much as possible. But now Ellingham's got to watch out for Ames here. He goes defensive. Ames on the outside, gets pushed onto the grass, and that has sold it for Ellingham out of the final corner, and Lucas Ellingham's going to take the race win. Nathan Ames crosses in second place, a carbon copy of what we saw earlier on in one of the cadet classes. Again, drivers trying to, no, it was Mini X30, wasn't it? It was trying to hold that outside line. Rest of the field crosses the line. Sam Heading, and there's more side-by-side action in the back of shot as the 55 going oh so close to the wall there on the exit. Not sure who the 55 is on my screen because it's not appearing on my timing tower, which is very unfortunate. But the rest of the field cross through. Sam Heading crosses the line in third place from Alex Moody, Ellis Brochet, Oliver Henwood, Vishal Patel, Jake Yanganasawa, Jensen Buckingham, Daniel Hackett, Tyler Reid, Kristen Brooks, the top 12, Hugo Gilbert, Louis Johnson-Cool in 14th place, and Alex Johnson, the top 15 karts out there. Nose cone watch about to get underway, and I think we're going to see some victims.
Quite possibly. Well, here comes your provisional race winner, Lucas Ellingham. And Nathan Ames following in behind. Good run there from Sam Heading to take P3.
Good for the top 2 for the time being. Oh dear, Sam Heading. No, it's a nose cone. It's a drop nose cone there for your third place man, Sam Heading. So a 5-second time penalty coming his way, which will promote Alex Moody to P3 at the end of Heat 1. And depending on how far behind the other drivers finished, yeah, it looks like potentially Ellis Rocher moving up into P4 as well. Well, an exciting Senior X30 grid. More senior races coming up. Well, one more actually. The final of our first round of heats. It's time for Senior Rotax.
Here's your senior Rotax Max grid for heat number 1. Tommy Edmonds has pole position. Alex Jackson alongside him on the front row. Oliver Meadows and Carl Dunford start on row 2. Jaden Neal Holder and Joshua Valance go from third row. Freya Belk and Lewis Wilder on row 4. Archie Elliott and Rob Ellis start on row number 5. Mick Banner and Joshua Pickford start on the 6th row of the grid. Then we find Ryan Willis and Jack Davis on row 7. Jordan Brown and Harry Holland start on the 8th row of the grid. Mikey Austin and Samuel Gornall start on row number 9. Lucas Ivaskevicius and Theo Frederick start on the 10th row of the grid, wrapping out that top 20. Noah Hadley and Harrison Crook have work to do from the 11th row of the grid. Sam Light and Benjamin Ballou are on the 12th row of the grid. Ethan Ling and Casey Watson on row 13. Jamie Rogers and Harry East on row 14. Archie Walker and Jamie Mead on the 15th row of the grid. Elliot Barrell and George Hunter on row 16. Millie Hart completes the 33 kart field. Another very strong field here today in senior Rotax.
Terry Ellingham comes in and says, if memory serves me correctly, the 99 has won every Heat 1 he's entered this season. He is correct. Obviously didn't enter round 6, so didn't win that one, but of course everyone he has entered, he did win. Yes. So yes, he's keeping that streak so far.
Well, to Porsche Sports. I'm looking forward to the British 24-hour next year. Porsche Sport will be there in the highest. Alpha Live has said, yeah, we will be there. And DDMM will be there as well.
Yeah.
On commentary for that one. Keep your comments coming in. And cheers coming in for Harrison Crook. Starts 22nd in this heat.
Now, just speculating here. I think those drivers went a bit quick so they could get an extra lap in to warm their tyres up.
No comment.
Playing a game with us, aren't they? These drivers, they were a bit. Oh no, we're gonna go. There we go. You can just see them. Close up. Come on. That's the international signal for hurry up. Excellent stuff here. Excellent work by the marshals. Of course, we do thank them, and of course the marshals are responding to Jensen Pure in the last round as well. Very quick to his aid. Jensen's mother has made a cake for the marshalling team, and it is in the shape of a marshalling suit. It's an orange marshal suit, so it is absolutely fantastic. I saw it. I haven't had a slice. Even the marshals haven't had a slice yet. They don't want to cut it up because it looks too good. Yeah, excellent work there by Jensen's mum. But the race about to get underway this time around of asking. It is green flag. Off they go. Good start from the front row. Alex Jackson getting a run, and already carnage again. Drivers are struggling with that first corner this time around as several cuts off in the background.
Yeah, another bit of a messy one here in Heat 1. Hopefully that will all get cleaned up for Heat number 2. The 71 is involved down there. And there was another driver that couldn't quite identify who that was involved. So not good starts for a number of our senior Rotax drivers. Down the back straight they go. Count them through at the end of this first lap. So Harry Holland, we already know, is lost this race. That was the number 71. Tommy Edmonds leads. Carl Dunford P2, Joshua Valance P3. Three very experienced drivers at the front of this field. It was the number 79 of Jack Davis who was also involved there down at turn 1. It's got going again, but he's already a lap down. It looked like there was a good amount of damage to the 79 as well.
Joshua Valance there under pressure from Alex Jackson as they go through. More karts going side by side into the Ashby hairpin once again as they go through. Of course, we've got Freya Belk here this weekend. I don't think we have Lexi Belk. I think.
No, I thought we'd seen Lexi Belk earlier on.
Did we?
I may be wrong. Ethan Ling's absolutely flying though. You see him there in the number 76. Gained 6 positions off the start. I think he's gained a few more here. Yeah, he's gained another 2 at the end of lap number 2.
As they go through, 5 minutes left on the timer. Defensive in the background of shots there. Moves coming up thick and fast. As they dive through Christmas Corner again, a great shot of the venue there just in the background. And a spin through
Ballou.
Yeah,
Benjamin
it
Ballou.
is Ben Ballou out of this race. And another spin. The 14's gone awry.
Gornall.
It is Gornall around.
He's not going to get out of there. It's just too damp in the grass today. You can see the rear tyres spinning up. Can't get purchase. And he's going to have to push that one out of the muddy hole there.
Yeah, Lexi is in junior Rotex. There we go. Yes, so that's where I was getting confussed. There we go. Apologies.
So Jaden Neil Holder, I think, has had a problem on that lap as well, because Jaden Neil Holder's name has just dropped down the league table. So quite a few drivers having problems there on lap number 3.
As they're going through, yellow flags in this sector. Oh, and one car going very slow there on the apex.
I think that may have been Samuel Gornall recovering, maybe. No, he's already got round. So we'll try and identify who that was. Benjamin Ballou has come into the pits. Theo Frederick and Chap Davies, I think we've mentioned, are already in trouble in this race as well. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Edmondson, Valence, Dunford, Meadows, Jackson, Pickford, Ellis, Brown, Ling and Walker. That is your top 10. There is the number 77 of Mick Banner, just ahead of Lucas Iviskavicius, who's down the inside of another one of the drivers there, Freya Belk, trying to get involved in the 899.
Indeed, so positions gained on that one. Sam Light lost 11 positions on that last lap as everyone getting loaded into each other there. And the 63 getting a bit shafted there. Jamie Mead now losing several places as yellow flags again into Wilkins, and big contact with the barrier. And yep, the 74 does go around. Noah Hadley out of the race. Big shame.
Yeah, I think Noah just caught the grass on driver's right there, and it's another one of those scenarios. We've seen a few of them so far today. You get one half of your tyres on the grass and you just can't pull it back. There's not enough grip on the tarmac today to be able to pull yourself out of that situation. You go straight to the scene of the accident. 2 minutes 40 to go.
Indeed, as they go through. And again, back into the Wilkins Oisiers section. The reverse Lesmos, as you so rightly said earlier. Mechanical flag going out to Noah Hadley, and a move down the inside there. The 25 getting it done. Harry East on Archie Walker. Making moves there as they come round the final corner. There, the 89 on your screen. Lewis Wilds again, still crossing the line. 18th place at the moment, still lost a position on that last lap. Plenty of moves being gained though. Jamie Rogers had a good lap on that one, gained 3 places, and down the inside goes the 54 there of Archie Elliott, currently in 26th place. After that move, is now into 25th.
Some good drives being put in by our novices in this race. George Hunter and Millie Hart are both up to 20th and 21st positions respectively. All novices on their novice plates have to start from the back of the field. Red flag is being shown here on our timing monitor. There it is. So the race has been brought to a stop. Now I'm not fully clear as to why this is. Is there somebody needing a bit of medical attention out there? Yeah, but the red flag has been shown on lap number 6. Tommy Edmonds leading from Joshua Valence and Carl Dunford in 3rd, Oliver Meadows in 4th, Alex Jackson in 5th, Joshua Pickford in 6th, Ethan Ling 7th, Rob Ellis in 8th. Who is your championship leader, by the way? This is another class that I think will go to round number 10, to be honest, unless something remarkable happens in terms of the points today. Archie Walker 9th, Jordan Brown 10th, Harry East 11th, Mick Banner, Lucas Iviskavicius, Callum Roman and James Rogers was the top 15 at the point of the red flag. Freya Belk, Harrison Crook, Lewis Wild, Jamie Mead, George Hunter, your top 20. George Hunter also your top novice. And I'm hearing in my ear that if it is that particular number, I don't have that number on my sheet, but I think there is one driver who's needing a bit of help from the medics. We won't speculate as to who it is until we know for sure. I'm hearing it's the number 85, which would be Callum Roman. So I say he's up on his feet. He's up on his feet is what I'm hearing in my ear, which is good to hear. So great response as ever from the medics here at Whilton Mill. There is the field on the back straight. Now, what do they have in terms of time remaining, DJ?
It wasn't much to go, I don't think. I think we were down to like the last couple of minutes. So they could call the race here with the results that they have.
Yep.
Of course, being very close to, well, near the end of the year, we're very much into winter time. The sun's not going to be in the sky for much longer. The last race of the day is due to start at 2:45.
Yep.
Any later than that, the sun gets very low and the track gets very dark. So, we've got a very strict timetable to run to today. So if it does overrun by too much, they may call the race at that distance. We were very much into that race. We could call it at the results that we have. 6 laps had been completed. So I think we were nearing the end of that race anyway, but we'll wait to see what the call is from the officials as we wait to see what happens. If you are just joining us on the live stream, welcome to the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. Look at this. You're wearing a woolly hat. I'm currently sitting on a radiator, ladies and gentlemen. It's lovely and warm. My buttocks be roasting. But if you are just joining us on the stream, red flag has just been called for the senior road tax race, believed to be Callum Romain in the 85 years, up on his feet. He was walking back with the medical team, so looks to be in good shape. Just wanted to get it checked out to make sure he was all good. Looked like it was at turn 1, 2-ish, Crook, that sort of area. So plenty more races to coming up. If this race does get called here, we will be going into the second round of heat. We'll be kickstarting again with Honda Cadet. If that is the case, that is due to start at 11:24. The time currently 11:34. So we are about 10 minutes behind on the schedule at the moment, and I don't think they'll want to run any later than that because it will start to get very dark. Hands go up. Karts get moving. Are they coming into the pit lane or are they going back round again? We'll find out. It looks to me that they are coming into the pit lane, so the race has been called there. So the provisional results that we had when they last crossed the line was Tommy Edmonds, Joshua Valance, Carl Dunford, your top 3. Nose cone check will happen at this time, and we'll see if all is well. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us on the live stream, you are enjoying what you are seeing, please give the stream a like. It does help us out massively. Comment in, let us know who you're supporting. And, of course, subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, of course, so you don't miss out on any future content that we do provide out there for you. And, of course, we've got the final round of this championship next month. Of course, you certainly don't want to miss that because we'll be crowning champions in that one.
And just to note that will be 2 weeks' time. It won't be a 4th Sunday round because everyone's a bit busy.
That's very true. Yeah. It's
December, so 2 weeks' time. And yes, do tune in for that. I hear there's some questions about your.
There is, It's Magello on my arm. There we go. Yeah, there we go. We don't need to. There we go. There it is. It's a 46 one as well. So I'm very pleased with Daniel Amour's car because he's got the 46 livery on there. So big fan.
Good morning to Moto Meerkat, aka John Ratcliffe. Keep your comments coming in. We're going to get ready for the next heat, which I think should be the second heat for Honda Cadet. Let's have a look at the grid then for the second heat in Honda Cadet. Charlie Keightley has pole position for this one ahead of Jensen Walker on the front row. Oliver Spencer and Zach Starbuck start on row 2. Thomas Butcher and Sergio Wirtz are there on the 3rd row of the grid. Alexander Krejcikov and Callum Wilson on row 4. Riley Till and Albert Friend on row 5. Joshua Bugembi and Adam Hill on the 6th row of the grid. Find Mayan Patel and Hayden Gray on row 7, Finley Lines and Kai Clark on row 8, Sebastian Tuzio and Theo Champney on row 9, Oliver Majewski and Joshua Smith wrapping up the top 20, Max Fallon and Rio Licata on row 11, Jake Schulz and Aras Mijauskis on the 12th row of the grid, Daniel Butcher and Zach Champney row 13, Oliver Meek and Charlie Wolf in row 14, Tyler Davis and Noah Barham on the 15th row of the grid, and then our two novices starting from the back, as they do, Jacob Backler and Jensen Maplethorpe.
There we go.
We are
So,
hearing of the snowage. It is apparently
Snowage.
in Stoke,
ooh,
which isn't a million miles away.
It's not.
Descending downwards. It's coming from the north.
well, we're expecting it at 3 o'clock, and our final race of the day is due to start at 2:45, and we're currently 15 minutes behind. So,
So, drivers, would you either want
would you like a snowy final?
a snowy final or warm tyres in your heats?
Exactly.
That's what we're boiling it down to now.
Exactly, exactly.
Some comments about you guys look very like you're warm in the comms box. I think it's temperate. That's what I'll go with.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
normally quite warm in here.
I mean, this radiator, there is a radiator right
Yes.
here, and it is boiling hot right now. It's up to the max. I am sitting on it,
Yep.
so I'm quite warm. I think I'm blocking all the heat from you,
That's
which is
fine.
why you're in a woolly hat.
That's fine.
I'm in a t-shirt.
Well,
I'm-
it's either look ridiculous in the hat, and that's even before we get onto the fact that it's a New York Giants hat,
I mean, no comment.
or hat hair.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I've not got much of that left. So, yeah.
Oh, bit of changing and switching
jumping
around
around
going
grids.
on. Yeah. Well, while this is happening, let's take a recap of what happened in the first heat
Good
of
idea.
the day. Joshua Smith took that race win by about, well, it was a very close finish, wasn't it? 0.7 of a second. It was pretty
Yeah,
much
it's a
side
good
by
race.
side across the line from Noah Barham. Theo Champney did cross the line in 5th place up on the results page, and you can check out the results page as well. Head to results.alphalive or alphatiming.co.uk /WMKC/2021/9/S/S/4206. That's to get to the specific page. But you can just head to Alpha Timing results, and you can see all the results from today as well on your screen. Albert Frayne crossed the line in 4th place in that one from Kai Clark. Oliver Majewski crossed in 6th place from Hayden Gray, Mayan Patel, Joshua Bagembi and Max Fallon, the top 10 in that race. Fastest lap did go to Noah Barham in 2nd place with a 54.06, and it looks like, after all that jostling around, they have an order in the dummy grid area.
They do indeed. Just 2 heats for each of the classes today, so this will be the final opportunity for drivers to sort themselves out and get good grid positions for the finals.
You're going to join the comment section?
I am going to join the comment section and say hello to the folks.
I mean, you could say hello by just saying hello. You're going to type it now, aren't you? Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching and you see a comment pop up,
DDMO. There it is.
that was Andrew in the commentary box.
There's also there's a question out from Alpha Live. Have you been karting before? I'm going to answer yes. Yes, I have.
There we go.
Time to time.
84%.
Oh dear, we've got visitors to my favourite tyre wall. Don't go there, everybody. It hurts.
Henlo.
Hello.
Henlo?
Hello. There we go. Moving on. Heat 2 formation. It'll be a standing start for the drivers in this one. More comments coming in. Yes, Teesside, who are always running opposite us here, always on the 4th Sunday. They've had to cancel already because of the snow. We're fairly low lying here in this part of the world. So I got a call from the motherland, from Sheffield yesterday. It's like, have you had any snow? No, not really. In Warwick, no. Absolute dumplings of snow back in Sheffield yesterday, and as I say, it is on its way.
Yeah.
We're hearing it's at Stoke.
This lovely blue sky you be seeing, ladies and gentlemen,
It's not gonna last.
will disappear nearer the end of the day.
I've just remembered which car I've brought today as well.
It's fine. We've still got to get the cameraman's car out the mud, and if it's starting to snow, that's going to make it even worse.
Master MX-5 is a perfect snowbound vehicle, honest. Right. Race about to start. 2nd heat for Honda Cadet. Will be 7 minutes on the clock once more. Just trying to get a couple of drivers into the correct position. A good chance this for the likes of Charlie King and Charlie Kitely. We're all set to go then. waiting for the lights. Away we go. 7 minutes plus 1 lap for Heat 2 in Honda Cadet. Good start from the number 25 of Jensen Walker. It looks like Jensen Walker will lead as they go through turns 1 and 2 for this first time. Yes, streaking away from the rest of the field already as they head up to Christmas Corner for the first time in this one. Are they all going to make it through? Behaving themselves so far, that's pretty good. Honda's on their way down to Ashby Corner.
Yep, indeed. Good start then from the entirety of the grid. They've still got Ashby to go, though, and very defensive moves in the back of shot there. 3 wide as they were coming into the corner, but again, everyone getting out of it. So nice moves there all the way throughout. And a good clean start will get the order as they cross the line. But everyone with a good start to that race. Now, who is that still at the front? It looks like Oliver Spencer to me, potentially leading the way. So that would have been a good start from the second row of the grid, the number 42. They cross the line, and we'll get our order then as they go through. It's Zach Starbuck who leads the way. We do apologise from Alexander Kojikov, Jensen Walker, Albert Friend, Charlie Kitley, Riley Till, Sergio Wurz. Then it is Joshua Bagambe, Oliver Spencer, Finley Lyons, Mayan Patel, Joshua Smith, the man who won the first race, is up 8 positions at the moment, currently sitting in P12 from Kai Clark, Oliver Majewski from Callum Wilson, Hayden Gray, Max Fallon, Charlie Wolfit, the top 18 from Noah Barron, Rio Licata, and Adam Hill, the top 21 karts out there.
Big race this for Bagembe. Needs to strike back here. Joshua Smith, his championship rival, took a win in the first race, and moves like that is what we want to see from Bagembe. Finished 9th in the first race. I think that's him up to 7th place, maybe even more. It's been a very good opening salvo from Joshua Bagembe. It's down the inside there, also looking at the number 20 of Mayan Patel. Has had a really good season here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. Joshua Smith in the E-plate is in there as well. 5 minutes to go. It's Starbuck from Korechikov. Friend, Till, Bagembe indeed got more than one position on that last lap. Is up to 5th place. Wirtz, Walker, Patel, Lyons and Smith, that's the top 10. Here comes Oliver Majewski, who was at Silverstone yesterday, picking up his trophy for winning Super 1 karting championship in Honda Cadet 2021. He looked very smart too.
Really?
I liked it yesterday. There was a number of drivers who came very
suave,
nicely dressed for the trophy presentations.
As well, you should.
Yeah.
It'll look good when I get my winner's trophy. 4.5 minutes to go then. And the classic tucking your head in as much as possible starts to kick in. Albert Friend there in front of the 81 was on there, but Albert Friend hasn't got the company of the 81 just behind. It's got the company of the 44 on my timing screen. It was probably the 31 of Alexander Kodikov, so I was probably getting my names mixed up. So Zach Starbuck leads the way currently at the moment, 1.7 seconds clear. From those two having a bit of a scrap. This is a little further behind. This is probably the battle from 6th downwards, being led by Mayan Patel at the moment as they go through the shot. And again, everyone slotting into position. Sergio Wirtz from Finley Lyons, Oliver Majewski as well. Joshua Smith now up to P10, so a couple of more positions gained. There is Joshua Smith. Of course, lots of support out there for all of these drivers. I feel like there's a lot of hate coming to the commentary box from Alpha Live at the moment. I feel like they're targeting us, as there's a targeted move there and a well-calculated move in the mid-pack. The 52 gaining positions. It is indeed Bagembe, up into P4 now.
Yeah, this is a really good run from Bagembe. It's because James is on the account today. He's always giving us grief. 3 minutes to go here in Honda Cadet Heat number 2. Albert Friend is currently the fastest driver out there, 54.27 the driver in 2nd place. Who was that? I think there was a driver off there at Christmas Corner, just on driver's left. We'll try and capture who that was. It may have been... No, it won't have been Riley Till. Riley Till's transponder has not come through sector number 3, so we'll just keep an eye on that as to whether there's a problem there for the 44. 2.5 minutes to go. You just see Jensen Walker there passing through shot, now in 19th places. Here comes the number 63 of Max Fallon. Makes a nice move there, past Sergio Wirtz for 12th place. I think it is Riley Till. Riley Till has had a problem there on that last lap and has fallen down the order. That's a real shame for Riley. He was up in the top 5 But in the end, while it's going all the way down to the bottom of the order.
Yeah, currently 26th place at the moment. Crosses in 26th place, losing 23 positions on that last lap. Big shame there for Riley Till. Less than 2 minutes to go then of this race. Starbuck still leading from Friend Bagumbe and Koajikov, the top 4 at the moment. Then we have a battle led by Koajikov from Patel, Line, Smith and Majewski having a good little scrap. 90 seconds left on the timer, and this is that battle on your screens.
I just want to give this a shout out. Big thanks to Joe Cucurella-Yeomans for getting in touch. It's really sad to hear. Absolutely gutted we aren't racing. All of Tom's gear, Thomas Cucurella-Yeomans, has had a fantastic season. It's been stolen from a break in their caravan at home. I just wanted to say thanks to all of those who've donated to try and get some of that kit back. That's really, really sad to hear.
Yeah, it's never nice when something like that happens, and it's a big shame. A big, big shame.
60 seconds of this race to go. Looking at this group fighting over 5th place at the moment. Mayan Patel in number 20 at the front of it. Finley Lyons, the number 94, and Joshua Smith with the E-plates, showing once again just how competitive this Honda Cadet category is.
Just keeping an eye on that E-plate's nose cone.
Yeah.
It's very bouncy.
They're bouncing, a bit of tape coming off it as well. Lines down the inside of Patel there, and that may open an opportunity here for Smith to get through. But Patel shuts the door, side by side, 25 seconds to go, 2 laps for the Hondas here. And here comes Majewski getting involved as well, and the number 33.
Yeah.
And the 31, apologies, that's Koajikov. So Koajikov gets back a couple of positions that were lost there on lap 7. Noah Barham is now the fastest driver out there. We saw Noah have a great first race. He's having to work his way from the back of the order due to the reverse grid nature. Started this race, I think down in about 30th places, up to 11th. And there you just see him there. I agree with you, DJ. That nose cone on the E-plate kart is looking a bit loose.
It is indeed. The 40, Majewski just in the back of shots, trying to make moves there. Made a move and then lost a position as well. I think Callum Wilson just managed to get past. No, it wasn't. He's still behind, so it was Finley Lyons who managed to get past. Last lap board is out, and at the moment Zach Starbuck still leading the way, albeit the gap is closing. 0.6 of a second it was, as action still here into the braking zone of Christmas Corner. Everyone almost getting loaded into each other. The 11 of Callum Wilson there with that rear number plate now pointing upwards. Suspects that it may have been assisted upwards at some point in this race. Final couple of corners to go then, and at the moment the 88 and the 91 still leading the way. There they are on your screen. Zach Starbuck and Albert Friend. Nothing between them all the way through this race, and Albert Friend pushing that cut to the limits as much as possible. Closes right up to the back, but hasn't got the waft to get that cut past. And across the line, Starbuck takes the win from Albert Friend. Joshua Bagumbe crosses in 3rd place, and Joshua Smith crosses in 4th place, but I suspect may not stay there when it comes to checking those nose cones. We'll find out when they come into the pit lane. Koajikov crosses in 5th place from Oliver Majewski, Finley Lyons, Mayan Patel, Callum Wilson, Noam Barham, Max Fallon, Kai Clark, Charlie Wolfett, Adam Hill, Charlie Knightley, or Charlie Kitley, sorry, I should say, from Oliver Meek, Theo Champney, Rio Licata, Jake Schulz, Hayden Gray, Jensen Walker, Tyler Davis, Zach Champney, Charlie King, Riley Till, Jacob Batchelor, Oliver Spencer, Sergio Vers, and Sebastio Dezeo with Jensen Maplethorpe and Thomas Butcher. 31 cuts started this race, 31 cuts finished this race.
Always good to see. Zach Starbuck continues this great form that he's on. Won the final round, or the last round, here for WMKC, and gets a win there in heat number 2. Very, very good. In they come. We'll have their post-race scrutineering checks. Weaving through the sleeping policeman there. You don't want to get yourself a penalty off of those.
That's a happy weave, that is.
Make sure that you've liked, shared and subscribed to the channel and the stream here today. Thank you for your continued support. Yeah, I think there's trouble there for the E-plate of Joshua Smith. He's sent on his way. We're going to move on, and we'll get the next heat out on circuit, which will be heat 2 for Iami Cadet. Here's a grid for Army Cadets Heat number 2. Ethan Woodward and Jensen Graham on the front row. Enzo Butterazzi and Harley Hodgson Wells on row 2. Ethan Weldon and Max Ewell on the third row of the grid. Cody Lee Patterell and Sky Parker on row 4. Laith Khan and Cameron McPhee row 5. Braith Murdoch and Aaron Richardson on row 6. Blair Smith and Henry Clark row 7. Finley Hines and Canish Grau on row 8. George House and Chauncey Restrick on row 9. Max Mason and Sukmani Kira row 10. Archie Lovett and Levi McGrath row 11. Will Green and Justin Chalk on row 12. Ethan Lucas and Teddy Woodard on row 13. Joseph Smith and Jacob Nairn on row 14. Simeon Stone with supports coming from Mum, Amari, Kobe and Adam watching at home. Is there on row 15 alongside Isabel Banks. And then we've got Max Wright and Jarlath Sayer on row 16. Aston Brown and Quinn Cross complete the 34 kart field. So an ever-changing situation in this category. Very, very close here today. Just remind us, DJ, how the results looked last time round.
Indeed, yeah. Blair Smith took the race win from Braith Murdoch and Finley Hinds. The top 3 is at green flag first time. False start. Again, the field very spread out in the back of shot. Kanish Rao crossed the line in 4th place in the previous race from Sky Parker. Jensen Graham. Will Green finished in 7th place from Ethan Woodward. Laith Khan. Henry Clark, the top 10 out there. As they go through, I'm trying to see if anyone did get a penalty in that one. I can't quite see. Oh, yeah, penalties. So Joseph Smith got a penalty for nose cone. George House with a nose cone. Ethan Weldon with a nose cone as well. So 3 nose cone penalties from the first heat of this race. Hopefully we don't get any this time around of asking as drivers go through. And again, ladies and gentlemen, at home, give us a shout out. Where are you watching from? I saw a comment earlier on saying someone watching from Argentina. I suspect it snows there quite a lot. It's quite,
yes.
quite low down. So,
and for those in the UK, let us know where you are, whether you have snow.
Yeah. Let us know close by, because we want to know if we're getting it in a spin in the mid-pack. Oh, into the final corner. And then Marshall getting out of the way cleverly, because he was expecting a kart was going to come straight towards his way. It didn't. And I tell you what, the 62.
Harley Hodgson Wells.
New race suit, please. New race suit, please. I think needed. Here's a replay of what happened then, so you can just see Harley Hodgson Wells starting on the 2nd row, clips the inside curb. So there you go, they're pushing too early. You've got to wait until you're on the start-finish straight. And I think that yellow line you could just see there way ahead was the go line, I'm pretty sure.
Max Mason did really well to avoid that. That was very close to Max Mason on Max's rear left. Easily in a clip and a roll there. So well avoided.
Yeah, and strict hand signals there saying, come on, slow down. Think about it. Patience. Wait. Calm. Calm. Everyone's calm here. We're all calm. The viewers at home aren't calm. They're going, get the race underway. Drivers are trying. There we go. Into the final corner. Once again, patience. Get into the tram lines first. Then we'll get the green flag, and we do get the green flag. 5 minutes of racing, so a little bit less of time now after that false start as they go through. The mist clears, and it's a good start from the front row. Ethan Woodward and Jensen Graham with that good run side by side up there, and already a hand signal from Graham there saying, think, don't go for the move. But Braith Murdoch does dive down the inside of Ethan Woodward, and they both move up into second and first and second place. Everyone getting through as they come into the braking zone of Ashby again, side by side. And one of the karts spinning round a rotation. It's the 22 of Kanish Rao under braking. Looked for a move down the inside and thought, no, that's not worked. And unfortunately, the back end of that kart rotated round. And unfortunately, Kanish Rao is now at the back of the grid.
Off there is the number 25 of Jacob Nairn and the 66 of Max Wright. So 2 of our novices in trouble there down at Ashby Corner.
They are indeed, yeah. So again, once more, drama at the start of the IAME Cadet race. They cross the line. Jensen Graham leading the way with that fastest lap of the race so far, 55.56. has got the close company of Braith Murdoch, and again another car off in the back of shot there. That is the 57 that's gone around. And who is
Finley Hines?
It
That's
is
a big
indeed.
one. That's
yeah.
one of our championship contenders. Was third in heat number 1, and is not going to be third in heat number 2.
Yeah, exactly that. Crossed the line in 6th place, I suspect will not be there. And another spin. And who's that? That looked like that was quite high up in the order as well. It was just off shot. It's the 60. It was Jensen Graham, our race leader. Our race leader is out and is around. He's back on circuit now, but albeit far down the order. As everyone, what's going on?
It's the grip. It's got to be the grip. Very, very low temperatures here today at Whilton Mill. And drivers just finding it a bit tricky out there. 3 minutes of this race to go. Braith Murdoch inherits the lead of the race. There he is in the number 14, ahead of Ethan Woodward, who's having a strong run here. Enzo Butterazzi, another driver responding well to a difficult first heat, is there in the 02 plated kart. 3rd place at the moment. Jensen Graham has got going again. He's down in 21st position now. Sky Parker is currently the fastest driver out there, the number 20. I think we saw Max Mason being involved there with another change for position. Yeah, there comes the number 71 through into 4th place.
Yeah, indeed. So all eyes on this pack at the moment. Top 6 karts breakaway with 2 minutes to go. It's a short sprint race, and again Enzo Butterazzi there just covering that inside line as they go through Oblivion again. Fast corner, and then you've got Crook as well on the long run up here. Past Fine Lady, and again, late defensive move there from Murdoch. Woodward tries to go down the inside, can't quite do it, and Sky Parker is coming into play. Sky Parker now P3, wanting to make that move done, but can't quite do it. Slots back into place, single file as they go into the braking zone of Ashby. And again, it looks like Murdoch struggling with the exit of Christmas Corner. Because you see, it really gets loaded into when they come out through in towards Inkermans.
Does indeed. There's a mechanical flag out for Harley Hodgson Wells. It's not been a good race at all for the number 62 kart. 1 minute and 30 to go, and you see Sky Parker looking down the inside of Ethan Woodward there, but it was a half attempt, and that's opened the door for Max Mason to come through. Mason up to P3 then. 1 minute and 20 to go, and here going for the lead, Woodward down the inside into Oblivion. What a brave overtake that was, and he's made it work.
He has made it work. Yellow flags in this sector now as well, so they've got to be careful as they go through. Waved yellow flags, and that's an overtake. And that's an overtake under yellow flags. Well, goodness me, that was on camera. You couldn't miss it if you tried. That's going to be not the way you want to finish this race, but at the moment, Braith Murdoch now provisionally leading this race as they go through, and the rest of the field slotting into place. Less than a minute to go.
Yeah, well, the result here. Oh, as round goes the number 78 there.
Laith Khan.
Laith Khan goes off through Osiers. Can he get the kart going again? No, I think he's lost it.
Yeah.
And, well, I was about to say that the results here is going to be provisional with a capital P, with what we just saw there through Christmas Corner. 25 seconds to go. Max Mason, on the road at least, is your leader. Ethan Woodward second, Sky Parker third, Braith Murdoch fourth. Good to see. Laith Khan has got going again, and there's more trouble there for someone going wide through turn number 2. I'll try and work out who that is in a moment. I think it may have been Braith Murdoch. Braith Murdoch's not come through sector number 1 yet. So Braith Murdoch, who was looking good in the early stages of this one, is going to have a difficult score here, and it's going to affect his grid position in the final.
Yeah, it will indeed as they go through then. So Max Mason leading the way at the moment as they go through, and this the battle for second place. Ethan Woodward and Sky Parker. Parker back up into that position, and then a big old gaggle here just further behind. Last lap board comes out this time around as they go through. So Jensen Chalk, Ethan Weldon, Cameron McPhee, Enzo Butterazzi now down into P8. So lost 2 positions on that last lap as well, and was also fighting in the top 3. Down the inside looking Sky Parker into Christmas Corner. And a good move there, got it calculated well, holds on to it as they go through. Inkermans, are we going to see a late lunge from Woodward into Ashby? We are not. So again, good run there for Sky Parker.
The saving grace potentially for Max Mason, if something is coming post-race, is all of his championship rivals had poor races here in heat number 2. It's once again, it's typified as Army Cadet this season. It's wide open. You cannot predict what results going to come race by race. And here goes Max Mason round the final corner on the last lap.
It is indeed, yeah. Checker flag will come out this time. And there it is. So, provisional results, of course. Max Mason, Sky Parker taking second place from Ethan Woodward, Blair Smith, Jensen Chalk from Ethan Weldon, Cameron McPhee, Enzo Butarazzi, Max Yule, Brave Murdoch, Will Green, Levi McGrath, the top 12 from Henry Clark, Jensen Graham, finishing in 14th place with George House, Kanish Rao, and Josie Smith, the top 17. Josie Smith, the top novice driver as well, and that number 15, finishing in P17. Sukumana Kira in 18th place from John C. Restrick, Delith Sayer, and Finley Hines in the top 21 karts. Of course, those karts coming in, and of course, race results provisional, of course. I never really call out things like that, but it was kind of in the middle of your screen. It was pretty, yeah, it was. I don't usually make calls like that because it's not my decision to make calls like that, and that is, of course, the steward's decision. But it was quite clear on the screen what we saw, and I'm sure the viewers at home will agree with that one as well. But we'll wait to see what happens with those race results at the end of this one, and we'll see whether or not any nose cone penalties are coming into play as well.
Well, there we go. We'll see the Army Cadets back out later on today for their final. We're going to move on, though. And next up is race 11 on your schedules, which will be the second appearance and second heat of the day for Mini X30. Here we go then. Here's your grid for Mini X30 heat number 2. Jack Mowat has pole position for this one. Taylor Orridge alongside on the front row. Finn Leslie and Joshua Jones on row 2. Lucas Field and David McIntyre on row 3. Joshua Jarvis, looking to bounce back from disappointment in heat 1, starts on row 4 alongside Ryan Gill. Morgan Moore and Charlie Mills are on row 5. Sebastian Minns and Harrison Mackey are on row number 6. Riley Bishop and Fred Green start on row 7. Zach Green and Jack Owen Drawbridge due there on row number 8. Max Tomkinson not here today. If he was, he would have been starting on row 9 alongside Charlie Neve. And then we've got Luca Brooks on row 10 alongside Daniel De Benedictis.
There we go. Comments coming in. What is the track temperature, guys? Well, we don't actually have any temperature sensors in the circuit. I'm afraid it's not on our budget. But I suspect if someone went out there and sat on the track, I suspect they'll give you an accurate reading of nippy.
From my way, it'd be rake cold.
There we go, karts heading out, and again, that nippiness, I'm sure, is showing with how sideways they are out of the pit lane, of course, because it is a dry circuit. It's completely dry out there, but like you say, the temperature be chilly. Have a look at the results from the first race. Of course, Riley Bishop took the race win from heat number 1, cleared by 7.2 seconds. Checked out, did Riley Bishop, from Lucas Field and Harrison Mackey. So those positions did stay the same by the looks of it. Taylor Orridge and Sebastian Minns in 4th and 5th place from Fred Green, Jack Mowat in 7th place from Finn Leslie in 8th. Charlie Mills and Jack Owen Drawbridge, your top 10 from race number 1. Where is Riley Bishop starting? He's starting 13th place on row 7 in this one, so a bit of work to do. See whether or not he can close that gap and take another heat win potentially in this one. We'll have to see, but a group of very quick drivers into the tram lines. It looks like a bit of a messy start, and it is a false start. It has been declared a false start. It was a very late call on a false start, but it was a false start call nonetheless.
Hello to Harry Friel, who says, happy birthday to Jack Owen Drawbridge for yesterday. Happy birthday, Jack.
Happy belated birthday. Happy birthday nonetheless. Love my birthday.
Yeah?
Yeah, I love it. I don't know why.
What time of year?
July.
July.
Yeah, I'm a summer baby.
Ah. I'm a late Jan baby.
Oh, no. Oh.
I'm used to weather like this
yeah.
on my birthday.
The January blues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good chance this for Jack Mowat. didn't have the kind of race that he would have wanted in race 1, only finished in 7th place. Still has a chance at this title, but really needs a big score, I feel, in this one.
Danny June joins us back. Terry Ellingham comes in and says, ask a cameraman. Well, I can comfortably say that a cameraman said, yes, it's absolutely Baltic out there.
Another spinner.
Yeah.
Joshua Jarvis. And
That's
I think that's going to be another false start.
Again, these drivers very, very eager to get going. And, of course, because it's so slippery out there, they can't really get the power down until they're on the main straight. Everyone, calm down.
Yep. We may see some time start to be deducted here for this group.
Yeah, I had a message from Jonathan, who is our Pitts Bend cameraman, and he says, I didn't bring my snowbrella. Wind has picked up, and I can't feel my feet and hands.
Oh, dear.
I expect Fraser just in the back of shot there, who's up at Christmas corner, cameraman, who got his car stuck, well done, is also feeling the temp because he's literally on a hill.
Yeah, that's probably the worst place on the circuit to stand if you want to try and keep warm. But do make sure that you give a subscribe to Alpha Live if you've not done so already. Do it for the cameramen. It'll warm their hearts.
It
if
will.
Not their feet and hands. Here we go then. Are we good for a start? Yes, we are. 5 minutes for X30 heat number 2 for the minis. And it's a good start for Jack Mowat. Jack will lead up to turn number 3, also known as Christmas. Taylor Orridge trying to look around the outside, and a few drivers squirreling for grip, and the 84's gone round there, was tipped into a spin by Fred Green, the number 15. So Joshua Jones has not had a happy time there on lap number 1. Down into Ashby they go. No incidents to report through there. That was just the start that Jack Mowat was looking for, DJ.
Yeah, it was indeed. Nice start, and one going very wide, and that's not the start you want. Off wide, and that looked to me like it was a single-digit number, but we don't have a single-digit number out there, so I'm talking absolute porky pies. We'll find out who it was in just a moment, but it looked like a mid-pack driver who went round, and we'll find out.
May have been Ryan Gill, I suspect. 4 minutes to go. As I say, the time allocated has been reduced for this race. Oh, and Riley Bishop's going towards my favourite tyre wall. Can he avoid it? Yes, he can. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going, and back on the circuit. But that is not what Riley Bishop would have wanted, and it's going to drop him all the way down, I think, to about 15th place.
Yeah, so I believe it was Joshua Jarvis who was the driver who went... oh, no, it was Ryan Gill who went wide out of that corner. Yeah, Joshua Jarvis was at Christmas corner, wasn't it?
Yep.
So, yeah, drama all the way throughout there, and this is heating up because it's the battle for second place. So Jack Mowat's opened up a gap, clear by just about a second. This is Sebastian Mins and Lucas Field having a good battle. Harrison Mackey still there in 5th place now, as Fred Green has managed to just get past as well. So Fred Green up into 4th place as Finn Leslie crosses the line in 6th from Taylor Orridge, up 2 places on that last lap. Well, it looked like Lucas Field was going to go for a lunge there, and he thought against it very quickly. Rest of the field slotting through as well. Good battles, and there's the lunge he was looking for at Christmas corner. So Field down the inside of Mins through Ashby, and that's allowed Fred Green to close right up, and also Harrison Mackey. So these 4 drivers, although, yes, there's not much time to go, but they need to use these 2 minutes to close up to Jack Mowat, because all these wheels can work better than 4 on its own.
They can indeed. This is a big race for Lucas Field now. The situation we've seen for Riley Bishop, bit of an open door to get some points back on Riley Bishop's lead, and also try and get pole position for the final, because Lucas Field finished the first race earlier on this morning in 2nd place. 2.25 minutes to go. This pack of 4 trying to work together now. Field, Mins, Green and Mackey. Fastest driver out there at the moment is Taylor Orridge, who's just done a 49.73. You see him there in Kart's number 66. And that's a big first sector, DJ, from Lucas Field. 15.85 has pulled in at least a 10.5 on Jack Mowat here.
Yep, he has indeed. We'll see what the gap is when they next cross the line, because you can see he actually is pulling away from Sebastian Mins just behind as well. Sebastian is keeping Fred and Harrison at bay at the moment. They're not getting past, but But as they go through, there is the gap. Jack Mowat crosses the line, and a fastest lap of the race, 49.43. But that's just been wiped out by Taylor Orridge with a 49.34 as they cross the line. But he did take a tenth of a second out of Jack Mowat. But that gap is still 1.3 seconds with 90 seconds left on the timer.
Big second sector from Jack Mowat. He looks fast in the more tight and technical parts of the circuit, especially as they go through the boots, which may serve him well going into the latter stages of this one. Just over a minute on the clock to go, and the +1 lap is down the inside there. Was that Mackie looking for a move past Fred Green?
Yeah, it was indeed. I don't know if he's made it done, but he has made that move done. So Harrison Mackie now up into P4 with less than a minute to go as they go through the shot now around the final corner. This is a look a little further back. That is Taylor Orridge and Finn Leslie, with Zach Green as well getting involved in a bit of a scrap. 40 seconds left on the timer. The gap now just over a second as another 0.3 of a second was taken out from Jack Mowat's lead by Lucas Field.
Yeah, this is really good stuff from Lucas Field. He's keeping Jack Mowat under pressure here. Here's the number 75 of Luca Brooks, who's had a really good race, the novice, up to 9th place ahead of Jack Owen Drawbridge at the moment. Riley Bishop is now the fastest driver out there. The trouble is he's down in 13th place, 48.98. There is Lucas Field still in 2nd place. What has the lap time been like this time around? Well, in fact, yeah, definitely closing in there. The thing is, though, I think they're going to see the last lap board. Are they? Yes, they are. So last lap now for Jack Mowat. Can he hold on? The lead is 0.9 of a second. Lost a tenth and a half last time around. Doesn't need to defend at this stage. He's got a good gap over Lucas Field, just has to stay calm.
Yep, he does indeed. Not make any mistakes and stick on that normal racing line. No need to defend at the moment because that gap is still large enough. Again, another purple sector 1 from Lucas Field. He has really found the waft in that Mini X30 kart as they go through. Only a couple more corners to go. I don't think it's close enough because the main overtaking opportunity is into this corner, and he is nowhere near close enough as they go through. So Jack Mowat, the 23 for the crop promotion team, comes round the final corner, and in Mini X30 heat number 2 takes the race win. And he'll be happy with that one from Lucas Field. Sebastian Mins, Harrison Mackie crossing the line with a P4. With Taylor Orridge, Fred Green, Zach Green just behind the top 6, and it's still heating up in the back of shot as well because the 34 of Ryan Gill just got past Joshua Jarvis as well for the 17th place as they cross the line. As the rest of the field slot through. A great race from these drivers. They'll head into the pit lane and we'll find out if anyone received a nose cone penalty.
Very good win, that Jack Mowat. I'd go as far to say that's his best win, best drive of the year so far here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. Needed a result and delivered it. Really, really top drive. If you have missed any of the races so far today, or this season, in fact, you can watch all of the races back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Just search WMKC.
Good for Mowat.
And good for Mowat as they come in for Nose Cone Watch. If not subscribed already, do click that button. Click the notification bell as well. All massively helps us out here at Alpha Live. Of course, we'll be back in 2 weeks' time for the next round, the final round of this championship for 2021. We're going to move on, though, from the Mini X30s. We'll see them again later on this afternoon for their final. Next up, race number 12. And it's Mini Rotax. Mini Rotax Max are out next. Here we go then for Minimax heat number 2. Macaulay Guy and Mitchell Mulvey on the front row of the grid. Hugh Moulton and Oliver Smith on row 2. Callum Gosh and Kasper Tomaszewski start on the third row of the grid. And then we move to find on the fourth row of the grid Mikey Walker and Joshua Turnbull. Joshua Withcombe and Josh Camp are on the fifth row of the grid. Corey Fowler and Ellis Snow are on the sixth row of the grid. Daniel Amore and Reg Hayward on row 7. Damien Barris Haggett and Sasha Bagley-Dew on row 8. Ronnie Coburn and Oliver Smith on row number 9. Victor Hansen and Ben Crossley, row 10. Ewan Charman and Michael Dalton on row 11. George Ivanov and Edward Rose there on the 12th row of the grid. Lucy Wheeldon and Harrison Morrow on row 13. Oliver Sander and Zach McDonald, row 14. Riven Welsh and Ben Tester on row 15. We're into our novices now. Harry Clogger and Alexander Zingarevich on the 16th row of the grid. I do think we've got, oh dear, there's off there is the number 13.
That's
Harry Miauskis.
yeah,
And also indeed. Off is the number 39. What's happening here? Oliver Sander.
Yeah, these cold times, isn't it? Steve Ravenscross joins us on the stream. Hello, Steve. Steve brings up a question earlier on. We were having a chat in the midweek. When is too early to put up your Christmas decorations?
I'm going to be a bit of a Grinch here and say I don't like them coming up before the 1st of December. I can tolerate 1st of December. I get why certain places do it a little bit earlier than that, but
Soon as Halloween's over, that's it.
I don't like it.
Christmas deck's up.
I don't like it.
1st of November for me. Let us know what you think at home, whether or not it is. Oh dear, and that nose cone's come right off.
That's Macaulay Guy.
It is. I think false start's going to come out. It is.
That's a real shame. There's some support from Macaulay in the chat. Mall in Jersey. There's a wildfire, but yeah, that is that's been a significant bump to take a front bumper off. I hope Macaulay's okay. He's getting out of the car. It looks a little bit.
Yeah.
Gingerly walking away. He's limping a bit as well. And unfortunately, that is Macaulay Guy, who was due to start this race from P2, and there's more incidents towards the back of the field. The number 21 of Victor Hansen is involved, and the 61 of Sasha Bagley.
My goodness me, these it's so tricky out there. I mean, it's the strangest conditions we've had. It's purely because it's cold. Yeah. That's all it is. It's just cold. The track's completely dry. These drivers are on slick tyres, and they're trying to get the temperature into the tyres. They are, but because the track surface is just so cold, it's just not working. It's just not working for them, and it is causing absolute carnage all the way here. So, Steve-O saying definitely going to get a nose cone penalty. Yes, you could be right. Planning on putting ours up today. There you go.
Each to their own.
Each to their own. Into the tram lines. Good start. Here we go then. Minimax Heat 2 underway. Everyone through the corner, but bar it, the 22, and a big clout there. It was one, I think, the Harry Clogger as well. So George Ivanov and Harry Clogger coming together at the first corner, and that is just drama. And there is heavy front end damage there to the number 22.
Yeah, second race where it's been an incident involving George Ivanov on the first lap. That's really not good to see for George. It's going to be a busy hour or so to get that kart repaired and ready for the final. Meanwhile, at the front, Aras Miauskis. It's the thing, isn't it? Have a spin on your parade lap and then do it really well when you get into the race.
Have a spin, get a win. There you go.
There's a number 72 going through the shot. Harry Clogger has got back underway. There's Josh Camp. The rear bar on that number 74 repaired after it came loose in the first heat, but it's Miauskis from Turnbull, Hayward, Moulton, Gosh, Amor, Dalton, Mulvey, Charman, Smith. That's your top 10. Biggest mover on that first lap was actually shared between Michael Dalton and Ewan Charman. Both of those drivers were up 9 places on the first lap.
Yep, it is indeed, and I'm pretty sure in saying that this is Aras Miauskis' first proper appearance in Mini-Max. And a spin in the back of shot as well, as one of the mid-pack cars did go very wide there, and that was off at Inkerman's, a very tricky place to get off, and they're back onto the circuit. It's the 38, so that was Oliver Smith from 13th place. And Moore coming back into shot there, the 46 Grazie Valley livery coming through, nice shiny yellow. How long will it remain that nice shiny yellow in these conditions? Well, yet to see. Just about 5 minutes to go. Diving down the inside goes the number 44 of Michael Dalton. Gets that move done and moves up another position. A late lunge there from one of the Argenti karts. I think that was Ben Crossley, the number 5, making that move. Up 2 positions on that last lap as they all slot back into position as they go through all these years once more. It's getting very racy in this mid-pack, but at the moment, Miauskis leading the way. but he has got the no, wait, is that the Miauskis there? It is, yeah, that's Aris Miauskis. He's way down the order, so what's happened there? Because he's lost the lead, Reg Haywood's taken the lead, and Reg Haywood is now clear by nearly a second.
Indeed. Very, very good stuff from Haywood. Here comes Daniel Amor down the inside of Miauskis, takes second place.
Yeah, that was a nice move there. So Miauskis struggling at the moment, has lost his rhythm after leading this race. At the moment, falling down the order slightly, as down the inside there as well. 83 of Joshua Turnbull on the outside. It looked like Hugh Moulton getting through. It could have been Ewan Charman, actually. The number 3 plate, it was indeed Ewan Charman who got through. So as they go through, pressure all the way through this field, as teammate is about to see teammate.
This is a big drive from Daniel Amor. I'm just putting some of the numbers in for the points. By my calculations, he is moving significantly closer to being the Minimax champion. Down the inside, here comes Hugh Moulton on Aris Miauskis, and it's down to Callum Gosh and Oliver Smith to take the battle to Daniel Amor now and see if they can take this title fight on to round number 10 in a couple of weeks' time.
So Charman has managed to get past Miauskis there. The two Argenti drivers as they go through in towards the boot section. Reg Haywood leading the way from Daniel Amor, but Daniel Amor took 0.3 of a second out of Haywood's lead on that last lap. Crosses the line this time, takes another 0.3 of a second out of the lead. So that gap is now less than, it's about half a second now between our top two. And I have to say that Hugh Moulton is tagging along, and so is Ewan Charman. Ewan Charman, of course, who took the race win earlier on, as down the inside goes Josh Camp to take 11th place, just behind, and they're still, that overtake is still happening as they go through Inkermans, and it looks like now it's signed, sealed and done as they go through. But your top three really closing up at the front of this pack. Well, I say the top four really closing up as they come into the boot section. 2 minutes to go. Charman looking down the inside of Moulton there. Can't quite get it done. Slots back into position now as they come through. Across the line they go. It's still Haywood from Amor. Moulton and Charman as they cross the line. Miauskis is still there, or Miauskis, sorry, is still there in 5th place from Michael Dalton. But the top four train, and Amor looking to the inside into Christmas corner, gets it done, moves up into the race lead with 1.5 minutes to go. That's really going to close the pack up now, because Charman's going for the move on Moulton. Charman now up into P3. He wants that second heat win of the day. Can he do it with 90 seconds to go? It's still very possible as they go through once more. Round Oi's ears, but Daniel Amor is leading this way on that special livery.
Great race this from the Minimaxers. Joshua Camp has had a contact warning. Needs to be careful that he doesn't do any more of that or he'll get a penalty. Over a minute to go. What we're going to have? We're going to have 3 more laps for these drivers to decide who's going to take the victory in this one. Daniel Amor continues to lead, but here comes Reg Haywood, and here comes Ewan Charman as well. Haywood ducks to the inside, goes to the lead, defends at the same time. This is almost a small bit of contact there, and Daniel Amor holds onto it. Hugh Moulton's trying to get through now as well in the number 51. Oh, almost a big moment there for Ewan Charman. I thought he was going to go round. He's brilliantly held that. He's now going to defend from Hugh Moulton into as they go then for the 8th time, and this is a cracking race, and Daniel Amor still leads it.
It is indeed. Yeah, Miauskis has managed to catch back up as well, because this battle was really heating up and it's just closing the pack up. Keep an eye for Michael Dalton and Callum Ghosh as well, because they'll also be next in line. 20 seconds left on the timer, couple more laps to go as they cross the line. Amor from Haywood, Charman, Moulton and Miauskis and Dalton. The top 6 out there, but the top 5 who are battling at the moment, pulling out of the slipstream once again. Haywood to the inside, and this time he gets it done, and Charman comes through as well. So that's Daniel Amor down into P3 now as Haywood takes the lead again, and Charman taking the opportunistic move in towards Ashby and gets the lead in 2 corners. So Charman once again winning this race earlier on, is looking like he's going to win this race later on in the day as well. Last lap board is out this time around and has got a comfortable lead already.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic race. Ewan Charman has just got one more lap of the circuit to close out this victory and take pole position for the final. There it is. There is the last lap board. So it's Charman, Hayward, Moulton, Miauskis, Amor. No reason to panic for Amor. This is still good points for Daniel in this title fight. As defensive there goes Reg Hayward, trying to keep Hugh Moulton behind. He's been successful in keeping Moulton behind. Good news for Ewan Charman that he extends his lead. Doesn't have to worry about defending now as they go into the last half of the final lap.
Yep, they are indeed as they go through. Charman comfortably in the lead. It's all going to be down to whether or not Reg Hayward could keep his teammate behind him, because Moulton's trying to get past. You have to remember these are two Coles cars, despite the fact that Reg Hayward hasn't got a livery kit on his car. He is still racing for the Coles team. But out of the final corner, Ewan Charman, the number 3, is going to make it 2 for 2 in the heats as he crosses the line to take the race win and the fastest lappers of the race as he crosses the line of a 48.16. From Reg Hayward, Hugh Moulton, Aris Miauskis, from Daniel Amor with Michael Dalton, Corey Fowler, Callum Ghosh, Oliver Sander, Josh Camp, Joshua Turnbull, Oliver Smith with Ben Crossley, Mitchell Mulvey with Kasper Tomolowski, Harrison Morrow, Alexander Zingarevich and Victor Hansen taking the top 18 spots from Sasha Bagley, Joshua Whitcomb taking the 20th spot out there. Nose cone watch is coming up thick and fast, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who got through, because that was a feisty race.
It was indeed. It is the kind of race that we can see the odd nose cone penalty occur. There is your winner, Ewan Charman. He's in fine form here today.
Gary Walker there, apparently the 3rd best scrutineer in the country, with a proper hat to keep his head warm there. From Stephen Ravenscroft. And oh dear, Ewan Charman, your race winner, has got a nose cone drop. So that is a disaster. So Reg Hayward goes through to take the provisional race win. Hugh Moulton gets through, and Aris Miauskis takes 3rd place then provisionally as they go through. That's an absolute disaster for Ewan Charman.
And good news as well for Daniel Amor, because that'll mean some more points for him in his title challenge. And was that one for Oliver Sander as well?
It looked like it, and one here for the 83 as well of Joshua Turnbull. So again, it just shows that despite the fact that the racing is excellent, you've just got to be careful of what you do with that front nose cone. It can come back to bite you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are midway through the day. That was Mini-Max Heat 2, of course. Junior Max Heat 2 is underway just after this one, but the clouds are starting to darken out there. Reports of snow close by. This weekend is far from over. Stick around, because Junior Max Heat 2 is coming up next.
Let's have a look at the grid then for this next race. This is Junior Max Heat number 2. Alfie Davies on pole position, Ben Follen alongside on the front row. Jensen Weston and Bobby Rosier are on row number 2. Ethan Simmons and Jamie Perrelly are on the 3rd row of the grid. James Riley and Alex Duncan start on row 4. Aidan Hassan and Blake Ticehurst on row 5. Lexi Belk and Reza Sawurathan on row number 6. Freddie Ingram and William Young on row 7. Leo Purchase and James Jackson row 8. Mac McFarquhar and Kai Bacini on row number 9. Then we find Ronnie Mansfield and Miles Dawn on row 10. Ronnie Smith and Daniel Sabula on row 11. Zane Khan and Jessica White on row 12. William Ray and Oliver Kerr row 13. Alfie Brain Maxley row 14. Spencer Brownman, Jack Cooper on row 15. Murphy Aldridge and Ewan Thomas row 16. George Allen and George Donald complete the 34 kart field.
Busy grid this one, probably the busiest, I believe, or one of the busiest. It's definitely going to be one to keep an eye on, as the temperature's still very low here at Whilton Mill, as the drivers trying to test their steering. They're not warming the tyres because they're not allowed to do that technically. They're testing their steering to make sure that works. That's what they're doing there. So everyone's on the same page. There we go. Are we going to get a race start first time around for this grid? I'm not too sure. Junior Rotax. Their Heat 1. Max Lee took the race win, of course, from Spencer Burrow and Ronnie Mansfield. The top 3 from Blake Ticehurst. What are we going to see this time around? Into the final corner. And again, nice and steady. Don't push too early. Wait until you're in the tram lines. Oh, it's pushed too early, I think, and it is a false start because the reason why you're not allowed to push too early, ladies and gentlemen at home, you're watching these starts and you're wondering why they're getting a false start, because you see the race leaders, they can push really early, but the drivers who are in the mid-pack right behind, they then have to accelerate fully round a corner that you can't accelerate fully round, and they don't go into the tram lines. You have to wait, keep the pack bunched up, get everyone in the tram lines, and then go. And at the moment, they're just not quite doing that.
Yep, and they may well lose some time because of this championship situation, just for those keeping abreast of that. Ronnie Mansfield and Max Lee in a very, very tight battle between the two of them. Spencer Brown a little bit further behind. A very, very intriguing situation that we've got in this one. Max Lee, as we mentioned, won the first race. Ronnie Mansfield was up there as well, P3. Support coming in for Lexi Belk. Kart's number 98. Starting in the middle of the pack, I think, yeah, 11th place for Lexi in this one. Can do something from there. So fingers crossed this time we're good to go for Junior Max Heat number 2. We are indeed. There goes the Union flag. 7 minutes plus 1 lap is underway here for Junior Max. They had a bit of a messy first lap in the first one, and there's a couple of drivers I think running wide, but that's a bit better than we were before. Up to Christmas Corner we go for the first time, and a big moment there. Great save by Freddie Ingram as off goes Miles Dawn in the number 17, and well, Freddie Ingram nearly was in there as well in the number 76 and just about held that all together, but it's a better start this time from the Junior Max drivers here in Heat 2. Yeah,
Definitely is so indeed. There's Perrelli up into P5 by the looks of it. Looks like he's gained a couple of places, and there now the carnage comes in as they go through Wilkins. 4, 5, 6 karts involved and several wide. They all keep going, but it was just a bit of a, I think, one spin, and then they parted like the Red Sea and then went left, right, and avoiding action. As again, another kart very slow just at the back of the shot. Is that the 16 potentially as they go through? I think it could have been the 17 of Miles Dawn. No, it was George Donald, the 16, lost 6 places on that last one. The same with William Young, lost 14 positions on that last lap.
It's a tricky spot for someone to spin in that scenario, that first of the 2 left-handers, because it's probably the tightest area of the circuit. You know, it's not particularly wide, and you're approaching it with a good amount of speed as well. So not a surprise that a few drivers have to take avoiding action there. But Ben Folland leads this race at the moment. Had a great first lap, 1.68 seconds out front, ahead of Jensen Westerners. Off there is that the number 76 in trouble. It's Ingram. So, well, Freddie Ingram got away with it first time, didn't get away with it second time, and will lose quite a few positions as a result of that.
Yeah, he will indeed. Down the inside again. That was another Thule Motorsport karts making moves into the first corner. Bold move, that one. 62 pulling out of the slipstream. Ronnie Mansfield getting that move done, or half done on Alfie Davis, and gets it done. Yep. Good calculated time there, and as they dive down into the braking zone once again of Ashby, everyone's slotting into position. No lunges thus far as they go through, but like you were saying, Ben Folland looking very quick out on circuit in this race. 47.52, set a purple sector 1 as well, and is clear by 2.2 seconds.
This is a big move from Ronnie Mansfield when you compare where he is in the order to his championship rival. Spencer Brown is in 20th, Max Lee 22nd at the end of the second lap. So the fact that Ronnie Mansfield is now up to 7th place, as here comes the number 49 of Bobby Rosier down the inside of Jensen Weston, takes 3rd place. Textbook move through Christmas Corner. Very nice to see from Bobby Rosier.
Perfect.
Very good.
Perfect.
Very good.
It's very nicely done.
So Mansfield now up to 7th, Lee up to 21st. Is the fastest driver out on circuit though, so Max Lee's got time to pull some points back here. Winner of the first heat, but Ronnie Mansfield is putting a bit of a statement in here. This is one of those classes where it's all about who races through
who closes out the season strongest. It's almost become like a couple of O plates at the end of the season because it's so close after 8 complete rounds so far.
Yeah, it really is. So it's going to be a fantastic end to the season for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. I urge everyone watching today to make sure you watch the next round in a couple of weeks' time as the 41 of James Jackson makes the move there on Alfie Davis. Moves up one more spot there, and kind of also wanting to get involved as they go through. Ben Volland on the first race finished 6th place in his race with the fastest Sector 2. Still currently leading that gap, still 2.7 seconds, despite the fact that Jamie Perrelly is now up into P2 and has actually took a 10th out of that gap on the last lap. With 3 minutes to go, potentially, maybe, took another 3/10 out of it that time around as they go through. Gap now 2.4 seconds. So you reckon we can close that gap? Reckon he can do it? It's a lot of real estate in between, and at the moment he's actually defending, so that might not work out in his favour as they go through, because that gap still is there. Look at a lot of real estate in between those two, so a lot of gap he's got to close up as the rest of the pack starts to dive into the Ashby hairpin, but he's got the close company of Bobby Rosier there, the 49, who has made moves in this race, and blue flag starting to kick in.
I think for James Riley. James Jackson, by the way, has got through past Alfie Davies for 9th place. Jessica White has also made an overtake stick on Lexi Belt for 13th. 2.25 minutes to go. Ben Folland's lead is now 2.48 seconds ahead of Jamie Perrelly and Bobby Rosier. Ronnie Mansfield has got past Aidan Hassan. That's another position for Mansfield, up to 6th place now. He's got good pace.
Excellent stuff for those two, and can confirm that after that defensive move from Perrelly on that last lap, he did lose 4 thousandths of a second on Ben Folland. It's not a lot at all, but in this it feels like a lot, doesn't it? Oh, and a rotation, that's the 19.
Yeah, it's James Riley, who was already a lap down. I just wonder if he's got offline there to let some drivers through, because that's another thing that can happen in these conditions, that you get off the racing line, where we've already been saying there's not a lot of grip there. You go off it to let somebody through, and it is like you're on ice.
Yeah.
And you have those issues. Ronnie Mansfield, new fastest lap of the race, in fact equal with Aidan Hassan, 46.01, and here he is down the inside of Jensen Weston. That will do nicely. That is 5th place for Ronnie Mansfield now. He really is on a charge. This is a bit of a statement from one of our championship contenders.
Ronnie Mansfield finished 3rd in his first heat earlier on, so making moves and seeing if we can close that gap up a little bit more. Less than a minute to go then on the timer, and it looks like Ben Folland has got this race in the bag at the moment, because he is continually holding that gap. 2.5 seconds. He's not really losing any time. He's not gaining any time with them. Everyone's on the same pace, but he's maintaining that gap from this battle a little bit further behind. This is still the battle further behind as well, because that's Ronnie Mansfield on Ethan Simmons now. So that is now back up into 4th place for Mansfield. But now he's got a big gap to close up to the next group in front, and I don't think he's got enough time to do that. But hey, miracles could happen.
4th place will do, though, when his title rivals are further down the order. He's pulling out more of a gap over the rest of them from what he started at the start of this race. Who's that off? Is that number 33?
I think it is, yeah, 38.
Might have been. I'll catch who it was in a moment's time. If it was and off there is another one of our drivers from the higher order. Ethan Simmons has fallen down the order. So a bit of drama here towards the end of Junior Max Heat number 2. Ben Folland still leads. Jamie Perrelly, Bobby Rosier, Ronnie Mansfield into top 4. Bobby Rosier actually the fastest driver out there at the moment on a 45.93. So yeah, I think it was Ethan Simmons who we saw off at Osiers.
And I think George Donald as well. He's crossed the line, but he lost 4 places on that last lap. And we are on the last lap, and Ben Folland at the moment is clear by some 2.2 seconds. And the next flag he will see is the checkered flag. And there it is for Ben Folland across the line from Jamie Perrelly and Bobby Rosier, who managed to hold on to that top 2 and 3 positions. Ronnie Mansfield crosses, he takes a P4. He'll be happy with that one, as that again James Riley off track. He's struggling with these cold conditions out there. Aidan Hassan, great result, finishing 5th place with the number 64 from Leo Purchase. James Jackson, Blake Ticehurst crossing in 8th place. Jessica White with the top 10, finishing 9th place, with Jensen Weston finishing with the top 10.
Very good stuff from the Junior Max drivers. We'll see their final later on this afternoon. You're watching live coverage of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships for 2021. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you. If you join the commentary, at Double Dash MM on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, let us know who you're supporting. And also in the YouTube comments, of course, keep them coming in. And if you don't mind sharing the stream out as well, there's 450 people watching is what I've just heard in my ear. Thank you very much, guys.
Goodness
Let's
me.
try and get that up to 500 if we can. And yeah, share the stream out. Let folks know that we're racing here today. WhatsApp groups, that's a good way of letting people know. I just heard in my head, it's a very good idea. Stick it in your WhatsApp group, family WhatsApp group.
Ooh, 27. Daniel Sabula, I was chatting to his dad this morning and he was saying, oh, we weren't here yesterday because it was horrible conditions, so we just came today. And they were debating whether or not to come today. They came today and he's got himself a nose cone, so that's a shame. So that's a nightmare.
But yes, let folks know that we're on the air and that we've got racing coverage for you here today. No snow at the moment, which is good to hear. And we're going to move on from the Junior Max drivers. We'll see them out again later on for their final. Next up out on circuit, it's race number 14, the second heat of the day for Junior X30. Here we go then for Junior X30 and their second race of the day. Dayton Coulthard has pole position for this one. Sam Longley joins him on the front row of the grid. Rhys Lomax and Remy Gilbert are on row 2. Tom Wainwright and Cian Geraghty are on the 3rd row of the grid. Josh Agambar and Freddie Allen are on the 4th row of the grid. Jack Cox and David Marshall are on row 5. Cian Leon Gamio and Amelia Pennington start from row number 6. And then it's Ollie Stevenson, Harry Ewell on row 7. Archie Heron and Jaden Gregg both can put an overtake in and will need to do so from row 8. Oliver Harris and Ryan Etchberg start on row number 9. Jack Collins and Henry Gregory are on row 10. Luke Taylor and Michael Rapsey on row 11. Tiger Dixon and Finley Harrison start on row number 12. Sam Baker and Zaki Hussain start on row 13. Then it's Luke Sinclair and Leo Brown in an all JDR. Row 14, Micah Taylor and Doridas Deglu start on row 15. And then we've got our novices towards the back, Hayden Bailey and Kai Carrington on row 16, Mia Rapsey forming up the 33 entries in this one.
I have to say, I've got a bit of nostalgia when I saw a Coulthard name on the front row of a grid. That took me back. I mean, I was about 4 years old when it was on front row.
If his dad's in the paddock today, you're not making yourself popular. If you are here, DC, I was a little bit older. Maybe like 10. But yes,
maybe 27.
Heat number 2 for Junior X30 head out for their formation lap. How did the result look from heat number 1, DJ?
Finley Harrison took the race win from Mackay Taylor. Archie Heron took 3rd place from Luke Sindler. Henry Gregory, Jaden Gregg, the top 6 from Zaki Hussain. Cian Gamio in the top 8 from Cian Geraghty. Rhys Lomax took a top 10 finish. There was a lot of nose cone penalties. Jack Collins, Jack Cox, Amelia Pennington, Freddie Allen, Kai Carrington, Doridas Deglu, Tom Wainwright, AJ Arnold, Leo Brown and Rylan Eschberg all had nose cone penalties.
Yeah, it was a bit rough and tumble, this class, when we saw them earlier on this morning. It'll be a bit cleaner here for this one.
Karting World says, I heard if you hit the like button, you gain at least 0.3 of a second per
yes,
lap. I think
that
is
fact.
Very true.
That's
I don't think
absolute fact.
I don't think the drivers on track can currently do that right now. If they are,
do it for the final.
yeah, exactly that. In towards the final corner then. Hold it back. Patience. Don't go too early. Now we go. Green flag out, and it's a good start then from the front row. And also a spin in the back of shot. Several cuts off back into the middle of the track. And everyone gets around, but there's karts facing the wrong way, and we'll have to find out what happened there. It all happened so fast, I didn't keep up.
Let's have a look at a replay of that start then.
So in the mid-pack, you just see there, 21?
Yeah, it's Amelia Pennington.
Yeah, was indeed. Just in the middle of shot there, and then unfortunately came back into the middle of the track, and then there were several more karts that got involved there as well. And yeah, several, that was, oh God blimey.
Jack Collins who was piling in there in the number 10, and there's more goings on involving Ollie Stevens through the boot. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 1. Reece Lomax leads from AJ Arnold, Tom Wainwright third, Morgan Moore fourth, Finley Harrison, brilliant start, up 13 places is Finley Harrison. Then it's Stevens, Heron, Geraghty, Ewell and Coulthard. Here is Coulthard trying to go round the outside of the number 46 there, being forced out wide to the edge, and that's a good move. That is a good move from Dayton Coulthard. Was being forced to the edge there, kept his foot in, and has been rewarded with a position.
Yeah, he has indeed. And there was another kart that was trying to go around the outside there of the kink, trying to get that move done. I think it was the 48.
It might have been Finley Harrison, the 49. So yeah, just to know, I think Coulthard's kart has got transponder issues again. We saw this in heat number 1. Sam Stevens and Leo Brown getting involved there with the number 77. As they flow through, yes, I think yes, Coulthard is a lot higher up the order than what timing is saying. So just keep that in our minds. There's Archie Heron, the number 59.
Looks like he's in 5th place
yes.
at the moment. So we'll mark that down on a piece of paper just so we don't forget ourselves. Reece Lomax leading the way, though, at the moment. Of course, he finished 10th place in his first one. And Coulthard going a little bit wide there. And down the inside goes Archie Heron. So now Heron moves up into P5 as they go through. Just under 5 minutes to go of this race. And as you can see, they're working hard and working well, sticking with that lead pack at the moment. But a little bit spread out further up the field, and then there's a big group just behind as well, and that's where it's starting to heat up. That's got Kieran Geraghty, Morgan Moore, Leo Brown, Rylan Eschberg. There is a driver in there that's only coming over. Henry Gregory, thank you very much. Yeah, he's only showing us a transponder number on our timing tower. Archie Heron, though, with a warning flag. So now he's in 5th place at the moment. He's got to be careful. 4 minutes to go then. And these drivers working well. The 46 Morgan Moore, you can see, he's just trying to defend there a little bit. Back here at the sharper end, there is Kieran Geraghty. Currently in 6th place, or 7th place probably, actually, I think, as they go through. And nice clean start, though, still for these drivers. A calmer race in the mid-section, really, isn't it?
Yeah, which is good to see. New fastest lap of the race, of the heat, 46.84 for Finley Harrison. As down the inside there goes the number 19 of Jack Cox, makes a move on Morgan Moore for 13th place. It's a tough race so far for Morgan Moore, losing positions here. Ollie Stevens trying to get back into it as well. Saw Sam Baker going for an attempt, I think, on Harry Ewell there for 18th place into Ashby Corner. 3 minutes to go. Reece Lomax continuing to lead. Finished 10th in the first race here today. He's looking to get a bit of form going towards the end of the season. And side by side, Gamio in contact there with, I think that was Morgan Moore.
Oh, and another spin.
Contact. Ollie Stevens is round now in the number 81. Can he get back underway? A couple of drivers will cut underneath him. So, yeah, a lot of goings on there, all involving the number 46, I think it was. Henry Gregory sets the new fastest lap. Let's have another look at that again. This was coming into the boot then, and yeah, move being attempted there by the number 46.
So a lot of gesticulation there again, hands up in the air. It was a late lunge, but it was a good move. It was definitely along there, but he just, I think he still had a bit too much waft into the corner, hadn't stopped it enough. But again, that's going to be a fun one for the stewards to deal with, and I'm glad I'm not a steward. or a clerk of the course?
To correct myself, I've just realised what the Christmas tree looking like thing at between Ashby and the back straight is. It is not a Christmas tree. It's actually one of Alpha Life's static cameras on a tripod.
Well, easy mistake to make, I suppose.
With a bit of yellow wiring that makes it look quite...
I think.
Right, we need to do that for the next round.
Yeah.
I want tinsel and everything on static cameras, please.
I think we need to put a Christmas tree at Christmas Corner.
Yes.
It's very prompt, isn't it?
Yes, we do. And yeah, it'll be the latest round, I think. Definitely a good few years when we run into the second week of December for the season finale, which you can catch here on Alpha Live in a couple of weekends' time. Minute and a half to go on the clock, then the +1 lap. Reece Lomax, what a great job he's doing here.
Yeah.
3.2 seconds out ahead of Finley Harrison. Finley Harrison won't be too bothered about that, though, because this is, again, more good points as Dayton Coulthard tries to go down the inside, saves it, but he's going to lose at least one position and 2 positions, and somehow they're both still running there. That was contact with Henry Gregory, the number 77. That was very, very close for Coulthard there to disaster.
It is indeed, and
just tried to go, I think it was down the inside of Tom Wainwright. Just lost the back end of the kart, saved it really well. And won't have known that the number 77 was going down the inside into Boxing Day. In fact, Coulthard's going to work his way back through. Nice move there through the toe of the boot. That's back up to 7th place now for Dayton Coulthard.
Aldermore with a contact warning board. Currently in 21st place. 73 diving down the inside there as well. That's Ian Geraghty for 5th place. Now, quick look. Dalton's nose cone looking a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Leo Brown down the inside there takes the position. There's still a good chance of a top 10 here for Dayton Coulthard. Last lap board is out, and in fact Coulthard's done exactly the same thing he did the last lap around. He's managed to nip through the boot, so the kart is underneath him there. We are now on the last lap of the race. Reece Lomax is looking comfortable, 2.8 seconds in the lead over Finley Harrison. Archie Heron still there in 3rd, and am I right in saying Archie Heron had a good result in the first heat? So could be on for a strong grid position in the final. Yeah, so a couple of 3rd places. I'm looking forward to this final.
I'm looking forward to all the finals.
Really, really good one.
Yeah. Reece Lomax, your race leader, is already round near the final corner. Dominant performance in this heat race, and he is going to take the checkered flag in heat number 2, clear by 2.6 seconds from Finley Harrison. Archie Heron with a double 3rd place in his 2 heats from Kean Geraghty, AJ Arnold, Tom Wainwright from Henry Gregory, Rylan Eschberg from Leo Brown, Luke Sintler, the top 10 out there for the time being. There may be Dayton Coulthard, who's somewhere in that top 10. He's just obviously not appearing there, and I can't confirm what position he's currently in, but we will find out a bit later on, of course, when we come to the next grade. We'll find out who that is. The rest of the field crossing through, battles coming through thick and fast. But yes, an excellent running then for Junior X30 for their Heat 2. Nose cone watch, though, is coming up in just a moment's time for all you ladies and gentlemen who are enjoying nose cone watch. Yeah, it's always fun. Oh, we had a hat change. Oh, no, we haven't. There we go. Here we go. Reece Lomax is getting his camera ready. All good for Reece Lomax. All good for Finley Harrison. Oh, dear me. Yeah, Archie Heron. That is a nose cone penalty coming your way, and a 5-second time penalty being added on. That is a nightmare. So that could possibly mean then that Kean Geraghty, if he was close enough at the end, to which he was, is going to be getting a 3rd place finish. Provisionally, of course, because that's only the first step of scrutineering. They have a whole another section of scrutineering to get through as well.
They do indeed. We're rattling through these races, which I think we've just got a replay of the incident of Northern Dayton Coulthard. You'll see him there rolling into position with thumbs up as well, so no penalties for any of these drivers. Let's just have a look at this again. So, yeah, trying to go down the inside of Tom Wainwright and lose the back of that. That's a really good save.
Yeah.
And then in comes the 77.
It was the 77 that came
so
through.
Lucky to not go over the top.
Henry Gregory, yeah.
Benson's shoulder there. I don't think either driver did too much wrong there. It's just one of those. We're going to move on, though. Next up out on circuit is the second heat of the day for Senior X30. Senior X30 grid, heat number 2 looks like this. Thomas Byrne has pole position. Louis Johnston-Cool alongside him on the front row. Scott Smith and Cameron Coombs on row 2. Benjamin Watts and Harvey Ribby there on the 3rd row of the grid. Vishal Patel and Stephanie Hovika are on row 4. Tyler Reid and Alex Keynes on row 5. Christian Brooks and Archie Forber on the 6th row of the grid. Brandon Matchell and Hugo Gilbert are on row number 7, Ben McDowell and Sam Heading on row 8, Mason Weir and Daniel Hackett on the 9th row of the grid. As we move through the mid-pack, Martin Auger off his novice plate is now on row 10 alongside Benjamin Southgate, Ty Stansfield looking for a better race this time alongside Alex Moody on row 11, Jake Yannick-Isawa and Matthew Herbert start on row number 12, Ellis Bourchier and Thomas Massarello on row 13, Alex Johnston and Jude Fernahoe on row 14, Lucas Ellingham and Oliver Henwood start on a very strong 15th row of the grid, Jensen Buckingham and Nathan Amos on row 16, Harrison Pugh, the single novice in this race, makes it 33 runners in the field, and there's a spinner at Christmas Corner, and I think it's the number 15 of Benjamin Southgate.
Mamma mia, it happens all the time, doesn't it? It's so cold out there, and apparently the disembodied voice in my head is saying that the 2 karts span out of the pit lane also, and I specifically remember hearing that part while I was walking through the driver's safety briefing this morning, which you missed, Andrew.
That's because I'm not a driver. Not today, anyway.
Always be around for the driver briefing. Get all the juicy gossip. And one of them was, don't push it too hard out the pit lane. Oh, we've seen several people spin out the pit lane on the outlap, but never mind. It's fine. I'm sure they learn their lesson when they get absolutely scared, terrified. Into the tram lines. Is it going to be good? No, it isn't. False start declared because the rest of the field is definitely not caught up yet. 17 with his hand up in the air, waving it around like he just doesn't care. But I'm sure he does care, because he cares that Oliver Henwood is not closed up to the pack yet. I'm sure why he's glad it didn't go green.
Championship permutations in this category. We are down to 1 of 3, Ellingham, Haynes and Brown. So Ellingham's win in heat number 1. Knocked out Forber, Johnston, Stansfield, Patel and Matchell. And a lot of drivers in this race looking for a bit of a return to form. It's a bit messy in that first race.
It was, wasn't it? But Lucas Ellingham did take the race win, and sticking to his first heat win for wins all the way through the season in the entries that he is, or race weekends that he's entered. Can he take a second heat win in this one? We'll find out, but he's got a lot of work to do ahead of him. Into the tram lines we go. Burn on the left. Johnson Cool on the right. Green flag out. Away they go in towards oblivion. And again, everyone round there cleanly as they go through. A couple of cars going wide and getting sucked out onto the grass. Gets it done, but into the braking zone. Thomas Byrne holding on to that race lead, albeit not for much longer, because I think potentially a mistake, or is he a little further up the head of the road? No, he did make a mistake there, because it's now a different kart leading the way. Can't quite see the number from that one as they dive through. Could be Louis Johnson-Cool, who's in the lead as they go through. But again, a good start to this race. A much cleaner start, a much calmer start, I'll say, from the first heat they had earlier on.
I'm going to correct myself, actually. Of course, Jordan Brown's not here today, so we're down to 1 of 2, Ellingham and Amos. And at least provisionally, on our little spreadsheet that we've got in the comms box, unlikely, because Ellingham's starting from the back here, but if he was to win this race, he would be champion. He would be our first crowned victor for WMKC 2021, but that's still a long way off, and there's a lot of racing to happen. There's number 82 of Christian Brooks making a move there, getting past as round there. Big avoiding action taken by everybody there. That was Scott Smith. That was a beautifully executed pirouette. and keeps himself going. That was a heart-in-mouth moment for a number of drivers out there as Alex Johnston is trying to get through, and there's more Karts in trouble. There's the 51 in trouble. That's Hugo Gilbert out of the race, and I think I saw someone down towards Ozier's in trouble as well.
It looked like an exhaust had come off on one of them. It looked like it had heavy rear-end damage. Not too sure who it was. There could be a slow kart coming into the pit lane in a moment, but we'll find out later. Mechanical flag for Vishal Patel. It could be. That is what I saw.
Yep, I think you're right there. Vishal Patel in trouble in the mid-pack. 5 minutes of this race to go. There is Lucas Ellingham. You just saw him. He's up to 10th place. This is what Lucas Ellingham's been so impressive with all season, is his ability to make his way through the order in these heats. We know how quick he is. He's always there in the finals. The fact he's been able to accrue so many points through these stages of the day is what's put him in this almost unassailable position at the moment, especially with his title rival Nathan Ames down in 16th place. There is the rear bumper of Vishal Patel hanging off. That is not safe, so he's going to have to come into the pits and retire that kart.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they might be able to fix it and it could come back out. But, yeah, those Euro-style rear bumpers, I've seen them a lot this year. They have been falling off compared to the metal style that we usually run in the UK, the Euro-style. Yeah, we have seen issues with that. There's a very slow kart, the number 21. Right. That is a, yeah, that is Thomas Massarella, and that seems to be like a exhaust.
It does indeed. So Lucas Ellingham, in fact, as results stand, with Nathan Ames in 14th place, this would be championship winning territories. Down the inside there goes the number 53 of Jude Fernhoe, one of those drivers looking for a return to form. Had an incident on lap 1 in the first race. That's a good move by Jude, up to 7th place.
Yeah, it was. Just came into the corner, saw, hey, there's a gap there. I'm going to take it, and took it. And it worked out very well there. 3.5 minutes to go. Harvey Ryby leads the way at the moment. Last lap was a 46.00. Lost a little bit of time to Tyler Reid, and there is the 36.
That could be it. Well, that is Nathan Ames off. Needed big results today to take the title fight to round 10 in 2 weeks' time, but has had a spin. Well, he was in 14th place. I'd got up to 11th actually, but it's now going to fall a long way down the order. And as I say, that may be it for Lucas Ellingham. He just need to get round this race, and that will be a second championship in a row. It's been such an impressive season, having been the X30 junior category champion here at WMKC in 2020. There's not many drivers who are able to take up to senior racing so quickly as Lucas has done here. And there he is, kart number 99, coming onto the back straight now. Might not be aware of the situation involving Nathan.
But, yeah, as you can imagine, what he's thinking about right now is probably just, I need to gain those positions. I need to gain as many positions as I possibly can. And he is closing in because he crossed the line that time around. 45.47. Took a 10th out of the drivers in front of him. So Archie Forber, the 14, next on the pecking order. And, yeah, you can just see that he's trying to get past Christian Brooks as well. So Archie Forber struggling at the moment. That's allowing Ellingham to close up. Doesn't look like it's going to be a heat win for Ellingham at this moment. It's still 6th place at the moment with 1 minute 45 seconds to go. But like I say, anything could happen. So we're not too sure. As down the inside goes Archie Forber, gets that move done. Brooks doesn't fight it too hard, slots back into position and keeps on going. So they lose a little bit of time, but not a lot of time. Sam heading just ahead as well, kind of a bit of a no man's land. No one close behind, no one close in front, because the battle for the lead, I have to say, is certainly heating up. Harvey Ryby and Tyler Reid across the line that time around. Was about a 10th of a second between the two of them, and there they are with 1 minute to go. Ryby still leading the way from Reid as they go through, and all eyes will be on that in just a moment as the time ticks over to 60 seconds to go.
Plenty of experience around this circuit for Ryby over the years. As there's one of the karts going a lap down there, just keeping out the way. 2 more laps. Oh no, maybe 3. They might get some more. There might be some time left at the end of this lap. And Lucas Ellingham, further cementing his position at the top of the standings, has just taken 5th place away from Christian Brooks. But this is the battle that we're excited about. As into the pits comes the number 50, Jensen Buckingham is out of the race.
Nose cone looks like it's seen better days as well, but right here on your screens, the battle for the lead. Ryby versus Reed. BMR versus Premium Karting out there, and 13 seconds left to go. No moves here because there are yellow flags, and that will be for the 50 of Jensen Buckingham, who's pushing his car into the pit lane. Out they go, crossing the line with 2 seconds to go. It's going to be last lap board this time for these two drivers. So they've got a couple of extra lines. I tell you what, Tyler Reed liked that. Harvey Ryby, not so much.
Archie Forbes having a great race here. Was one of those drivers who struggled in heat number 1, has bounced back brilliantly. He's up to 4th places. Here we go then. Ryby defends into Ashby Corner. He's done this many times around this circuit, knows where to place his kart. Tyler Reed is going to have to pull something special out here to get by. Onto the back straight they go. Tyler Reed almost pushing Ryby down the back straight into the boot. We go for the penultimate time. And Ryby blocks. There's no way through there for Tyler Reed. On to the last lap we go. Oh, but Ryby's wide. Ryby's very wide. He's going to lose the position. I don't know whether he just got a bit of a oversteer there and a slide, but it's given Tyler Reed the lead. A very, very rare mistake there from Harvey Ryby.
Yeah, he'll fight back, though. He won't let that go without a fight as they go through. Reed leading the way, and it looks like he has opened up a gap as well. And a spin into the final corner. The 55 goes round, and it's Ben McDowell who's gone round. And he is falling down the order into now 21st place and into 22nd place, I should say. So that's an absolute disaster. But back at the front, Tyler Reed is leading the way, and it looks comfortable. It doesn't look like Harvey Ryby's got the waff to get that kart back past again, but out the final corner they go. Tyler Reed will take heat number 2 for Senior X30 across the line from Harvey Ryby. Sam Heading holds on to P3, only just, though, from Archie Forber, who crosses the line in 4th place. Lucas Ellingham and Christian Brooks crosses the line in 6th from Jude Ferrenho and Brandon Matchell in 8th place. Louis Johnson-Cool crosses in 9th place with Alex Keane, crossing the line in the top 10.
And 5th place in this heat is more than enough for Lucas Ellingham to become the 2021 Senior X30 Whilton Mill Kart Club champion, the first driver to secure their category here this year. What a season it has been for the Jack Dex Racing driver. A fully deserved championship win there, DJ.
Yeah, very nicely done then for Lucas Ellingham, and I'm sure Terry will be happy with that over in Tennessee. And we'll see whether or not all is well with the nose cones as the drivers come in. And there on your screen, he's wearing a snood as well. There you go, he took my idea. Well, I'm sure he had the idea before me, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's probably not aware at the moment.
Well, that's possibly a 4th place for him now, because Archie Forber has just received himself a nose cone penalty, and it's a thumbs up for Lucas Ellingham. So that would be a P4 finish then for Lucas Ellingham, certainly confirming then his 2021 championship title.
Further extending his lead at the top of the standings. Follows up his Junior X30 title from 12 months ago. What a talent Lucas Ellingham is, and hopefully he'll be around for many, many more years to come. We're going to move on, though, from the X30 seniors. We will see their final later on this afternoon. Next up out on circuit is the final heat of this second rotation. It's the second appearance of the day for Senior Max. Very quick grid for you as Senior Rotax heads out. Jamie Mead and Archie Walker on row 1, Harry Yeast and Jamie Rogers row 2, Casey Watson and Ethan Ling on row number 3, Benjamin Ballou and Sam Light on row 4, Harrison Crook and Noah Hadley row 5, Theo Frederick and Lucas Ivaskavicius on row number 6, Sam Gornall and Mikey Austin on row 7, Harry Holland and Jordan Brown on row 8, Jack Davis and Brian Willis on the 9th row of the grid, Joshua Pickford and Nick Banner inside the top 20. Rob Ellis and Archie Elliott going from row 11. Lewis Wild and Freya Belk on row number 12. Joshua Valance and Jaden Neal Holder on row 13, Carl Dunford and Oliver Meadows row 14, Alex Jackson and Tommy Edmonds on row 15, and then Millie Hart's, George Hunter and Elliot Barrell completing the 33 kart field. That was why it needed to be a quick grid, because we're already onto the back straight.
We are indeed. We're into the boot section. There's one driver there just slotting into position. The 63, Jamie Mead, as they come through. And again, final times of just testing their steering. That's all they're doing, ladies and gentlemen. Nice and steady into the tram lines. Don't accelerate too soon. Good start. Here we go then for the final heat 2 of the day. And it's a great start from Callum Romain. He holds on to that race lead across the line as they come through. Archie Walker, the 91, still there in second place. Both of them taking the normal racing line. Harry East and Ethan Ling side by side as well in towards Christmas Corner. And everyone and the entire field are making it round that top section of the track. Ashby, though, much tighter corner now. Who's going to get round? And there's already 2 karts off and several karts off there, as well as the 63 there of... it was the driver who was moving up earlier on in the position. It was the 63. I said his name earlier, and I've completely forgotten it already, so I do apologise about that. But he's off the track already, and he's back on, but albeit trying to make those moves, and it's all failed very, very quickly.
Yeah, slight bit of chaos out there on lap number 1. Romain leads from Walker, Ling, Rogers, Ballou, East, Crook, Holland and Light. Here we go down the inside. Here comes Archie Walker and Ethan Ling as well. Follows through past DHR's Callum Romain and up into first and second place as they go.
Yep, they do indeed. Nice little run all the way through this train. Out of Ashby they go. Just under 6 minutes left on the timer, and back down the inside. Ethan Ling makes the move on Oi's ears and gets past Archie Walker. So Ethan Ling now leading the way of this race with 5.5 minutes to go. I suspect these two are going to have a good old scrap, because Archie Walker is certainly a very quick driver and one to keep an eye out on. He is going to want to get back past, I think, sooner rather than later.
So yeah, Archie Walker and Ethan Ling still going at it over this lead battle. Jamie Rogers down the inside takes another position. He's up into third place now. Carl Dunford currently the fastest driver out there on the 46.06.
It was Jamie Mead in the 63 on the first lap, so there we go. The
Yes.
numbers finally appeared on my timing screen, which is good. So less than 5 minutes to go then. Battle for the lead heating up, because back down the inside, there it is. Archie Walker getting the move done, but look at that. Ethan Ling holds onto that inside line, and most crucially, Archie Walker left the space, meaning that they didn't collide, they didn't slow down, and that meant that Jamie Rogers and Ben Ballou and Callum Romain didn't come back past them. So they're having a good scrap. They are racing, they are losing time, because Jamie Rogers took 2 tenths out of them in that last lap, and Archie Walker back down the inside at Christmas Corner gets the move finally done, as the rest of the field slotting through as well. Ben Ballou moved up 1 position as well. Callum Romain lost 2 places on that last lap as well. So it's all changing, chopping and changing in this top section.
It's class, another one that's probably going to go down to the last round, as Harrison Crook looks down the inside of Callum Romain, and he's been forced out wide there. I think Harry Holland came through in all of that. Here, back with the leaders, Walker and Ling. Walker will be confirmed as your race leader. There it is, the end of lap number 4, and a new fastest lap of the race as well from Archie Walker. That's quite a statement. Can he pull away from Ethan Ling now? There's Jamie Rogers, the orange and blue helmet, kart's number 59. Looking pretty good at this stage, as into the pits and out of the race comes the number 50 of George Hunter, one of our novices. That's a shame.
Oh, and another
George.
one. The 96 is also in the pit lane. That's Joshua Pickford, the driver who's just behind him, both 26th and 27th place, both of them into the pit lane.
Yeah, not good news for either of those drivers. Tommy Edmonds is going quickly out there. He's down in 20th place at the moment, but a 45.32 means he has the fastest lap of the race so far. End of lap 5. Archie Walker leads by 1/4 of a second ahead of Ethan Ling. And crucially on that lap, DJ, even though Ling had a bit of a slipstream, Walker was still able to pull away as another retiree into the pits. It's Casey Watson in the number 78. As half round there goes the number 46.
It's Jack Davis.
Sorry, it's Jack Davis, wasn't it, in the 79. Yeah, I think it was that Rob Ellis nearly going round in the 46, who I believe is on a new chassis this weekend. No longer on the Praga chassis, on the Kart Republic machine now.
I've heard they're quite tricky to set up, but if you set them up right, they are rapid.
Yep.
So there we go. Out of the final corner. 2 minutes 20 seconds to go. Walker still leading from Ling. Jamie Rogers is closing in once again. You can just see him in the back of shot there with these two chopping and changing positions. Ling with the fastest lap of the race on that last lap just now. 44.74 was from Ethan Ling. So let's see what he can do with those 2 minutes to go. These two drivers fierce in battle. I suspect if they start scrapping too soon, Jamie Rogers will really catch up to the back of them. It looked like Benjamin Ballou was overtaken there by Harry Holland for 4th place as well. As, again, they're swapping positions just further behind. It's Harrison Crook as well getting involved in the 72, just behind. So, battles all, and there's 2 karts off. The 88 and the 25. Harry East is one of them, and the 88 of Oliver Meadows were involved in a collision with each other just there. So that's an absolute disaster for those 2 drivers. So despite the fact that this has been a much tidier race, we've still seen several retirements and a bit of chopping and changing still.
Yeah, and there's still a decent amount of time left on this race, over a minute on the clock. And Ethan Ling, I've watched Ethan Ling race quite a few times this year. Had a strong 2021. And always seems to run pretty well around this circuit. Leads by 0.33 of a second now over Archie Walker. Benjamin Ballou confirmed past Harry Holland for 4th place now. 45 seconds on the clock to go. Here is the battle for 4th place. Holland back down the inside of Ballou, retakes the position. Here comes Harrison Crook. Beautiful. Very nicely done there by Harrison Crook just to nip in and take 5th place.
Yep, very well timed there. And changing all the way through this field as 20 seconds timer ticks down. It was Ethan Ling who crossed the line in the race lead the last time around as they go through. Ethan Ling in his first heat, where did he finish? He finished 8th place on track in his first one, and at the moment he's crossing the line and he's holding on to that race lead. Archie Walker took a 10th in the gap, so he's fighting back strong. Here it is, timer strike 0, and down the inside once again. Walker in Christmas corner gets it done, and off the track, heavy contact with the wall, the 72. And that is Harrison Crook, yeah, so he is worse aware, and he's gone straight on into the wall there. That's at the final corner. With that move done as well, Walker for the race lead. That has kind of shook Ethan Ling up a little bit, and he's dropped back slightly. And Jamie Rogers has really closed in now, so he's wanting to jump onto this back of that one. Yellow flags out in this section, so no overtaking as they go through back onto the start-finish line. Last lap board out this time around. Who's going to take it? Ring the dinner bell. We're about to find out.
Well, Harrison Crook was involved in that battle for 5th place. We'll see if there's any ramifications about that. But here we are on the last lap. Archie Walker has got through Christmas corner. That's one of the big opportunities for Ethan Ling to get through. Gone for Archie Walker. Didn't have to defend down into Ashby either. Jamie Rogers hoping that something happens between these two so he can get in the party. Archie Walker, this is, again, we've seen this from quite a few drivers today, has bossed this final lap so far. Ethan Ling is not going to be close enough. Oh, he has to think about it into the toe of the boot. But it's going to be Archie Walker round the final corner to take victory in heat number 2 for Senior Rotax. A very good drive indeed, and the fastest lap on the last lap to boot, 44.67. Ethan Ling a strong 2nd. Jamie Rogers 3rd. Harry Holland 4th. 5th for Samuel Gornall. That's a good response from Gornall after disappointment in heat number 1. Jordan Brown racing today here in the Rotax category. Finishes in 6th. Benjamin Ballou 7th. Callum Roman in 8th place. Carl Dunford and Sam Light in the top 10. Lewis Wild, Joshua Valance, Tommy Edmonds, Mikey Austin and Alex Jackson all in the top 15. Rob Ellis, Theo Frederick, Mick Banner, Lucas Ivaskevicius and Noah Hadley all in the top 20. There's Freya Belk, Oliver Meadows, Jamie Mead, Archie Elliott and Casey Watson in the top 25. Those are all the drivers who were running at the end. A lot of retirements in that one. Harrison Crook, Millie Hart, Harry East, Elliot Barrell, Jack Davies, George Hunter and Joshua Pickford all didn't see the checkered flag.
afternoon leg stretches in there for our number 3rd best scrutineer in the UK. And a thumbs up there for our top 2. No nose cone penalties coming their way. Jamie Rogers up next, and he's all good. So our top 3 through comfortably, and so is our number 4. Is all the way through. But not for Sam Gornall. That can't goeth no further before a photo be taken of that nose cone, and a penalty coming his way. Jordan Brown comes through, and all is well. Excellent stuff then from the Senior Max Heat 2. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our heat races. But do not panic, do not go anywhere, because the most exciting races are coming up next. The first time we say it, Honda Cadet Final is coming up next.
Here we go then, first final of the day for round 9 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. It is the Honda Cadet Final, and here is your grid. Albert Friend has pole position with 65 points accrued from the 2 heats earlier on today. Noah Barham joins him on the front row of the grid. Joshua Smith, fighting for the title, starts on the 2nd row of the grid alongside Oliver Majewski, who's been impeccable so far in 2021. Joshua Bagembi and Mayan Patel start on the 3rd row of the grid, both looking to get ahead of Smith if they can. Zach Starbuck and Finley Lines can get good positions from the 4th row of the grid. Alexander Korajikov and Theo Champney are starting inside the top 10 there on row 5. Max Fallon and Kai Clark start on the 6th row of the grid here in the Honda Cadet Final. And we've got Charlie Wolfett and Adam Hill on row 7. Callum Wilson and Hayden Gray go from row 8. Charlie Kitely and Oliver Meek start on row number 9. Tyler Davis and Riley Till start on row 10. Zach Champney and Jake Schules go from row 11. Rio Licata and Sebastiano Tuzio start on row 12. Jensen Walker and Charlie King start on row 13. Then it's row 14 where we find Jacob Backler and Thomas Butcher. Oliver Spencer and Sergio Wirtz have had tough days. They start on row 15. And then completing the 32 kart field, we've got Jensen Maplethorpe and Daniel Butcher on row 16.
An exciting grid, an exciting race about to get underway as the 20 rotates out of the pit lane once again. My goodness me, and more carnage. Guys, you're only leaving the pit lane. Oh my goodness me, they're so excited to get this final underway that they're all just going flat out of the pit lane. I suspect they may have a word with those drivers. Just be like, calm down, calm down. You're not starting yet. We're only going to the grid. There's a look at the sky then over Whilton Mill, and like we say, reports of snow close around, of course, in the UK. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know if it's snowing where you are, and if you're enjoying the content, you're enjoying the finals. Make sure you give the stream a like and you subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel so you don't miss out on the final round of this year, coming up in 2 weeks' time, the 2nd week of December. And, of course, standing start for the Honda Cadets, as everyone is familiar with. Of course, the 4-stroke karts, they can go from a standing start. Unlike the 2-strokes, they can't do that because they'll bog down. They'll oil up and bog down, and they just can he do it. Onto the grid, then, we go. And previous race results, Zach Starbuck took the race win from Albert Friend and Joshua Bagembi, the top 3. Alexander Korajikov took 4th place from Oliver Majewski, sorry, I should say, from Finley Lines, Mohan Patel, Callum Wilson, Byron, Max Fallon, the top 10. There were the 2 drivers who span the 11 and the 20. Callum Wilson and the 20 as well of Mohan Patel, who went for a rotation. I think the 25 also went a bit wide out of the pit lane also. But looking like everyone is in their relevant grid slots, and we're going to get the first final underway in just a moment. Honda Cadet about to take to the track. The rumble in the jungle here at Whilton Mill. Hands up at the back. We're looking good. We'll look to the lights. The revs will rise And the lights will go out and off we go for the first final of the weekend. Good start from the front row. Albert Friend taking an early lead by the looks of it from Noah Barham as they go round Crook Corner. They'll head up the hill. It is, yes, Friend who takes the lead from Barham. Joshua Smith still there in third place, but he's under pressure at the moment as they go into the braking zone up into Christmas Corner. Everyone hugging that inside line, only a few taking the outside wider line, but everyone round, albeit there's one going wide and on the grass, and it is a spin in the mid-pack, and round goes the 95 by the looks of it. That could be Charlie Wolfett.
Yeah, not a good start for Charlie there. And, is Joshua Smith in trouble there with the E-plate? Or did he just go off for a momentary event there? I think he's got going once more, but this is a key race for him in terms of the championship. We are down to 2 drivers now who can win this title. Bugembe and Smith is the number 22 of Noah Barham down the inside, and out of the race is Jake Schulz, the number 27, has come to a stop on lap number 1. So it's Barham from Majewski, Friend, Starbuck, Smith, Lines, Patel, Champney, Clark. Bugembe there in 10th place. Here comes Theo Champney down the inside on the number 20 of Mayan Patel, who tries to defend that, but there's no stopping Theo Champney through and into 7th place.
Yep, good start then from Honda Cadet for their final. Well, you can really see those clouds starting to darken in the back of that shot there, can't you? Oh, that's going to make it interesting as this race goes on. 8.5 minutes to go then as they dive down as the E-plate again. Joshua Smith making moves, I think moving down the inside of Zach Starbuck there, trying to gain position as much as possible. Plenty of time, though, in this final. Plenty more action coming up. They just need to work together now to close that gap. And side-by-side contact with the race lead. And, oh, my goodness me, I thought Noah Barham was heading for the wall there. He keeps it in check, and he keeps it in second place as he goes through. But Majewski now takes the lead, albeit it was a little bit forceful, but he's got the move done. Up into Christmas Corner and says, think. Don't go for that move, and he doesn't. He stays behind, so I think all is calm again.
Yeah, but they've got to get themselves organised because Joshua Smith is on the charge here. Fastest driver out there, 54.65 at the moment. The driver in 4th place. And he's closing all the time now on Albert Friend there in 3rd. Just for a bit of points situation, if Joshua Smith was to win this race today, it would move him to 1,206 points. And off there, is that the number 82 of Tyler Davis? I think it might be. Who's not come through sector number 1, but it's now top 4. Joshua Smith, if he was to win the race today, would move on to 1,206 points with a round to go to at least equal that. The Gemby would need to finish in 4th. It's still very much all to play for. I don't see this title being won today unless something remarkable happens to either Smith or Bugembe. As down the inside goes Albert Friend on Noah Barham. Takes 2nd place. Solid move that, DJ, into Ashby.
Yeah, that was well timed. Let's have a look at a replay then of that overtake that happened at the boot section. This was for the race lead between Majewski and Barham, and you just saw there he was alongside. I just think they were so close that the cars kind of came together just accidentally. So I don't think there was anything malicious there. I just think it was just, yeah, very, very close racing. As they go through then, 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Majewski leads the way from Albert Friend. Barham and Smith, Findlay Lines and Zach Starbuck are closing in as well, but you've got Theo Champney and Joshua Bugembe as well. They're still there, so the top 8 are still very close as Albert Friend pulls out of the strip team, looks for the race lead, takes the race lead as well as Majewski gets nerfed down into P4 now as the whole 3 of them go through. So Friend, Barham and Smith all get past Majewski, and that allows everyone else behind to close up. Everyone is liking what they're seeing with that group of 4 up ahead.
And crucially, Joshua Smith up to 3rd place. If the race was to finish right now, with Smith classified 3rd, Bugembe in 8th, it would leave the points gap at 1 in the advantage of Bugembe. So what was right in front of Joshua Smith is not just Noah Barham there for 2nd place. It's the championship lead now with 5.5 minutes of the penultimate final of the year to go. Bugembe is quick, though. Bugembe is making progress as got away from Mayan Patel and Korejikov behind, and this would be good as well for Begembi. If this top 5 can keep squabbling, it's going to bring them back towards him. Down the inside goes Noah Barham, takes the lead away from Albert Friend, but Josh Smith has got through. He's through and into second place. A big move for the E-plate holder as things stand, now down the inside takes the lead of the race. Joshua Smith takes the lead of this final and on live points the lead of the championship.
Yeah, that's excellent stuff. He's calculated that perfectly as Majewski gets a contact warning for his troubles as well. The number 40 in 4th place right now. I think, actually, no, he's in 5th place now as he goes through. Still 4.5 minutes to go. This is what we usually see from a Honda Cadet final. A long train of karts. The battle for first place currently separated by the top 9. That's what you want to see, especially at the end of the day. You've been watching all the heats from these drivers, and they're going to give it all now in this final, and they're giving it their all now in this final. Up the hill they go then. No one going for a late lunge this time around. Everyone's slotted into a place. I think they've got to the lull part of the race now, where they just want to try and work together, open up gaps, and then in the last 2 minutes, 1 minute, that's when they'll open the firework packets again.
Keep an eye out for Theo Champney, the green and grey kart in there. He's trying to get 3rd place in the championship now, as Majewski has a battle with Finlay Lines. This Honda Cadet Championship has well and truly come alight now in this final here for round 9 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. 3.5 minutes to go. There is Joshua Begembi. Led the championship at the start of the day, has led the championship for a long, long time through 2021. But at the moment is looking at that lead slipping away. Joshua Smith continues to lead this race. He's now working with Noah Barham to try and bridge a bit of a, well, get a gap away from Albert Friend and Oliver Majewski there in 4th.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the sector times. Barham was fastest in sector 1 this time around. But he's not gained any time, really, as they go through. 3 minutes left on the timer, and Albert Friend is holding back a train of karts, and down the inside goes Majewski. Gets that move done, and Friend is on the grass and is falling down the order. He's tumbling, and he can't get back on the circuit. He's got back on now, albeit several seconds behind, and with very cold tyres. That kart goes no further until he's warmed those back up again. Very wide out of the corner they go. It looks like Majewski's got that move done, and Zach Starbuck now up into P4 as well. 2.5 minutes to go, and Joshua Smith and Noah Barham have pulled up a gap of about 0.2 of a second now as they go up into Christmas corner.
That is just what Joshua Begembi needs. He needs a little bit of chaos ahead of him to start picking some positions up without too much risk. That's another point for him by going up to 7th place. If the race was to finish now, it would be a 3-point lead for Joshua Smith going into the final round in 2 weeks' time. And look at that, 1, 2, 3 karts ahead of him. If Joshua Begembi can get to the front of this quartet, DJ, we would be tied on points between the 2 championship leaders going into the final round.
Let's see what can happen. 2 minutes to go, and at the moment of this 4 karts, Theo Champney is holding on to that one, I believe, at the front of it. He is indeed, yeah, gaining 2 places on that last lap, now up into P4 as they go through. There are your race leaders. Joshua Smith tucked in as much as possible from Noah Barham. Oliver Majewski, a bit of his no man's land at the moment. No one close in front, no one close behind, which is the worst place you could possibly be in Honda Cadet. It might be best if he kind of backed off a bit, got onto the back, and that's Albert Friend. Albert Friend off the track. The driver who was leading at one point in this race is off the track from 8th place, and he looks like that kart is not going any further. It doesn't look like it's moving much.
Yeah, it was lost power. I think that's up at Christmas corner. And unfortunately for Albert, that is him out of this race. 1 minute to go. And still this tense situation. So many different stories in this Honda Cadet category. Some drivers trying to get their first wins of the year in finals. Some, of course, going for the championship. Here is one of them, Joshua Smith leading. Still working with Noah Barham here. He's been fantastic today since the very first lap. Took 9th place in the final a month ago. 8th place the month before that. Has had race wins, of course. This is looking really good for Joshua Smith to take a big step in the championship, and you can see Bugembi is keen now to try and get some more positions and get past Finley lines. The trouble is now he's dropped off the back of the number 94.
He has indeed, yeah, he's got to really close that up, hasn't he? Champney's caught right up to the back of Majewski as well. That's the battle for third place. That's now heating up as they go through. Last lap board is out, so if Champney wants to get this move done, he's got to do it this time around. Blue flag's out. That'll be for the drivers about to get lapped there. It could be Jake Schulz, it could be Tyler Davis as they go through. Round the outside they go. And again, these two, nothing between them. Absolutely nothing between them as they go through. And Barham looks to the inside of Ashby. Can't do it. Stays behind. Thinks against it. Few more corners to go, but it's very, very close racing between these two.
Tense moments this for Joshua Smith. He wants the race win, but the championship is probably the bigger story at the moment. Second place will be all right. Noah Barham has nothing to lose here today. This is only his second round appearance of the year so far. Is he going to throw one down the inside into the boot? He's not close enough. What a victory this is. And just closing it off at the end there, Joshua Smith is going to take round 9 and takes the championship lead. Wins it by 0.06 on the line there, ahead of Noah Barham. Oliver Majewski finishes in third. Theo Champney finishes in fourth. Finley Lines finishes in fifth. Joshua Bugembi gets sixth. He loses the championship lead, but he gains another point. How crucial could that be come the end of the season in 2 weeks' time? Zach Starbuck finishes 7th, Kai Clark 8th, Max Fallon 9th, Mayim Patel strengthens a hold on 3rd place in the championship there with 10th, 11th for Alexander Korejikov, 12th for Oliver Meek, Riley Till, Hayden Gray and Callum Wilson all in the top 15, Rio Licata, Adam Hill, Zach Champney, Sergio Verts and Charlie Wolfett all in the top 20. Sebastian Tuzio in 21st. We find our top novice today in Honda Cadet in 22nd place. It's the number 12 of Jacob Backler. Jensen Walker in 23rd. Charlie King 24th. Oliver Spencer 25th. Thomas Butcher, Jensen Maplethorpe, Charlie Kitely and Tyler Davis take us down to 29th. And the two retirements, Albert Friend and Jake Schulz.
And what you like to see from all of that, and at the end of all that exciting racing, is that, well, at least our top 6 or 7 drivers, now our top 9, all are good. Top 10, no nose cone penalties. Good. Excellent stuff.
Very, very good. So, as I say, we should stress that is a provisional result, and it's provisional points as well. But by our calculations in the box, Joshua Smith will take a 2-point lead into the final round. 1,206 points versus 1,204. It'll be between the two Joshuas, Smith and Bugembi, for the Honda Cadet title in 2 weeks' time.
My goodness me. Make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel so you don't miss out on that notification pinging up when we go live in 2 weeks' time for the Whilton Mill Kart Club at that point. Plenty more races coming up. That was our first final of the day. More finals coming up because now it's time for Miami Cadet.
Miami Cadet final time here at Whilton Mill for round 9 of the 2021 FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Blair Smith and Sky Parker are on the front row of the grid. Ethan Woodward and Max Mason on row 2. Will Green and Ethan Weldon on the 3rd row of the grid. Canish Grau and Jensen Graham start on row 4. Jensen Chalk and Finley Hines on row 5. Aaron Richardson and Henry Clark start on the 6th row of the grid. Cameron McPhee and Levi McGrath start on row 7. Braith Murdoch and Enzo Butterazzi start on row 8. George House and Laith Khan start on the 9th row. And we find Jonty Restrick and Max Ewell wrapping out the top 20. Ashton Brown and Jarlath Sayer start on row 11. Joseph Smith and Cody Lepaterel start on row number 12. Teddy Woodard and Max Wright start on row 13. Ethan Lucas and Simeon Stone start on row 14. Sukhmani Kira and Isabel Banks have both had tricky days so far. They start on row 15. Jacob Nairn and Harley Hodgson-Wells start on row 16. And then Archie Lovett and Quinn Cross, if on the grid, make it 34 karts in this final.
They do indeed, and as you can see, the drivers in the dummy grid yet to get underway. They're just getting everything warmed up. Drivers there, or the mechanics there, dads, mums, mechanics, whoever it could be. Uncles, sometimes,
Yeah.
brothers, friend, you never know who it could be on the spanners at a race weekend, but they're all there ready to start these engines, of course, because they are a pull start two-stroke Miami Gazelle engine, I think. Am I right in saying that? Is it? That's how it's called. Yeah, the nice little things. 60cc, I believe they are as well. So quick little things, but they have got some waft in them. They do the Miami Cadet class, and they'll be heading out onto the track in just a moment's time. Of course, let's take a look at some of the previous heat results. Miami Cadet Heat 2. Max Mason took that race win from Sky Parker. Ethan Woodward and Blair Smith, the top two. So Max Mason holds on to that one from Ethan Woodward, Blair Smith, Jensen Chalk, Ethan Weldon, Cameron McPhee, Enzo Butterazzi, Max Yule, Will Green, the top 10 in that previous race. And of course, with the drivers here, with no engines running, they can hear the PA crystal clear. So ladies and gentlemen at home, if you have got any support you would like to give to the drivers, please do get your comments in now, and we will shout them out. The drivers will hear it before they start their race. There we go. That's how that works. Get that plug in. Sounds like they're about to get sent out anyway, so get comments in quickly. Ladies and gents, the temperature still freezing cold out there, and the snow warnings en route. Again, it was due to hit us at around 3 o'clock, so the air's getting darker, sky's getting darker, the clouds are looming, and I suspect it could go a bit wintry a bit later on today. We'll keep an eye out for that one as the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. And of course, rolling start for these cadets, because they are two-stroke, and again, they can't do a standing start, so rolling start this time around as everyone goes through. More importantly as well, no one span at the pit lane.
Yay!
And at the moment, no one spun on the warm-up lap, but we'll yet to see whether or not. They've still got a few more corners to go. We could have some overzealous drivers. So let's see what they can do with Marshals there. Fabulous work from the Marshals again this weekend, like every weekend that we see from the Marshals here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, making sure all these drivers stay nice and safe, and rules and regulations are adhered to, and I'm sure they're all nice and chilly out there as well, and would love a cup of tea as well. So if there are any camper vans out there with a kettle that works, get them out there to the Marshals. There we go. False start flag is out. So one more lap to go before we get this race underway. You've been looking at some points, I believe. What can you tell us?
This is the class that is very, very wide open. So I think we're going to have multiple drivers still with a chance of winning this championship when we do get to 2 weeks' time. But for what it's worth, Max Mason has the live points lead on 865. This is applying 2 drops at the moment. Braith Murdoch is only 4 points back, though, on 861, and then a further point back. We have Finley Hines, so the top 3 covered by 5 points at the moment. He's still got mathematical chances for Aaron Richardson in there. Jensen Chalk, Sukmani Kira, Archie Lovett. I said this is a wide open category, but this race will whittle that list down somewhat. And the good news for us as neutrals in the box, though, this is a very jumbled up grid, I feel. No one's had a particularly dominant day so far through the heats, and surely that's going to be another false start.
Yeah,
it is.
No, I wasn't very clean at all. And another spin in the background. The 53 has gone round. That's Ethan Lucas, and not happy with it, but don't worry, Ethan. The race hasn't started yet, so hopefully if you can catch back up, you'll be okay. So no need to worry. Kobe Stone joins us.
Oh, off there, down at is that the number 14.
It is, yeah.
Braith Murdoch. So that's Braith Murdoch. That's one of our championship contenders in trouble on the formation laps. Now, will he be able to get back into position on the grid?
Kobe Stone joins us on the stream and in the live chat. Shout out for Simeon Stone. Good luck from big sister, little brother, and your mum watching and cheering you from home. There we go.
Excellent stuff. Are we good to go then for the iArmy Cadet final? Round the final corner we go. No, that's going to be another one. I'm not quite sure what was going on there at the very front of the order. For the first time today, it seemed like the front of the grid didn't go.
Yeah. Now, that's 3 false starts now.
Yep.
In normal regulation, in rules, 3 false starts. They then stop the drivers. They have a word with them.
Yep.
And potentially the top 2 go to the back of the grid. Even if it's not their fault.
Yep.
Even if it's not if they're doing the perfect thing, they're doing everything correct, it's just the rule. At the moment, that's not happened. It is happening now. So there we go.
You.
So yeah,
reminding race control.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I forgot that regulation. Yeah, stop them, have a word with them. But of course, this is going to be eating into their final time.
It is.
Crucially, it's going to shorten their final, so they're going to have less time to see what they can do and find out who is going to take the final win on this one. So drivers are going to have a word with them.
Snow is close is what I'm hearing in my ear now.
Snow is falling.
No, it's too early for that. It's not the 1st December.
Oh, dear.
Apparently you're coming to us now in the
Oh,
box.
dear.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I've taken the hat off. And, yeah. But no, it's been a good day's racing so far.
You know what? It's been excellent. We've seen some fantastic racing, some fantastic overtakes. And like I say, that first final was brilliant, wasn't it? And
really
I think
good.
the viewers at home also agreed. You know, on the live comments, we've got them here right in front. Apparently, commentators curse again has struck because I said the
It's
rule.
what we do.
But hey, it's the rule. Look, it is the rule. You have 3 strikes and you get stopped. It is one of the regulations. And at the moment, they are getting a talking to. At the moment, you can see them there all lined up and just going, right, don't do this, don't do that, do that. There's your weather app.
I've just fired up my favourite weather providing service.
Yeah.
I just popped in Daventry because, of course, that's the nearest town to us. That says snow, light snow, starting in 1 minute. So obviously that's in Daventry. So that's a couple of miles away from us here at the circuit. But yeah, I think it's coming. And yep, they do look like snow clouds. And there's still the car stuck.
Yeah, that is Fraser, the
Beamer.
cameraman's car. It's significantly lower into the ground than it should be. After his right foot kept trying to get it out. I also had a go at trying to get it out, but failed. How often do 3 false starts happen?
Good
Well,
question.
that is a good question. Not that often. I've probably seen it around 4 or 5 times over 3 years of commentated. That's not just on the Whilton Mill Kart Club. That's on the British Kart Champs, like the NASCAR Championship, Whilton Mill Kart Club, Trent Valley Kart Club, Kart Masters, you know, the O-plates, Miami O-plates, Rotax O-plates, things like that. 5 times I think I've seen it over 3 years. So not that often is when you see 3 false starts in a row and they get a telling off like this. Yeah, they've had the word with them. The drivers are back in the cars. They're just going to tell them, just calm down, wait until you get onto the start-finish straight before you go. That's what you've got to do. That's what you've got to do. Obviously, all the mechanics now have to run back out onto the circuit to start their karts.
It's like a herd of wildebeest.
Well, I'm glad
across
you
the
said that,
circuit.
not me. That was Andrew Mather, ladies and gentlemen. Who
That's
said
all right.
that.
Lock the door.
But yeah, of course, with the 2 strokes, they've all stalled. So they've got to be fired back up again. Mother Nature has claimed his car for herself. There we go.
Pretty poor car to claim, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, BMW is
Not great.
not the best, no.
So we're under red flag conditions at the moment for a rebriefing of our iArmy Cadet final after 3 consecutive false starts. Now, I'm sure you're correct, DJ, with your knowledge of the rules. But if that rule is fully applied, that means that Blair Smith and Sky Parker will go to the back of the grid, and it'll be Ethan Woodward and Max Mason joining the front row, or getting onto the front row. And that's quite key, because that's our championship leader at the moment.
I have only seen that second part of this rule used once.
Yes.
Other than that, they have always stayed the same, and it looks like they are staying the same this time around. So they're not going to put those two drivers to the back of the grid, but they did have a big, strong word with the entirety of the grid. Because I think it was more the back of the grid that were having the issue, not the front.
Yeah, and just going a little bit too early.
Yeah, I think they've given them a little bit of slack. So I think they're going to send them round a full lap. So they're not going to start right now, even though that probably could have been the best thing. But everyone starting a race on really cold tyres is probably not the best thing to do.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're going to give them one more lap just to get everything sorted out. And then everyone will slot into those two lines. And hopefully we get a race start this time around.
So just a reminder of your grid then. Blair Smith and Sky Parker on row 1. Ethan Woodward and Max Mason, row 2. Will Green and Ethan Weldon on row 3. Kanish Grau and Jensen Graham, row 4. Jensen Chalk and Finley Hines, row 5. Aaron Richardson and Henry Clark, row 6. Cameron McPhee and Levi McGrath on row 7. Braith Murdoch, who's going to be very relieved about that red flag because he gets back onto the 8th row of the grid alongside Enzo Butterazzi. George House and Laith Khan on row 9. Jonty Restrick and Max Ewell on row number 10. I'm going to stop there because it looks like we are good to go then. Let's fingers crossed that this one gets underway for the 4th time lucky here in I-Army Cadet. The round 9 final is go. Very spread out though towards the back end of the field. 8-minute final for the I-Army Cadets. Into turns 1, 2 they go. And Blair Smith will lead us up to Christmas Corner for the first time.
Yep, they will indeed. Up into the braking zone. Kanish Rao there under pressure and manages to keep it in the straight and narrow. Keeps it going as well as they go through down in towards Ashby hairpin now. And again into the braking zone. Everyone getting round it nice and calm. Nicely done. Good start then this time around for the I-Army Cadet class as they go in through Wilkins and Oisiers for the first time. Under green flag racing conditions, diving down the inside there, the 78 Laith Khan making moves from 27th on the grid as they come round the first time for the final corner. Blair Smith holding on to the lead, but not for much longer because Ethan Woodward comes through and takes that race lead. Jensen Graham comes through as well, takes 2nd place. Sky Parker down into 4th place now. Will Green into 5th place with Jensen Chalk, Max Mason, Kanish Rao and Ethan Weldon, the top 9 with Finley Hines. And again, more chopping and changing because down the inside, Sky Parker comes through. So am I right in saying that that's a Fusion 1, 2, 3? When have I ever said that before?
They've had a very, very good season. Our Fusion Motorsport. Now, where are championship contenders in all of this? Max Mason at the moment. Where is it? It's 7th place at the moment for Max Mason. Braith Murdoch started in the middle of the pack. Hasn't really gone forward. Is in 19th place at the moment. Has been a very up and down day. Finley Hines there in the top 10 as well. 6 minutes to go.
Indeed, as they go over the start-finish line once again. And again, clouds getting very bright and white out there, indicating snow could be on the way. We'll see what happens as they go through into Christmas Corner once again.
Changes in the Fusion ranks. Sky Parker through past Ethan Woodward for 2nd place. You can see some instructions coming from the side of the track there as the number 67 of Jonty Restrick is off, trying to get back on circuit, trying to find some grip. There's just about enough to get Jonty back in the race, but he's going to fall down from 19th position.
Yeah, that's
Max Mason's had a problem. Max Mason is down in 23rd, DJ. He's lost about 6 seconds on the 2nd lap of the race. We didn't see what caused that, but that is a big moment for your championship leader.
Yeah, it is indeed. But that is a nightmare there for that driver then, and of course for the championship as well. That could be very detrimental as they go through. 5 minutes left on the timer. But as they go through, for under 5 minutes to go, Graham still holding on to this one. Sky Parker closing in. Sky looking very strong this weekend here at Whilton Mill, which is good to see as they go through again. Woodward still there in 3rd. And no chopping and changing in those positions now. They're kind of just line astern, bit of a gap between the 2 of them. as they go through. The 45 there, Blair Smith next in line after starting this one at the front of the grid. Currently now in 4th place. Kanish Rao, after that bit of a touchy start, has moved up into P5 as well, has managed to get past Will Green and up in towards Christmas Corner. Pressure then from the rear Fusion gunner. Woodward now dropping down the order. Blair Smith has got through. Kanish Rao couldn't quite get that move done. And as they've swapped around slightly there, but they've got a big pack forming behind them now. So if the drivers in front don't scrap and they just keep doing what they're doing, right now they look comfortable where they are. But of course, if they close up and start scrapping, that will allow this huge pack to come through. And at the moment, Ethan Woodward is struggling here because the freight train is just coming through and he is trying his hardest to defend and stop anyone from getting past. But they're just chipping away at him like one after another. They go through and another one of his Fusion teammates comes through. I believe Cameron McPhee, the 27, getting through as well.
So at the moment, I say that this title is not going to be decided today. Nobody can get far enough ahead of the rest of the field. It's down the inside. There goes the number 22 on Blair Smith. That's Kanish Grau up to 3rd place. Nice up panel on that number 22, looking a bit loose at the bottom bracket end. Finley Hines, this is a very, very good day for Finley Hines now. Could be taking the championship lead at the end of this race. They've still got 3 minutes to navigate out there.
Indeed.
Braith Murdoch is in 15th place now. Where is Max Mason? Starting to come back through the field. Is up to 19th place after that incident early on. Back though with our fight between Hines and Green. So that's a change with Hines now up to 5th place. So Hines in the top 5 now.
Yep, it is indeed as they go through. And looking at those lap times as well, Jensen Graham at the front is still looking comfortable. His last lap 53.25 at the moment compared to the 53.69 from Sky Parker in 2nd place. So that gap is opening up to 1.4 seconds on that last time around. In terms of Kanish Rao closing in on Sky Parker, though, that's again very on thin ice. It's not closing up as quick as I think they'd like as they go through in towards Moy's ears again, chopping and changing as it looked like Finley Hines managed to get that move done as well. Less than 2 minutes to go and blue flags coming out as the back markers come into play now.
I'm hoping that it is a transponder issue and just a case that I've not spotted the Kart of Aaron Richardson, but I don't think Aaron Richardson is actually running in this race. That's a real shame because it ends Aaron's mathematical hopes of winning the title. Here comes Blair Smith down the inside of Kanish Grau and gets that position. Another good move from Blair Smith, back up into 3rd.
Yep, indeed there as well. Yellow flags, yeah, and you could just see the helmet there just above the tyre wall. You couldn't see the Kart, of course, only cadet drivers, quite small, and yeah, they're hidden behind those tyre walls as best as possible. Look at the novice class then for this one as well. Joseph Smith leading that one at the moment, currently in 15th place from Jarlis Sayer. Aston Brown as well in 20th and 21st place. Max Wright in 22nd. Teddy Woodard in 23rd as well. Simeon Stone currently in 26th place in that 99, having a good race, making positions. Jonty Restrick as well, not one of the novice drivers, in 27th place. Jacob Narin, Isabel Banks and Ethan Lucas rounding out the novice drivers out there in 30th place. 30 seconds left to go then. Do you reckon last lap board here as that is the 71?
That's Max Mason.
That
is Max Mason out of the race. One of our front runners in this championship. I hope he's okay. He looks in a little bit of distress, but Max Mason is out of this race. Out of the final. Won the 2nd heat and full course yellow. Full course yellow is out, and that may be the end of this race with the amount of time that we've got left. Time has expired now, and that's good news. Max Mason is out of the kart. He's holding his wrist there. I do hope he's okay. So full course yellow is out, and we are on the last lap. So Jensen Graham, I presume, will be your race winner because no one will have the opportunity to overtake him. The front runners are now just heading through Inkermans. There is the number 60 of Jensen Graham. Sky Parker in second place. It's looking like it's going to be a Fusion Motorsport 1-2. So, bit of a dampener for how this race will end, but understandable as to why the full course yellow has come out there. Jensen Graham will come round the final couple of corners to take victory here for round 9 in Army Cadet for the 2021 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. A great victory for Jensen Graham. Takes the checkered flag under full course yellow ahead of Sky Parker there.
Who I think's had a transponder issue.
Had a transponder issue, so don't worry about that. Sky Parker ahead of Canish Grau, Blair Smith, Finley Hines. A big day for Finley Hines, and by my calculations will have the championship lead. Not by a lot, but will have the lead going into the final round in 2 weeks' time. Cameron McPhee was next up in 6th, Will Green in 7th, Ethan Weldon, Ethan Woodward and Jensen Chalk is your top 10. Big last few laps from Braith Murdoch there, pulling back up to 11th place. That could be crucial in 2 weeks' time. Next up was Levi McGrath, Enzo Butterazzi, Henry Clark. Great drive from Joseph Smith in kart number 15, top novice and in the top 15 overall. George House was next up, then it was Laith Khan, Max Ewell, Jarlath Sayer, second of the novices, Max Wright, third of the novices, that was your top 20, Teddy Woodard, Sukhmani Kira, Cody Lipatarel, John T. Restrick. These are all drivers who had some difficulties out there in this race. Simeon Stone, 25th.
There we go. Rest to the field going through.
Jacob Nairn, Sky Parker, Ethan Lucas, Aston Brown, Isabel Banks, Harley Hodgson Wells, and Max Mason in retirement. And of course, we also mentioned that we don't think Aaron Richardson was a non-starter in that one as well. There we go. Well, that's all of our cadets done for today.
Not the best way to end a final, of course, under full course yellow conditions. It just takes that element of a little bit of excitement away from them. But, of course, they still do give us a result. And, oh, my goodness me, did that just say yellow warning?
I've got it locked onto a long book beat. Yes, I think at the moment we're having one of those ethereal, almost like safety rings around the circuit. We've not seen the flakes of snow yet, but they are in the area. Let's take a short break, though, as we wave goodbye to the Army Cadets. We'll see them back in 2 weeks' time for their championship finale. Next out on circuit, it's the final for Mini X30. Let's have a look at the grid then for race 19 on your schedules, the Mini X30 final. Lucas Field has pole position. Jack Mowat joins him on the front row. Harrison Mackie and Sebastian Mins form up row 2. Taylor Orridge and Riley Bishop start on the third row of the grid. Fred Green and Finn Leslie go from row 4. Then it's Jack Owen Drawbridge and Zach Green on row 5. Charlie Mills and Joshua Jones are there on the 6th row of the grid. Luca Brooks has had a good day so far. Starts on row 7, the novice there, alongside David McIntyre. Ryan Gill and Charlie Neve are on row 8. Daniel De Benedictis and Joshua Jarvis start on row 9. And then we won't have, unfortunately, Max Tompkinson, because he's self-isolating at the moment. So it'll be 18 karts in the field for your Mini X30 final.
Had my microphone muted. Hopefully you're still watching, Max. Of course, let us know if you are watching. Drop us a comment. Let us know that you're watching at home or wherever you are, isolating away. Do you know what? I'm actually going to put my jacket on, because despite the fact that I am sitting on a radiator, I'm starting to get cold even in here. A bit chilly. It's starting to get a bit chilly in the commentary box. I can't imagine what it's like outside. Thank you to Toby Bedford. The snow is at my house. I think there will be in there for the junior finals. Just from that Toby lives quite nearby. Are we ready for a go in this final? No, we're not. Which is okay in a way, because it means I can talk championship. We are down to 4 drivers who can win this. Whoa, it's off there. That's a big one for the number 15. Is that Fred
of
Green?
Fred Green. I think there's damage to the front bumper, maybe. Didn't quite see. looking down at my points table, and I looked up to see a Tony Kart spearing off the circuit.
Yeah, I was looking the other way as well.
We're down to 4. We're down to 4. Bishop, Field, Mowat, and Leslie. Excuse me. With Lucas Field, let's have a look. What happened here then? This is Fred Green.
There,
oh,
warming it
a
up.
little bit of over-exuberance. Oh, there we go. Off driver's right.
I think that's why they're told not to do that too often, because things like that happen. And yeah.
So I'm going to talk about cake again, because once again, there's different ways of cutting the cake. There's the scores absolutely locked in, like something off the weakest link, where Lucas Field would have the lead. If I just do it by 2 drops, Riley Bishop has the lead. But what you need to know is we're looking out for Riley Bishop, Lucas Field, Jack Mowat and Finn Leslie in this race for championship permutations. Away we go then for 10 minutes on the clock in the Mini X30 final. And it's a good start from those at the front of the field. In fact, Lucas Field has run wide. Lucas Field got too much speed through turn 2 and has gone down to 4th place round the outside. Jack Mowat looking for the lead there. Has he got the inside for Boxing Day? Yes, he has.
It's Taylor Orridge.
Oh, sorry, it's Taylor Orridge. Taylor Orridge to the front then.
Yeah, a fantastic move. He read the road perfectly there and just saw that, yeah, I've managed to get past Lucas Field. He's gone out. Let's just switch to the outside here, and went the long way round, and it worked out great. Harrison Mackie there in 2nd place, and that's Riley Bishop, who's very wide as well. He went right onto the grass. He's had a nightmare on this second and final so far. Let's see what he can do as the race progresses. Everyone through, as Fred Green still there, the 15 in 6th place as they come out of the final corner across the line. Looks like Fred Green's moved up into P3 now as they go through. He has indeed. So Taylor Orridge leads from Mackie, Fred Green, Mowat, Field, Mins, Leslie, Zach Green, Riley Bishop, Jack Owen Drawbridge, sorry, I was tripping over my tongue there, topping up the top 10.
So once again, it's one of these scenarios where a lot of our championship protagonists are a little bit way down the order at the moment.
Bit top and turvy, isn't it?
It is a bit. So if it was to finish like this, we would have Lucas Field, I think, leading the championship by 6 points on points already secured, ahead of Bishop and 10 points further back to Jack Mowat. And Finn Leslie still with a mathematical chance of winning the title, but would need a very strong final round of the season to do so. Riley Bishop has got past Zach Green on that last lap, is up to 8th place now. It feels like damage limitation at the moment for Bishop. It's down the inside goes Fred Green. Has he got the... No, he's not got it stopped.
No.
And Harrison Mackie will retake 2nd place.
Yeah, he will indeed, albeit again, looking back down the inside was Fred Green there. I thought he was going to go for the move into Ashby also. Couldn't quite do it, but that is, of course, allowing Taylor Orridge to pull away in this one. They lost 0.6 of a second on that last lap alone to Taylor Orridge. The gap's about 1.7 seconds, and now there Green took the 2nd place spot, but Mackie fighting back. Carbon copy of what we saw earlier on as well in Heat 1, and Mackie loses out. The 2 drivers in front go through. Mowat and Lucas Field now up into the next couple of positions. Mackie down into 5th.
Really good stuff there from Mowat and Field. They read that situation correctly. Jack Mowat just taps on his helmet there to say to Lucas Field behind, let's try and work together. Let's not do anything silly at this stage of the race. Luca Brooks is having another strong run. He's up to 11th place and top novice at the moment. He's got past Charlie Mills. He's also been overtaken by Joshua Jones and David McIntyre on that last lap. But Taylor Orridge, this is one of the reasons why I love watching Taylor race, because he is a real talent and he is storming away from the rest of the field at the moment. Supreme drive.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Just like I say, read the road perfectly in that first lap. Got the jump on everyone, and yeah, just got up into the lead round Christmas corner, and at the moment he stayed there and he's pulling a great advantage. 2.59 seconds now is the lead from Fred Green in 2nd place. And there you can see Jack Mowat, Lucas Field still absolutely nose to tail. These 3 will have to work together to try and close that gap, and I will say they did take a 10th out of him.
They did.
On that last lap.
They did last time around. Lucas Field has the fastest lap of the race so far, 49.22. I've mentioned that Finn Leslie's got past Sebastian Mins for 6th place. Zach Green has also got back ahead of Riley Bishop. It's not been the kind of day that Riley Bishop would have wanted. For Finn Leslie, that's another point. He's very much looking to hold at least 4th place in this championship for 2021. If you're enjoying the coverage, do make sure you've subscribed to Alpha Live. Click that subscribe button and the notification bell as well. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time for the finale of this FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. And we're still watching this battle between Fred Green and Jack Mowat for 2nd place. They've started to drop Lucas Field a little bit. I don't know what happened to Field in the last lap. He was off the pace. The only driver not to set a new personal best. He's got to fight back now, and he is fighting back. He's set a personal best and the fastest Sector 1 of anyone so far. 5 minutes to go, still very much in the balance of Field, DJ.
Yeah, it really is. And again, everyone kind of slotted into a place now. No one really pushing too hard in this one. Keeping an eye, though, on that battle for the lead. And this battle here, another 0.2 of a second was taken out on that last lap around. The gap is still 2.3 seconds. But at the moment, you can see there. And at the moment, these two drivers, they'll see Taylor Orridge in the distance and they'll want to close in. But right now, these drivers are just going to work together and see if they can close that gap. They've still got 4.5 minutes to get it done. Well, really, they've got 3.5 minutes to get it done because they want the last minute battling to try and get the lead, because it's one thing to catch up, it's another thing to get past. So, yeah. You've got to sort it out. You've got to get a balance underway. There's Riley Bishop, the current championship leader, the number 32, currently in 9th place. Again, he's not made many moves in this one, but he has caught back up to that pack now, so he is now up into P8. So he's managed to get past Finn Leslie, who goes down into P9. Sideways under braking goes Lucas Field as he goes very close to that grass. And a change for 2nd place, because Jack Mowat now up into P2. That's good news for Taylor Orridge, because it means they'll be losing time, and they did lose time. 0.07 of a second on that last lap. Not a lot, but it's still losing time, isn't it? So as they go through, and it looks like there that Field makes the move done as well. So Fred Green now down into P4, and now it's a Crop Promotions 1, 2, 3, I believe.
It is indeed. This is a really battling performance from both Jack Mowat and Lucas Field. Taking this title fight to Riley Bishop, who's got back up into 8th place. Finn Leslie has had a poor lap and has dropped down a number of positions, slipping out of contention now. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. It's still Taylor Orridge leading by 2.26. And in fact, Riley Bishop's come alive all of a sudden. Has just popped in a 48.41. That is a vastly quicker lap time than anyone around him. Has Riley Bishop been holding something back in reserve for later in this race? He's left himself there a lot of work to do if he's going to get up on the podium today.
Yeah, he has. I mean, we're 8 laps into this race already with less than 3 minutes to go. To set a fastest time like that in this late stage is you know, it is a good feat to achieve, but you know, to gain those places in that time, I don't think he's left himself enough time, because there's a lot of empty space in front of him.
New fastest lap of the race from Lucas Field now, 48.29, and the gap at the front is coming down, DJ. 0.37 of a second is the amount of time that Jack Mowat took out of Taylor Orridge's lead, and he's pulling Lucas Field and Fred Green with him.
He is indeed, yeah. The gap now 1.8 seconds for the race lead, and with that time, there's still 2 minutes to go. That's still very doable, because a lot can happen in 2 minutes. It's still a long time, especially in a kart race with a lap time of, you know, 48 seconds. 2 minutes is a lifetime for these drivers as they go through. And again, as they round like Wilkins and Oisiers, you know, they're pushing these karts as much as possible. And there, the 17, that is Sebastian Mins. He's got Zach Green just behind as well. And you can just see there how bumpy it is out of the boot section there. It really shows you when you zoom in on the drivers how much their head moves as they go around the track. It is a very physical circuit, Whilton Mill.
Finn Leslie has had to retire, is in the pit lane, and that may be the end of his mathematical hopes of winning the title. It's been a good season, though, for Finn Leslie, and hopefully he'll be around for the final round in 2 weeks' time. What is that gap looking like? It's now 1.7 seconds, but once again, Jack Mowat, this has been one of the best days I can remember in Jack Mowat's time with Croc Promotions. He really has got the bit between his teeth today and is performing well. I think there'll be 3 more laps here. I think there's enough time to get round again and still have a few seconds on the clock before they get to 0 seconds. So that'll make it 3 laps. 1.4 seconds now, the gap between Orridge and Mowat.
Now they've got to not battle, and he's going to battle. He's going to dive it down the inside is Lucas Field, and all the work they've done to try and close that gap up has now been shattered. Now as they try to dive down the inside of all the corners, Fred Green tries to make that move as well on Field, but can't quite do it. So those 2 drivers have lost time. I'm not quite sure if Jack Mowat lost much time on that one, but I think he did, and now he's lost his toe in the back.
Yeah, that wasn't quite the right call for me tactically for Lucas Field to have a go at that point. There were bigger rewards on the table. 5 seconds to go as the leader crossed the line. So yes, it will be this lap plus 1 more. The gap at the front is still 1.4. And I feel as well that is good news for Orridge, because he's now not being chased down by a pack of 3. He's being chased down by a lone ranger in Jack Mowat. Fred Green now ahead of Lucas Field. Keep an eye on Riley Bishop as well, because he's still, I don't know what was going on with Bishop's kart in the first half of this race, but in the second half, he's been on fire. He's just put in a 48.24. He could take Harrison Mackey's 5th place on the last lap.
Yep, he could do indeed as they go through. Last lap board will be out then this time to our race leader. There it is. Taylor Orridge crosses the line. The gap just over a second now between Jack Mowat. Even without a rear gunner, he took half a second out of Taylor Orridge on that last lap. He is closing that gap up quickly, but I don't think it's enough. With only one more lap, half a lap to go really in this battle. Taylor Orridge is looking very comfortable where he is right now. Jack Mowat's still there though in 2nd place. Like we're saying, Fred Green has closed up as much as possible. Lucas Field with that move, there was nothing wrong with that move. He can, of course, go for that move if he wants to try and get past, go for that position. He is more than welcome to do so. And like I say, in these race situations, all you want to do is get past, and you can't fault him for that whatsoever. But out of the final corner, 1 flag yet to see, and he already looks happy. Taylor Orridge crosses the line to take a final win from Jack Mowat. Fred Green, Lucas Field, Harrison Mackey crosses the line in 5th place from Riley Bishop, who crosses in 6th place. So a good recovery after that one. Zach Green crosses in 7th from Sebastian Mintz, managed to get past on that last lap. Jacko and Drawbridge crosses the line in 9th place, and Joshua Jones rounds out the top 10.
Well, all to play for in Mini X30 when we have their final round in 2 weeks' time, provisionally at least. If we take 2 drops, Bishop has 10.31, Field has 10.22, Mowat has 10.12. There is another way of looking at it, though, in terms of the best 8 rounds out of 9. And interestingly, that puts Field in the lead on that count, 11.39 versus Bishop 11.35 and Jack Mowat 11.25. Whichever way you cut it, it's very close, and it'll be a lot of fun in 2 weeks' time to see which of those 3 drivers comes out on top. Make sure you've subscribed to Alpha Live. Click that notification bell so you get all the notifications as and when we go live. Well done to the Mini X30s. A great final from them. Well done to Taylor Orridge. A superb drive from him, and very much won on the very first lap of the race. And we'll take a short break. Move on to the next race, which will be race 20 on your schedules here at the circuit. It'll be the final for Minimax. Here we go then for the Minimax final in their grid. Ewan Sharman and Hugh Moulton will take us from the front row of the grid. Reg Hayward and Michael Dalton start on row 2. Daniel Amore and Corey Fowler are on the 3rd row of the grid. Oliver Sander and Aras Mayauskas start on row 4. Harrison Morrow and Ben Crossley wrap out the top 10. Oliver Smith and Callum Ghosh start on row 6. Joshua Turnbull and Kasper Tomilewski start on row 7. Sasha Bagley and Mitchell Mulvey start on row 8. Victor Hansen and Josh Camp start on the 9th row of the grid. Then we find Riven Welsh and Oliver Smith on row 10. Alexander Zingarevich and George Ivanov have both had tough days. They start on row 11. Macaulay Guy and Lucy Wilden likewise on row 12. Joshua Withcombe and Zach McDonald start on row 13. Then it's Harry Clogger and Ellis Snow on row 14. Ben Tester completes the 29 entries in this race. Right then, well, Minimax out on circuit now. This could be one, just as I run down the points, where we could see a title decided if Daniel Lamour can get a good result in this one.
Let's see. So Daniel Lamour finished 4th in Heat 2. Reg Hayward took the race win, of course, from Hugh Moulton and Aris Miauskis in that one. Michael Dalton finished in 5th place from Ewan Charman at the end. So, of course, Ewan Charman, who we thought was going to take the race win, but received a nose cone penalty. So unfortunately he lost out on that one. Other drivers who received the nose cone penalty, Joshua Turnbull, Oliver Sander and Victor Hansen, also received nose cone penalties in the previous heat race. But it's final time now, and are we going to get going? First time of asking.
Definitely hope so. So keep an eye out for Daniel Lamour, Oliver Smith and Callum Ghosh. Those are the ones with the mathematical chance of winning this title. We are good for a start. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the Minimax final. Are they all going to get through the first couple of corners? It's looking good so far, and it's a good start as well for Daniel Lamour in the bright Valentino Rossi tribute livery there, already up to 3rd. A good start for Ewan Charman at the front of the field.
Yep, great start then from the entirety of the grid as well as they head through. Charman holding on to the lead though as they start this race. Hayward still there in 2nd place with Daniel Lamour still in 3rd. You can't miss Lamour. He's the brightest car out there, you can see, in 3rd place as he goes through. Bit of a gap that they're opening up as well. The top 4 with a small breakaway at the moment from the rest of the field. But you can see there the 44 of Michael Dalton holding on to 4th place at the moment. Out of the final corner, or into the final corner, I should say, as the rest of the field slot through, chopping and changing in the back of field as well. And they cross the line. Reg Hayward with the fastest lap of the race, 52.77. That will change, of course, when they next come back around. Because it will they'll be a lot quicker the next time around when they start that race. Less than 9 minutes to go. And, yeah, a much tidier start, I think, from Minimax.
Yeah, I'd tend to agree with you there, DJ. So, championship situation. If the race was to finish right now, Daniel Lamour would be some 11 points away from being able to say he's champion. The driver stopping that happening from today at the moment is Oliver Smith. So if Oliver Smith can just hold himself there in that top 15, mathematically at least, he will take it to, oops, as off there is Zingarevich. And I think Colin the Cone is, oh dear, I'm not happy with that. My mate Colin has been abused there by one of the drivers. But yes, if Oliver Smith can just hold himself in this kind of top 15, he will take the title battle to the next round, but it would be very, very much in Daniel Lamour's favour. And at the moment, he's challenging Reg Hayward here for 2nd place.
He is indeed, yeah, he's looking very strong out there and right behind. And at the moment, Jarman's checking out at this rate, 49.5. Daniel Lamour has done a 49.9 at the moment, so is roughly on the same pace. But at the moment, Reg Hayward, his last lap, 50.38 on that last one.
Contact! Oh! And Lamour spins out the race. Now, Hayward, did he chop across there a little bit too abruptly on Daniel Lamour? Let's have another look at that situation. I think Daniel Lamour gets a good run out of the toe of the boot, is alongside, now this is one of those where I don't like to make that call as the man in the comms box and not in race control, but I think if I'm Daniel Lamour, I've got rights to feel a little bit aggrieved about that.
Yeah, you could be right there, and I'm just more disappointed about the livery, because look at that now, that shiny yellow livery has got some big rubber marks on it now, which is a big shame. But drama then at the start of this Minimax final, and a couple of our leading protagonists are now right down the order.
Well, there's no reason to panic at the moment for Daniel Lamour. He does have a big championship lead. Even with this result, now in 28th, he would still have a decent gap over Oliver Smith. With Oliver Smith at the moment in 12th position. But, I do not think that Daniel Lamour will be too happy about that, because that is a huge opportunities for some big points gone here as George Ivanov finishes what's been a torrid day for the number 22 has come into the pits. As also into the pits has come Zach McDonald out of the race.
Yes, indeed. So drivers dropping out then. Update then at the front of the field. Then after that incident, Ewan Charman looking very comfortable now. He's clear by some 3.4 seconds at the start. There he is on your screens, heading up now towards Christmas Corner. And look at that, he's about to lap Daniel Amor. That is not what Daniel Amor wants. Yeah,
and that's a real kick in the teeth for Daniel Amor, who just holds to the outside, lets the race leader through, and gets a thumbs up from Ewan Charman there.
I think Charman was actually saying, hey, tag on to the back, let's go.
Yeah.
Pull him along, see if we can try and help him gain some positions in the back of the field, which is a nice gesture. But yeah, that is a huge shame for the start of this one. But I just think after that one, Amor's he's lost the rhythm, and that's so easy to happen. It's so easy to lose the rhythm when you have an incident like that, because you stop, the tyres get cold, you've got to warm the back up again, and you just got to get the confidence back in the tyres.
And it's that last 2-3% inside yourself to push yourself, to take a bit of a risk, to brake a little bit later. You know, your heart can sink to the bottom of your race boots and just go, yeah, I'm just going to finish this race off and finish off this last 5 minutes and go home.
Yeah.
There's Oliver Sander now in second place. The DHR squad will be very happy with this performance. Michael Dalton just behind. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Aras Miauskis and Harrison Morrow have just got past Joshua Turnbull. Turnbull now in 10th place.
Kind of still heating up for second place, though, between Sander and Dalton, as you're saying. Yeah, they're right there on your screen. Closing in. Charman, though, another fastest lap of the race, 48.27 at the moment. As they go through there, they are on your screens. Here's a look a little further back, because it's definitely heating up for fourth place, because Hugh Moulton's right on the back of Corey Fowler as they go through. Again, two different racing lines there. Moulton with the optimal line as they go in towards Ashby. Here's another look a little further back as well. This is the battle for 19th onwards. So Riven Welsh, Joshua Whitcomb, Sasha Bagley, Alexander Zingarevich, Lucy Wilden as well, Ellis Snow, and Harry Clogger in that group as well. So a big group of drivers battling away. Back here at the sharper end. And looks like Corey Fowler and Hugh Moulton about to meet Daniel Amor out there. And Amor gets out of the way very swiftly, very sensibly. And again, it's just going to bring that car, like you said, back to the end of this race. He's not in race mode now. He's just in get it to the end mode, isn't he?
Yeah. You know, it's the thing with Daniel Amor's season. He's effectively used his 2 drop scores already through, I don't think he was here for round 4 and round 6. So it is still worth, in a way, him carrying on, because if there's anybody else who falls off in these last 3 minutes, there's points to be had there.
Yeah.
But obviously he knows he's not going to be racing wheel to wheel for any positions.
Because you don't get any points if you don't finish.
Yeah, if you don't finish, you don't get anything at all.
Yeah, so it's worth finishing.
Yeah, keep going round, and it could be a key 15 points or 20 points in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, exactly that. 29. Corey Fowler and Hugh Moulton still battling for 4th place on circuit. They've not really gone for many moves. I think they're just trying their best to try and catch up to the back of Sander and Dalton. That last lap around, they've not really managed to do so. Dalton has caught up to the back of Sander, though. Rightly so. He took 0.3 of a second out of Sander on that last lap, so that'll be an interesting gap to see. 1 minute 40 seconds to go then, and contact as the 22 is off the circuit. That's at Oisirs. It is, yeah. George Ivanov. It was in the pit lane earlier, wasn't he? So he's come back out on circuit. Couldn't quite see what the other kart was.
May have been Ben Tester. We'll see if we can get a replay of that one. And oh dear, I've just seen from David Whitehouse. Some very sad news, ladies and gentlemen, at the circuit. Very sad to report that Sir Frank Williams has passed away, aged 79 years of age. He, of course, legendary team boss of Williams Racing, has sadly left to the great racetrack in the sky. So I think we'll take a moment's silence, if that's okay, for the passing of Sir Frank Williams. Thank you very much, everybody. But, yeah, that news has just come into us here in the commentary box at Whilton Mill. 20 seconds to go of this Minimax final for round 9 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Here's number 29, Corey Fowler and Hugh Moulton. They're racing over 4th place. There'll be 2 more laps for our drivers out there. There is your race leader, Ewan Charman, who's been fantastic today. Just what you come to expect from someone with the number 3 plate. 5 seconds is his lead over Oliver Sander. Has a quick adjustment on the radiator flap there. This final, which very much had its dramatic moments in the early stages, with Daniel Amore having that incident with Reg Haywood. In terms of others out there who still have a chance of this title, Callum Gosh has had a good race, is actually mathematically pulling his way back into it. He's now in 9th place. Oliver Smith there in 12th. So this one will go to 2 weeks' time and round 10 of the championship. But very, very much in Daniel Amore's favour. But DJ, sum up for me in a few words. Ewan Charman has been brilliant today.
He has. You know, I mean, the first heat, great performance, put it to the start. Second heat, again, exactly the same, put it to the front. Unfortunately, he did pick up that nose cone penalty. Unfortunately, that dropped him down to 6th in the results. But in this final, again, just a dominant performance, got to the front, held onto it, and he's just been pulling away. He's not made many mistakes, if any, and he's going to take that checkered flag, and he's going to win the Minimax final here at round 9 for the Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Ewan Charman is your winner in Minimax for round 9 of the FastR WMKC Championships 2021. Oliver Sander finishes in 2nd place, Michael Dalton 3rd, Corey Fowler 4th, Hugh Moulton in 5th. Reg Haywood finishes 6th on the road. Aris Miauskis, good day for Aris there in 7th. Harrison Morrow in the top 10, as is Callum Ghosh and Joshua Turnbull. Callum Ghosh will be one of those 3 drivers with a mathematical chance of winning the title in 2 weeks' time. Kasper Tomilewski in 11th, Josh Camp in 12th, Ben Crossley in 13th, and then both of the Oliver Smiths in 14th and 15th. Mitchell Mulvey 16th, Macaulay Guy 17th, Victor Hansen 18th. Top novice today in 19th place was Alexander Zingarevich. Riven Welsh in 20th, Sasha Bagley 21st, Lucy Wilden in 22nd, Joshua Withcombe 23rd, Ellis Snow 24th, Harry Clogger in 25th. 26th for Daniel Amore, not where he would have expected, but that is still points being scored towards his tally. So by carrying on round, he managed to gain another 2 points there and will lead the championship on 1,051 points after the racing here today. And we'll just need to do a nice solid day in 2 weeks' time, and he will be champion. Ben Tester finishes in 27th, George Ivanov in 28th, and Zach McDonald, the last of those, 11 laps down in 29th. Those were your runners there in the Minimax final. Right, well, there we go. Karts coming in for their post-race inspections and scrutineering. We're going to move swiftly on to the next race, which will be race number 21 on your schedules, and it'll be the final for Junior Max. Here's your grid then for race number 21 on your schedules. The Junior Rotax Max final. Ben Folland has pole position. Ronnie Mansfield alongside on the front row. Jamie Perrelly and Max Lee on row 2. Spencer Brown and Blake Ticehurst on row number 3. Aidan Hassan and Bobby Rosier on row 4. James Jackson and Leo Purchase row 5. Jessica White and Reza C. Worthen start on the 6th row of the grid. Lexi Belk and Ronnie Smith on row 7. Alfie Bray and Alfie Davies on row 8. William Ray and Oliver Kerr are there on the 9th row of the grid. Then we find Matt McFarquhar and Murphy Aldrich on row 10. Alex Duncan and George Allen on row 11. Daniel Sabula and Freddie Ingram could both make progress there from row 12. They've got the speed to do so. They're ahead of Jensen Weston and Jack Cooper, likewise on row 13. William Young and Kai Puccini on row 14. Zane Khan and Miles Dawn on row 15. Ethan Simmons and Ewan Thomas will look to fight through from the 16th row of the grid. And then we've got George Donald and James Riley completing the 34 karts due for this race.
Yes, indeed. And as you can see there, the kart's still in the dummy grid area. Lights coming on here at Whilton Mill. And the karts fire themselves up and they head out onto the circuit. Local time here at Whilton Mill, 2:37 in the afternoon. This race was due to start at 2 o'clock. So looking like we are around 40 minutes behind at the moment. So if you are joining in and wondering why your race isn't on, that'll be the reason why. So it's a little bit of a delay to that one, but hopefully we can get all the finals done before that. Update on Snowwatch, please, Mr. Mather.
It's one of those weird situations where the app says it's snowing, but I don't think it is. I can't see from our camera angle.
So basically it's
and
snowing.
Obviously we're in a box.
Yeah, so
if it was snowing in here, there would be a real worry.
I'd be concerned if it was snowing in here. Yeah, it happens to me all the time. Whenever it says all snow hitting the UK and everything like that, and I look out my window like a 6-year-old boy, and I just oh snow, and then nothing comes, and I just think you go down the road and it's like 2 foot of it, and then you come down here, but like, how come there was none here? It always happens. So I think we've just got like an invisible bubble around Whilton Mill, and someone pulling off the circuit there onto the curb. Who's that? It's the 18.
78. It's C.
78.
There's a C. Worthen.
That's a nightmare. We're going to get the green flag and we're going to get racing underway. Good start, everyone through. Yes, we are. Everyone got through that one cleanly, which is a good start. Up towards Christmas Corner now we go. The next one, the next challenge for all of these drivers, and another kart slowing down, the 41 in the mid-pack there. It's James Jackson who's slowing down and coming to a halt nearly. He is still moving, but much slower than everyone else. There, the 25 on your screen. Ben Folland has lost a couple of places and is about to lose another one as well as Aidan Hassan comes through and tries to get past through all his ears as well. The 23 diving down the inside also. That's Ethan Simmons, who's making a lot of moves there as well after starting way down the order than what we'd usually see him. Timer ticking down, 9 minutes to go. Perrelly leading the way from Mansfield, and they've already got a gap and another kart off. That's the 17 that's come off the circuit. It's Miles Dawn who's gone awry, and he crosses the line now in 23rd place. I'm pretty sure it's Miles Dawn. I mean, it says he gained 4 positions on that one, but it definitely looked like a 17 when he was coming back onto the circuit. So maybe, maybe not. I'm not too sure. But 8.5 minutes to go, and a very late lunge there from the number 12 getting through as well. Max Lee making good moves. Max Lee, who won a race earlier on today, am I right in saying? You know, he's one of making moves in this one as well. But a good first couple of laps from these drivers. 8.5 minutes to go.
8.5 minutes indeed. Ronnie Mansfield just trying to calculate the points through, but quite possibly is in championship winning position here in Junior Rotax. The likes of Spencer Brown and Max Lee trying to keep this one going to the next round. There they are in 6th and 7th places respectively. Down the inside goes Ronnie Smith. Another good move from Ronnie Smith. Gets him past Leo Purchase for 9th.
Yeah, he does indeed. Mechanical flag for Ethan Simmons, the 23. We were talking about him earlier on. That's the 48 off the circuit as well. George Allen, the only novice driver in the class. But yeah, that's a nightmare. But Ethan Simmons with a mechanical flag. I'm not sure what's wrong with the kart. That's the number 23 out on circuit. But the meatball flag going his way. It's a bit of a nightmare. Oh, is that snow I see falling here at Whilton Mill?
All around us, possibly. 7 minutes and 20. Oh, so I've been bitten by it. I've been bitten by it. Max Lee tries to go down the inside of Blake Ticehurst. Doesn't make it work. And I am hearing the S word, not that one, the snow word in my ear that it has now started. And, well, we've had plenty of reports from further north that it's going to be here for the long haul now. The number 12 of Max Lee was down the inside there, got a move done on Blake Ticehurst. It's taken a couple of goes. He's got through and is into 5th.
I just want to give a shout out there to Toby over there, who said, oh, it's starting to snow here. I reckon it's going to hit around the juniors. The juniors start, and it started snowing. Spot on that, man. Well, you owe him a beer.
I do.
Not me.
If he's old enough. 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Front of the field, Jamie Perrelly is off. It's another one. It's the number 22 this time out of the race. And that's Oliver Kerr, who was, I think, running as high as 15th earlier in the race. So that's a real shame for Oliver. There's Jamie Perrelly, the Project One machine, comfortably out ahead of Ben Folland. He's had a really strong day. Really good to see Ben performing well. And yet, the snowflakes are getting so large now that I can see them on the panning cameras.
There we go. Yeah, it's a nightmare situation for these drivers because they've still got just under 6 minutes to go. They are all on slick tyres, but you have to remember, snow is still rain. It's just very cold rain.
Yep.
And when it hits the ground, it will still melt, which means the track will get wet, which means then wet tyres might be needed. But at the moment, it's nowhere near that at all. We're nowhere near that stage. The track is still, well, by the looks of it, completely dry. So, yeah, it's only a light sprinkle that's coming down at the moment, but it is coming down. That's the main thing you need to remember.
Yep.
And, yeah, these drivers have still got a long way to go in this race. Jamie Perrelly, though, is leading this race comfortably. 4 seconds, over 4 seconds now, is the gap from Ben Folland. Up they go in towards Christmas Corner, and still Aidan Hassan is still right there. Ronnie Mansfield's right there. Max Lee is right there as well. They've all caught up to each other. Ronnie Smith, though, on that last lap, fastest lap of the race, 46.07 in the 96, currently in 7th place. So he's looking comfortable to push up those positions as well. Have you been dancing through the points at the moment?
I have been dancing through the points just to work out what the situation for Ronnie Mansfield is. So 4th place at this stage would leave him with a guaranteed 1,000. And the snow really is coming now. Look at how it's very pretty, isn't it? 1,122 points as is that. Kai Bacchini. Oh, I've got a feel for Kai. It's been a rotten season for Kai. Had a few troubles on a development chassis, and his race has come to an end here on lap number 6. Ronnie Mansfield at the moment is scoring 1,122 points at the end of today as Jamie Perrelly worked his way past some traffic. Spencer Browham, that would have Spencer Brown's max possible score beaten. Where is Max Lee in all of this? 5th place. Max Lee is taking it at the moment to the last round. Just. But it is looking pretty good for Ronnie Mansfield. If he can keep doing this, as off there is the number 76. That is Freddie Ingram, who's had a really tough day. He's got going again now. He's lost, what's that, about 10 positions. There's more drivers off. Is this drivers falling off under...
No, they're drivers that retired earlier, and I think they just found a gap big enough to run across.
And getting some warmth.
Yeah, probably.
As the snow starts to really fall here at Whilton Mill. 3 minutes to go. There is Ben Folland, second place at the moment. And where has Aidan Hassan's dropped back in all of this? So Ronnie Mansfield is up to third place now. There he is. And that's another point or two, just chipping away.
So he's closing in on Ben Folland, I believe. He took 2/10 out of him on that last lap. The gap between them is not that much. Around 6/10 of a second is the gap between them. And he's wanting to close in as much as possible. He's chopping and changing here. This is the 84 or the 64. I think that was Aidan Hassan getting past Max Lee. That possibly for fourth place on circuit as they go through. Need to find where the 62 is on our screens, because I think he's just ahead of this battle. I want to see how much he's closing in. 2 minutes to go then, and Ronnie Mansfield again, fastest lap of the race, but that just got taken away from Daniel Sabula, the number 27, in 12th place. He's looking very strong out there in this final after he got a no-cone penalty earlier in one of his heats. So, you know, he's not had the best of weekends, but he's pushing that one as much as possible. Contact warning out to Aidan Hassan as well, the 64 in 9th place, being kept a close eye on by the marshals. Stewards out there, so no more of those, please. As they go through. 90 seconds left on the board. The snow is tumbling, the racing is fierce, and Jamie Perrelly is leading by 3.4 seconds.
Is indeed. This is looking pretty good, though, still for Ronnie Mansfield.
Ooh. And down the inside, Ronnie Mansfield has got that move done for second place. So Ben Folland is now starting to fall back in the order as that wind picks up and the snow whips across the track. Ronnie Mansfield has now taken second place. In terms of last laps there, he was a 10th faster than Jamie Perrelly. With 49 seconds left to go, he's not going to catch him in time. What have you spotted?
And I've just rerun the points for Max Lee. Ronnie Mansfield is in championship winning position now. He is scoring sufficient points that nobody will be able to overhaul him in round 11. 30 seconds to go, 2 laps as the snow continues to fall. Can these drivers get to the end of the race? The pace is still pretty good as down the inside there goes Max Lee. Gets past Ben Folland. At the moment, it's going to be to avail. It's not going to be enough points for Ronnie Mansfield to be stopped here.
Well, indeed, that timer strikes 0 now. And last lap board will be out this time to Jamie Perrelly, who's about to cross the line now. There he goes. And last lap board is out, probably to their delight, because they're just like, I don't want to be out in this snow any longer. It's far too cold. Yeah, they're going to come around now, and again, look at that advantage he's got. Look at that advantage. Jamie Perrelly has been very dominant in this race, and again, down the inside there goes Leo Purchase on Ronnie Smith. That was for 5th place, and gets that move done and goes defensive almost immediately to cover off any attempt to get back past through the Ashby hairpin. But at the moment, Jamie Perrelly leading the way, has only got a couple more corners to go here at Whilton Mill, and he is going to take a final win here for round number 9, but that could be overshadowed, but not for him as he celebrates across the line to take that race win from Ronnie Mansfield and Max Lee. With those finishing positions, what does it mean?
It means that Ronnie Mansfield is your 2021 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Junior Rotax champion, our second champion here today at Whilton Mill. A superb season for Ronnie Mansfield, and he's already got 2 finals victories so far this year. That's another top 3 for the driver in number 62, and another talent who hope to see move on to seniors in future years' time. Has been the class act in this category, and has already done enough, as we say, to be crowned champion with 1 round of the championship to go. Well done to Ronnie Mansfield.
Excellent stuff then. Nose cone watch next on order for these drivers In they go. It's good for Jamie Perrelly. It's good for Ronnie Mansfield. And it's good for Max Lee. So your top three are through. And all is well. Thumbs up there to the drivers as they go through. The kart's being recovered there. And, oh, there's the nose cone. You just see the head shake and the, oh, God. Blake Tysers there receiving the nose cone. And no one likes a nose cone. It is a kick in the teeth, really, after a final. And then you come in and it's just like, oh, 5-second time penalty. That is not contestable. You can't argue it. It's you've got it. It's broken. That's it, is the case.
Number 98 just being moved there. Got stuck on one of the sleeping policemen. But there we go. Well done to the junior Rotax drivers. We'll have them back for the final round in 2 weeks' time. We're going to move on, though. Next up on the schedule, race number 22 here at Whilton Mill. It will be the junior X30 final. Here's your grid for the Junior X30 final. Finley Harrison and Rhys Lomax on the front row. Henry Gregory and Archie Heron on row 2. Cian Geraghty and Micah Taylor there on the third row of the grid. Luke Sintler and AJ Arnold on row 4. Jaden Gregg and Leo Brown row 5. Tom Wainwright and Jack Cox on row number 6. Cian Leon Gamio and Rylan Etchberg on row 7. Sam Longley and Ollie Stevens on row 8. Dayton Coulthard and Zaki Hussain on the 9th row of the grid. Morgan Moore and Freddie Allen on row 10. Harry Ewell and Hayden Bailey on row 11. Amelia Pennington and Sam Baker on row number 12. And Josh Agambar and Kai Carrington on row 13. Remy Gilbert and David Asteglo on row 14. Oliver Harris and Jack Collins on row 15. And then we've got David Marshall, Luke Taylor and Tiger Dixon completing the 33 kart field. And look at it.
It's pretty.
It's very pretty. Unless you're in a kart and you're like, oh.
Oh, no. Sorry.
That's not what I want.
Unless you're a cameraman, a mechanic in the pit lane, a driver,
anyone
basically
outside.
anyone who isn't in the production box or in the commentary box. For anyone in the cafe, it looks lovely as well. They've got the nice fire going on the TV screen in the cafe, so you don't get the heat from it, really, but it looks very pretty. Yes, but wow, it looks very, very, very... These are great racing conditions, aren't they?
Well, yeah, it's curious in a way because, yes, it's precipitation coming out of the sky.
But the track doesn't get wet.
The track doesn't get wet. The lap times are holding.
They are indeed. Still very much slicks, and they're trying to get temperature on. Apparently, it feels like -2 out there, ambient air temperature. So that is... chappers. Green flag out. Here we go then. Junior X30 final and a spin in the mid-pack. Onto the grass they go. And I couldn't see the number. They whiz past. But one of the karts has gone awry already. Into the braking zone then. There's Rhys Lomax diving to the inside. Trying to get positions done. Looks like he's held on to second place there. Or third place, sorry. As they go through. Still green flags as the wind whistles by. And everyone getting through the first few corners cleanly with the main pack surviving. So a good start for that one. But yeah, that snow coming down, it looks absolutely frightful out there. It's not great for driving conditions, but these drivers proving that they've got the skill and the talent to get to the end of these races. Out of the final corner we go, and we will get our results as they cross the line. Finley Harrison leading the way from Henry Gregory, Rhys Lomax and Luke Sintler from AJ Arnold, Cian Gamio and Jack Cox. The 21 has gone around. That's Amelia Pennington, who's now falling down the order. Cian Geraghty still there in 8th place, Leo Brown in 9th, and Archie Heron rounding out the top 10 for the time being. But I'm sure as the race progresses, that will change.
Will do indeed. Grip levels still looking pretty much as they have been throughout the day. You know, we've been talking about there's a bit of debris on the outside of Ozy is there.
I think it's a sticker.
Don't want that being sucked up into a radiator or anywhere else, but 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Field spreading out at the front of the order. Don't worry about those karts in the middle. That's some of our junior Rotax karts, and I suspect that they've not been retrieved because we want to get through this schedule as quickly as possible. Here comes Leo Brown down the inside of Cian Geraghty, and it's a JDR party out there at the moment because hopping through, it's Archie Heron there in the number 59.
Yeah, he's saw that move being done and thought, you know what, I'm going to follow suit. I thought, that was a well-timed position, and we'll get that done together as they go through. Oh, fighting back though. Can't quite do it. Stays in position as that snow, really starting to fall now. The grass is starting to actually get a shade whiter as well, which is slightly alarming if you're parked on the grass. Hashtag phrases BMW stuck in the mud. There we go. Research joins and goes, where's the carnage? Because there's no carnage, because these drivers are talented. They've got skill.
They're all good.
They're all good drivers, so they can handle snow. There we go. Diving down the inside goes Cian Gamio on Dalton there. Or Dayton, sorry. As they do so, couldn't quite do it. Tries it again at Ashby, and does indeed. So Dayton Coulthard moving down another position there, but he's holding back the field there. He's doing a sterling job. Just in that mid-pack section. Finley Harrison, though, your race leader, is still leading the way, but Henry Gregory, he'd set a fastest lap on that last lap and closed up 7/10 of a second, and on this lap he's closed up 1/10 of a second. He is slowly catching in, and I have to say, I think Katie Gregory's enjoying that, because she says, come on Henry, love Auntie Katie. There we go.
Yep, and Henry Gregory does have the points lead going into this race by 4. This is another one that will go down to round 11. It's very much between these two drivers. Lap times are starting to drop off a little bit. Both of us nearly had a heart attack there.
Yeah, we did, yeah. The disembodied voice in our head was very loud.
47 seconds now is the best lap times. That's down from 44s and 45s earlier. So the snow is starting to have an effect. And do I even go there? Do I even start to say that I can see a non-snowy line? The off line, it is starting to settle?
No, I think it's settling on the grass, definitely, but not on the track. Surely not. Surely not. They've put far too much rubber down and are working those tyres too much. And yeah, I think they're okay. Maybe. I don't know. I think I see one as well.
5.5 minutes of this one to go. We've still got 2 more races after this, folks, so don't go anywhere if you're thinking about putting your Sunday lunch on. Finley Harrison continuing to lead this race from Henry Gregory, and it's great to see we've got all the key people in this championship all towards the front. Sintler's there, Lomax is there, and Leo Brown getting involved in it as well, and a 46.97 from Henry Gregory. So there still is a little bit of pace in this circuit, but as snow continues to come down,
like they're not understeering. The backs aren't stepping out or anything like that. There's no spray trails, as far as I'm concerned. The track's pretty much dry on.
They're maybe just having to
line.
brake a little bit earlier. I think that's where they're losing the time at the moment. So you don't go barreling into a corner and lose adhesion.
Like you saw that there, tipped it in, back end came up. You know, it's not slow out there. It's still really quick. So it's a very strange situation that we're in right now. But these two race leaders are currently having a great scrap at the moment. They're clear by 3 seconds from the drivers behind them, but there's only 0.2 of a second between these two drivers. When they last crossed the line, it looked like Henry Gregory was going to go for a lunge there into Christmas Corner, just thought against it. So Finley Harrison and Henry Gregory holding on to that lead at the moment. Now, when you're driving in your car, and it's dark and it's snowing and you put your full beam on, I feel like I'm the pilot of the Millennium Falcon.
Oh, yeah. I enjoy that moment.
It's a good moment, isn't it? I did it the other night, actually. Yeah, when it was snowing heavily around here, it was, put them on, it was like, I couldn't see anything. I almost did a Chewy impression, but I didn't. There we go.
I probably will be doing a Chewy impression and driving the Masterback out of this. More in fear than anything. But yeah, 3 minutes 30 to go. Somewhere out there, there's a Finley Harrison in the number 49 kart still leading this race. Almost a bit wide through Christmas Corner there. And Henry Gregory still sat in second place.
Oh, and
Oh no, Dayton Coulthard a long way off the road. That's up at Christmas Corner. And Coulthard is going to be out of this race. He's trying to recover the kart back to the circuit. Didn't see how that started. He's going to be able to get enough. Oh, he is going to be able to get enough grip going there. And back onto the circuit. That's a real shame for Dayton. He's having a strong day. And unfortunately, I don't know. We've seen a couple of times so far today when a driver can get nerfed towards the edge of the grass, side by side into a braking zone. He's not the first driver to end up at that part of the bank, but the good thing is he's okay and he's back out onto circuit.
I've got to say, it looks like Henry Gregory's dropped back slightly there now, and now it's starting to look slippy out there.
Yep.
Now it's starting to look slippy. Looking at the lap times, I mean, last lap times...
Dropping back out.
They are, but not by much still. Again, it's a very strange situation. Oh, we've got a breakdown there in the middle of the circuit and trying his hardest, and that's actually looks like a bent axle to me. The 70s.
It's Gregory. It's Henry Gregory. It's second place out of the race. It's championship leader out of the race with 2 minutes to go in the snow here at Whilton Mill. How big a moment is that in the context of this championship? It's already wide open, and now the points leader is out.
That is a nightmare. And the 41 as well.
41's gone. No. 41, it's Davin Marshall. He's had a really tough day. He's out of the race now.
Do we think they be connected?
Yeah, quite possibly. Davin Marshall was a lap down. I think that's maybe why he's so disconsolate with himself. I think he knows the size of that situation there. They were around on the same points of the circuit. Wow, drama here, and not just because of the weather at Whilton Mill in the Junior X30 final.
For the viewers at home that like exciting racing though as well, that's really opened it up, because now Reece Lomax is second place, and this battle is now the battle for second place. That was Dalton Coulthard again after this spin earlier on, has not got back into the rhythm, and his tyres will be wet and they'll be freezing cold after being on that grass, and he's going to struggle to get temperature back into them as well. This is heating up though now as well, because Kean Gamio just dived down the inside of Luke Sintler there for 6th place, and another kart going off wide there. It's the 2.73 of Rylan Eschberg, who comes back onto the circuit, albeit those tyres will be soaking wet again, because again it will all be close. 8 seconds to go. Finley Harrison is leading this race by 8 seconds, just about 8 seconds from Reece Lomax, who actually took 0.6 of a second out of Finley Harrison's lead.
Yeah, not long to go though for any of the drivers out there. I think the vast majority of them will just be looking to get home now without any more big moments out there on the circuit. 2 more races after this, by the way. We've got the Senior X30 final is off there. My goodness me. That was, I think, was that the number 54 of Remy Gilbert. Let's have another look at that one. That was a big moment. I think it was Gilbert off in avoidance, the driver ahead having their own moment.
Oh, he was on top of it was already over the back of bumper.
Yeah.
There as they came into Inkermans. That was, I thought they just clipped the curb too hard, or it could have been conditions, but no, it was just on the back end of him. Last lap board is out though for your race leader, Finley Harrison, the number 49, who's been pretty calm, cool, collected.
Yeah.
He's been very cool in this one, because everyone's very cool in this one, because it's cold outside. Yeah, he's had a sterling race so far, and he's pulled away, gap 7.6 seconds, and he's only got a few more corners to go. You can't fault the car.
Yeah, I mean, it's been one of the best performances of anyone across all of the classes, I think, today. It's not been outside of the top 2. It's it's Harry Ewell who's had a problem there. He's going to pull off the circuit. But Finley Harrison, with one of the most dominant performances of the day, of the weekend, wins in Junior X30 for round 9 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Reece Lomax finishes in second place. Leo Brown completes a good day there in third. AJ Arnold fights through to fourth. Luke Sintler's in the top 5. Archie Heron, Jack Cox, Kean Leon Gamio, Rylan Etchberg and Micah Taylor all get top 10s in the final. Jaden Gregg 11th, Sam Baker in 12th, Tom Wainwright 13th, Remy Gilbert in 14th, Kean Geraghty 15th, Sam Longley 16th, Ollie Stevens, Freddie Allen, Josh Agambar and Zaki Hussain complete the top 20. Morgan Moore 21st. Dayton Coulthard fights back to 22nd. Then it was Jack Collins in 23rd, Luke Taylor 24th, Amelia Pennington, Dovidas Deglo, your top novice in 26th, Harry Yule, Kai Carrington, Oliver Harris, Hayden Bailey, Henry Gregory and David Marshall. 2 retirements there at the bottom of the order. Oh dear, where's that driver going? You need to have your bumper checked, sir.
I suspect he'll get it checked a little further down the road. It will have been stopped by another steward and, yeah, told to stop there. Ah dear. 72.
Luke Sintler.
From 5th place. That looks like a nose cone penalty coming his way. That's a big shame. Reese Lomax, this is our 2nd place driver. Let's see what Reese has got. And I think it's all good for Reese. So he can be happy with that. And then Leo Brown here, 3rd place finish. All is well. So your top 3 all good. AJ Arnold gets the thumbs up. And all is well. Next race, though, coming up in just a moment. It's time for race 23. It's time for Senior X30.
Back here at a very Christmassy Whilton Mill kart circuit. Let's have a look at the grid for your Senior X30 final. Lucas Ellingham, already champion in this category, starts this race from pole position. Tyler Reid joins him on the front row. Sam Heading and Oliver Henwood start on row 2. Christian Brooks and Harvey Ryby start on the 3rd row of the grid. Alex Moody and Jude Fernahoe are on row 4. Jake Yannick-Isawa and Daniel Hackett on row 5. Louis Johnston-Cool and Alex Johnston start there on row 6. Alex Keynes and Nathan Amos row 7. Thomas Byrne and Hugo Gilbert row 8. Vishal Patel and Jensen Buckingham on the 9th row of the grid. Then we find Cameron Coombs and Brandon Matchell on row 10. Archie Forbes, Scott Smith on row 11. Benjamin Watts and Harrison Pugh on the 12th row of the grid. Martin Auger and Thomas Massarello on row 13. Benjamin Southgate and Stephanie Hobika on row 14. Ben McDowell and Ty Stansfield on row 15. Mason Weir and Matthew Herbert on row 16. Alice Bourget, we've not seen outside on the circuit today, would be due to start 33rd, but I don't think will be on the grid for this one. I can't believe it, mate. I started this stream and saying like, no Christmas before the 1st of December.
And you're saying...
And now I'm saying this, look at the Christmassy scene, look how beautiful it is.
Well, you can't say Christmassy, it's still November, it's a wintry scene.
Wintry scene.
That's what you say, yeah.
There we go.
Scene. There you go. I'll bring you back down to earth.
Thank you very much.
But it does look very pretty.
10 minutes on the clock then for Senior X30s. And as we say, we already know that Lucas Ellingham is champion in this one. He's got 1,062 points on the scoreboard already. That's with drops applied. He's actually got another 100 points in his back pocket. That's currently counting as drop scores, like this scores for today, really. And then the next driver is Nathan Ames of 959. And his total at the moment across all rounds is 1,139. So yes.
To get into the spirit of the cold weather as well, in the commentary box I have put my winter coat on because for some reason I'm absolutely freezing despite the fact that I'm right next to a radiator. So it's peculiar days, peculiar times. Here we go then. Are we going to get this race underway? First time of asking. They look a bit jumbled up to me, if I'm honest. They might have to go round again. Because that doesn't look like that's ready to go, and they are indeed going to get a false start flag. So no, oh, and straight off, oh, to the camera, oh, he did knock it slightly. Oh, dear me! Please don't hit my cameras. He parked it right in between the two of them. I mean, it's a disaster for him, I have to say. But my goodness me, that camera almost ate Kart.
Oh dear, we've lost control of this, haven't we? Right. tyres, do we think it's beyond the point where...
No, I don't think so. I think
it's just a temperature thing, that once they get temperature into
Yeah.
it, they'll be all right.
Yeah, and I think, of course, as soon as he's on the grass, he had hit the brakes. He had locked up completely, nothing he can do. You know, earlier when I said that joke about when a kart gets bigger, the closer it gets to you.
No, Luke Austin's counting the money. 4.
Oh, dear me. Oh, dear. The fact that the camera shook as well, it's slightly alarming. There we go. Second time of asking then, they look a lot nicer in that pack. Looks like we're going to get the go-ahead this time around into the tram lines.
Nope.
No, we're not. It's another false start again. I think they were just too eager to get going again at the front of that pack. And, yeah, everyone behind was just like, well, I can't go because I can't accelerate around that corner. I'm just going to lose the back end. So, you know, do us a favour. Slow it down. Points. Yeah, you're looking at points.
I am.
What we thinking?
Well, we already know with this one that,
okay, fair enough.
that Lucas Ellingham's got it.
Okay, yeah, of course. But what about second, third, fourth?
Second, third, I mean, Nathan Amos has a good hold on second at the moment. Yeah, he had that not so good second heat result where he retired, didn't he? So he's going to have to work his way through the order here and be careful going offline as well. Archie Forber, where is Archie starting this race from in the 14? Well, he's a fair way down the order as well. It seems to be the thing today with the battle for second place that I think Lucas Ellingham probably would have taken the title with these results anyway, but that battle for second place, there's a lot of karts and drivers faltering so far today.
Something I've not actually stressed, that cut that went off towards the camera was Tyler Reid, the 27, who was supposed to be starting on pole position.
He was meant to be on the front row, and he's not there anymore. Are we good to go then for... No, there's a very big mix-up there, and we're going to go round again.
Again, it's just because the conditions as they are right now, the track is so cold, it's not wet, it's not greasy. I don't know, there's a fine line between the two of them. They're going too early. You see, they're gesticulating to each other. It's just like, stop going so early. Wait. You know, it's one of those. If you go too soon, everyone behind just tries to get on the gas, and they can't. And there's another car that's just pulled over to the side.
And that Archie Forber.
It could
be a
be.
really tough day for Archie. He was 29th in his first heat, 4th in the second heat.
So what's going to happen at the end of this one? Was that third time? Was that?
It might be actually, yeah. I think it might have been third time.
Obviously, these are senior drivers, so they know what they need to be doing. So I don't think they'll get stopped and spoken to. And they're not. And the only reason I think that that's happening is because we are running a bit late on time. We have only got these two finals to go. But, I think they're going to give them the benefit of the doubt on this one and just say, right, don't accelerate too soon. Get into the tram lines. A lot better. Green flag. Here we go then for the Senior X30 final. And again, that just shows you the temperature in these tyres. He couldn't do it, and clouting through the barrier a second time of asking. That's Tyler Reid once again.
Yeah. So Tyler Reid out of the race. He tried to make a big block across to Lucas Ellingham off the front row, but it's not served him well, and Lucas Ellingham will lead down through Ashby Corner then. See Sam Heading and Oliver Henwood fighting in amongst there. And a great start for Nathan Amos. He's up the inside. He's going for that second place in the championship. He's going to go. He's scything his way through the order. Past the 44, past the 53 of Daniel Hackett and Jude Fernihoe. What a start for Nathan Ames.
Yep, great start then. From this group of drivers as they'll go through again. We're near the end of the first lap already, and as drivers they are starting to look like they're squirreling a bit as they put the power down out of some of these corners, and that's going to make it very interesting as this race progresses, because there's still a lot of time left to go on it. Under 7 minutes to go of it already as they go up into the Christmas corner. 44 going for a dive. Daniel Hackett on Jake Yakisanauer there, moving into 4th place. Gets that move done, but Ellingham leading from Henwood. And Alex Moody still there in third place.
You asked about second place here. If Nathan Ames can keep going, he could secure second place today. We've already seen the championship be decided as... oh no, and Ellingham's in trouble! Ellingham's in trouble! Whoa, my goodness me, is he going again now? Was it a momentary blip? I think it was. And he's now behind Nathan Ames. Well, what happened there to Lucas Ellingham's JDR kart? It just seemed to falter for a few moments. No, he's stopping again. He's out of the race. Well, my goodness me, it's a good job that he got the points earlier in the day, because bad luck has struck our champion here in the final.
Let's hope your maths has been fully
Yes.
correct. Because obviously all those it's still provisional until we get final calculations of it. But if you're confident, I'm happy. So there we go, 6 minutes to go. And yeah, this is starting to be very interesting conditions out there. And that kart has been quick all day, and right now it just went pop and no more out of me, I think. So, yeah, disaster over there. There's Nathan Ames. I think he's made another move there, and he's closing in. We'll see what he does when he crosses the line. I think he's now P3. He is indeed, because Alex Moody has lost 2 positions and has gone down into P4. What does that mean now?
Well, Nathan Ames is, I mean, he's up to, what is that now? That's going to be 1,086 points. Yeah, he needs one more position, and he's got second place. As out of the race goes another one of the JDR drivers, is Jude Fernehoe. So not a good race for JDR at all here. Where's Archie Forber in all of this? He's up to 21st. This is very much a dropped score, a dropped round today from Archie. Just to explain, because obviously we've had some rounds which are 3 heats, some rounds which are 2 heats. The dropped scores are the full complete round. Yeah. So the result of either your 2 heats and a final, or your 3 heats and a final, because there's still the max number of points that you can score across a round, irrespective of which format we're running. So it's the complete round that gets dropped when we talk about that. That's down the inside of Daniel Hackett goes Sam Heading for second place. So he's finding some grip out there. Lap times not too bad at the moment, in the 49s and 50s.
Yeah, obviously a lot slower than what they were doing before. You know, we were in like 46s, 47s around that area. So we are very much slower. So I'm guessing the track is a little bit more slick out there now. But like I say, very pretty scenes here from Whilton Mill. And yeah, thoroughly enjoying the racing. I'm sure the drivers who are out there freezing cold are not fully enjoying it as much as they would like to be. But they're out there gaining themselves some points. Oliver Henwood leading the way then. There he is, screeching past your spot. There's second place Sam Heading, who's really found some waft. That last lap, 1.3 seconds out of the lead from Oliver Henwood. It was a 48.8 compared to the 50.2 from Oliver Henwood. Gap 3 seconds. Ooh, we could have a battle for the lead in a couple of laps.
We could do indeed. It's all about slip angles, I feel, these conditions, because I know there was a question in on the chat. Are they on slicks or wets? Nope, they are all on slicks, and they're fully drifting the karts around at the moment. Because the grip levels, especially on the front axle, is not too bad at the moment. You've got to get those slip angles on the tyres, keep generating the heat in the rubber. Christian Brooks has got past Daniel Hackett for third place. Louis Johnston-Cools had a good lap there, as well as gained 2 positions ahead of both of the Alexes, Alex Keynes and Alex Moody. Alex Johnston also charging hard, and Alex Johnston looking to be the second highest rookie in this senior category, moved up from juniors last year. But look at the level of the snow coming down now. It is settling on the grass.
That's a lovely shot, that, isn't it?
It is.
That's a Christmas card. Picture that.
Oh, we've still got another round of this to go.
I know.
It could be like this in 2 weeks' time.
Oh, dear me. Lovely. Update on the gap then for our race leaders. It's less than a second now. It took nearly another second out, and that's a Dan Holland Racing driver who's running away from his kart. Not sure where he's running from, though, and I'm not sure who that is. There is the battle for the lead then. So the unsuspecting Oliver Henwood, who's been leading this race comfortably all the way throughout, under braking just there. Did you see the gap that Sam Heading got to close there. Is Sam on wets?
I was just saying, there's a comment on the chat saying the leader's on wets, everybody else is on slicks.
I think he is, because he just danced around them there. I think Sam Heading is on wet tyres.
And if we can get if Johnny can get a good shot of that and try and see if there's a tread pattern on those. It's always tricky when they're spinning around.
I think he's on slicks.
Yeah, no, I think the number 7 is on slicks. The Kart behind. There's a question of whether the 17 is on wet tyres or not. So this one could swing back and forth.
I think it's definitely wets for the last race of the day. Because it's looking very slick out there with them. Actually, no, it's wet.
That's a wet.
That is wet. Okay, so maybe it's not, or maybe it is wet. Maybe it's now starting to come in, because that snow's really coming down now. I reckon it's taken all race for it finally to come into play. But I'm going to
put another theory in here. Is that a wet that's been used and abused in the first part of this race and is now effectively a slick? Because the tread looked quite low to me on Oliver Henwood's, especially on the rear axle. And that's the problem now, is if he's lost tyre temperature, he will not be able to get it back. And the slippery surface, the slippery surface flag is out. I don't think somehow that's needed today. I think the drivers are aware. 20 seconds on the timer to go. Sam Heading is brilliantly piloting. And there is a kart off there at turn 2. Is it Brandon Matchell? I don't think I've seen Brandon Matchell come round for a while. Stephanie Hobiek has had a slow lap as well. And
he's got
changed back. He's changed back.
Yeah, wets are coming into play now. Oh no, and he's gone straight off. Straight on at Christmas Corner. He gets back onto the circuit. He'll be okay because he's got the wet tyres on. But Sam Heading, he didn't come around. So the track has definitely started to get slower out there. The lap times are tumbling. People are doing 106s, 108s now across the line. So a stroke of genius from Oliver Henwood has managed to keep the wet tyres good enough to last all race, and now they're coming into play on the final lap.
It's now settling on the circuit is what I'm hearing in my ears. Nathan Amos, I think, was coming through in all of that as well. It's chaos out there. I mean, if you're in the next race, the final race of the day, it's got to be wet tyres. Look at it now. It really is settling out there. This is remarkable stuff. The last lap board is out for the Senior X30 final. Half the grid, at least half the grid, are on slicks. The snow is really bucketing down here now at Whilton Mill. Ollie Henwood has the lead. Nathan Amos is up to second. Daniel Hackett is up to third.
But his nose cone.
Is his nose cone down?
It looks like it's wobbling around.
Went through. He did a big grass cutting job through Boxing Day last time. I think you're right. That's a bumper down. Nathan Ames is going to be on for a win here. And from 30th in his second heat, could win this race.
And that would mean he'd lock out second in the championship.
He would lock out second in the championship. He just needs to be within 5 seconds of Ollie Henwood. Harrison Pugh, what a drive from Harrison Pugh. He's up to 7th place. The novice. Well, that's a drive that will make the Pugh family very pleased after a very difficult last round. Right round the final corner. What a crazy race. Nathan Amos might take it on the line, but no, Oliver Henwood has it on the road, but we think he has a bumper down. Nathan Ames in second place and wraps up second place in the championship. Alex Keen's third, Daniel Hackett fourth. This is all changed right at the end. Alex Moody fifth, Harrison Pugh sixth. Jensen will be smiling about that at home. Look at how difficult it is to get the karts over the line. Bishal Patel 7th, 8th for Mason Weird, 9th Sam Heading, 10th for Ty Stansfield, Benjamin Southgate at 11th. This grid's completely changed in the last 2 laps. Christian Brooks 12th, Jake Yanagisawa 13th, Martin Auger gets home in 14th. Brilliant result for Martin. I think that's his best of the season so far. 15th for Alex Johnston there, 16th for Thomas Massarella. They're still all coming over the line just to see the checkered flag. Harvey Rybean 17th, Archie Forber 18th, Louis Johnston-Cool 19th. There's Thomas Byrne. Over a minute down. Have you ever seen a result like this? This driver's a minute down, but still on the lead lap of the race.
It's ridiculous,
after an 11-lap final. Oh, Stephanie Hobieka 21st, Tyler Reid, Ben McDowell, Scott Smith, Cameron Coombs, Hugo Gilbert, Brandon Matchell, Benjamin Watts, Lucas Ellingham and Jude Fernhout. Well, I can definitely say in my years of commentary, I have never, ever seen and commentated on a race quite like that. But I think we're right there. That's a bumper down for Ollie Henwood.
It was indeed. So Nathan Ames is going to take the provisional race win for that one, securing his second place in the championship. It's all good for Alex Keynes there. He gets through without a nose cone, and it looks to me like Daniel Hackett gets through as well. So your top three, provisionally, of course, Nathan Ames, Alex Keynes and Daniel Hackett will take those top three spots after Oliver Henwood taking the race win on circuit but receiving a nose cone penalty. My goodness me, I can't wait for the next race.
It's going to be great, isn't it? It's going to be absolutely fantastic, and it's the last race of the day coming right up. Race 24 on your schedules, the Senior Rotax Final. Back here at Whilton Mill, you're not watching a VT, that is a live picture of the scene here. For the final race of the day, the Senior Rotax Final, Ethan Ling has pole position for it. Tommy Edmonds joins him on the front row. Carl Dunford and Archie Walker on row 2. Jaden Neal Holder and Joshua Valance on the third row of the grid. Jamie Rogers and Alex Jackson, row 4. Callum Romain and Sam Light are inside the top 10 for the start of this one. Jordan Brown and Mick Banner are on row number 6. Rob Ellis and Oliver Meadows, row 7. Lucas Ivaskavicius and Archie Elliott on row 8. Lewis Wild and Harry Holland are on row number 9. Benjamin Ballou and Joshua Pickford, row 10. Samuel Gornall and Freya Belk, row 11. Millie Hart and Mikey Austin on row number 12. Harrison Crook and Elliot Bowell on row 13. Jamie Mead and Theo Frederick on row 14. Harry East and Noah Hadley on row 15. And we've got Ryan Willis and Casey Watson, row 16. George Hunter and Jack Davis, row 17. Well, what a scene. What a scene.
I know. Look at that. Oh, the karts, look, they're covered in snow already while they've been sitting there waiting to get going. This is absolutely fantastic scenes here for the final race of the day at Whilton Mill Kart Club. And of course, if you are enjoying what you're seeing here and you've not liked the stream yet, please do give it a like, because it always helps. It always helps. And share it out. You know, if you've got friends who want to, you think you want to see this, you know, share it out. Go, my goodness me, check out this weather. And this is going to be one heck of a race that we're about to see here, as drivers are, you know, scrabbling to get those wet tyres on, I presume. Yeah. Like, you know, some may still go for the slicks. I don't know why they would do that. They still saw that race. But you saw that even in that one, Nathan Ames was actually on slick tyres, still closing in on Oliver Henwood, who was on wets.
I think the difference in this race, though, the early stage of that Senior X30 race gave the likes of Nathan chance to get some heat in the tyres, and as long as you could keep that heat there, you had something that gave you a bit of purchase in the corners. These guys are going to be going from stone cold tyres and even colder to go into there. So yeah, I think really it's on safety grounds more than anything. It's got to be a wet tyre that you go with.
Yeah, and looking there, the scenes that we can see, it looks to me like only half the grid is actually there by the looks of it, because it's a busy old grid, isn't it?
Yeah, we should have 34 karts down there.
Yeah, and that definitely doesn't look like 34 karts to me in that dummy grid area. So are they just off camera shot? Are they in the holding bay area before they get there, changing tyres over?
Whilst there is a small pause, just for those at the circuit who may not be aware, whilst we've not got any engine noise, we have had some very sad news here today for the motorsport community, that sadly the great Formula 1 team boss, Sir Frank Williams, has passed away today. Yeah, I generally I can't constitute the words at the moment to how big a loss that is.
Yeah.
Both of us mentioned DC earlier. We both grew up on you know, late 90s Formula 1, and Frank Williams, you know, he was like Toto Wolff is
Yeah,
now. He
he
was the man, and he was looked up to, and he will always be looked up to. And yeah, it's a very, very sad day that sadly Sir Frank Williams has passed away, and our thoughts and prayers go out to the whole Williams family, to Claire Williams, and yeah, everyone who's ever known him, a friend, worked with him. It's a very, very sad day.
Yeah, it is indeed, and yeah, we wish them all the best. And the time of grief, of course. So a big shame for that one. Drivers making their way out onto circuit then for the final race of the day. Lots of talk in the chat about how many drivers there are out on circuit. There still looks to be a fair few out there.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. Judging by the drivers crossing the line, we've still got 28 out there. We've had 28 cross the timing beam. Yes. 29, so we've got 29 now out on circuit, so a couple of late karts making their way out. I suspect there could be a couple of warm-up laps on this one.
There could well be. Championship situation looks like this. Rob Ellis leads on 957 points, Tommy Edmonds on 927, 877 for Joshua Vallance, 868 for Jaden Neil Holder, who was out in the last race, 860 for Carl Dunford, 784 for Joshua Pickford, 776 for Archie Lake. There are all the drivers who still have a mathematical chance of winning this thing. Let's get it underway, though. 10 minutes here in the snow at Whilton Mill. No, we're going to go around again.
And we had a stall there, looking like the 77 pulling off to the side of the circuit there. It's Mick Banner, and he has pulled off to the side. And another one, the 50 there. It's George Hunter, who's had a spin at the final corner, and again that just shows, like, you know, the drivers who are ahead, you know, they go, they're on the line, you know, they can go if they want to, they're far enough ahead, but the drivers who are behind, they try to keep up, and yeah, unfortunately they go around, and that grass is definitely getting a lot whiter out there, isn't it?
Tell a lie, we're down to 5 in this one. Ellis, Edmonds, Vallance, Neil Holder and Dunford. Those are the ones who have a mathematical chance of taking the title in this one. If Rob Ellis can win the race, he would knock out Neil Holder and Dunford, but we're not going to make any predictions of that kind in this race with these conditions. Having said that, if you are on a setup that's been a little bit tricky so far today, these are the kind of conditions you'd probably want in this final to try and make your way through.
Yeah, and look at that very, very wide line through Oises there, so wet line definitely coming into play now.
Yep.
Let's see what they can do. I don't think they need to worry about their engines overheating. I think they're pretty cool out there. Let's see what we can do then. Are we going to go green this time around? Looking better. I think we're good. It is good. It's green flag, and off they go for Senior Max final. And in towards turn 1. Everyone getting around Oblivion cleanly. Through Crook they go, and then up the hill past Fine Lady and up towards Christmas Corner. Good running from the start there. Tommy Edmonds holding on to the lead, but now he has to... Oh, and everyone's just bumping and barging there as people try to slow down, and they can't. And, oh, goodness me, everyone gets through relatively cleanly, though, but no spins thus far.
Archie Walker was down the inside of Tommy Edmonds and got the lead as they go through Ashby now. Maybe a couple of nose cones down after that shunting through Christmas Corner. Into... as they go now, and you see the different lines being taken now by the drivers. Some trying to stick to the inside and take an earlier apex, some going for the wide round the outside, but all of them getting off the normal dry racing line. Oh dear, someone's gone for the alternative, the Joker lap through the boot.
Snow ploughing. And yeah, he's gone back down the order. It looks to me like that could have been Sam Light or Freya Belt, because both of them have just tumbled down the order. So that's a shame. 8.5 minutes to go then, as the snow still tumbles. And everyone heading around Christmas Corner at the top of shot. You're just filling in your points table there at the moment. I'll leave you be with that as drivers go around. Yeah, because again, right now it's pretty solid that it's definitely just wet out there, isn't it? Which makes it a little bit easier for the drivers, knowing that, you know, probably take the wet line. That's probably going to be the more favourable line to do. But you still have to be careful, because yes, it may be just wet out there, but if it's starting to settle, to which it is on the track on the outside of the final corner, that's not going to be wet. That's going to be slushy.
Yeah.
and slush on a wet tyre still doesn't help.
No.
Really. It will still have an issue with it. So you've still got to be very careful with where you position the car, even in these conditions.
You have indeed. So Jamie Rogers confirmed in the lead of the race now, ahead of Archie Walker. Jamie Mead is the fastest driver out there at the moment on a 61.68. He's got past Carl Dunford, who, in terms of scores in the spreadsheet, just looking like he's going to drop out of contention mathematically with this race, because Rob Ellis has had a good start. He's up to 7th place. Tommy Edmonds as well, just ahead of him in 6th. In fact, all of our key guys are all there. Ellis, Edmonds, Valance, Neil Holder and Dunford are all up in the top 10. As who's that running a bit wide? Can they keep it going and get it back on the circuit? Yes, they can.
Is that Tommy Edmonds?
It might have been Tommy Edmonds.
Because he was in an all-green car,
Yeah,
wasn't
an
he?
all-green car number 23.
Yeah, and I think that may have been him because he's not here anymore.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. So Tommy Edmonds has had trouble there. He's got back on the circuit, though, and is still a long way to go. Mechanical flag for the number 47. That's Alex Jackson. Where is Alex in the order at the moment? I can't quite make out where he is on timing. He's not in the top 10, unfortunately. And, well, yeah, he's going to now have to go into the pits. Here are your leaders. Very different conditions to what they started the day with.
Jamie Rogers, Archie Walker and Jamie Mead. Your top 3 at the moment, and all taking, I would say, relatively similar lines at the moment because they're all at a pace. I'd say a little bit tighter entry there, and Jamie Mead goes for the move on Archie Walker. Is he going to have the pace out of the corner? He's not. So that line, not the favourable line then on the exit, and Archie Walker holds on to 2nd place. But with them doing that and them swapping position, that will allow Jamie Rogers to break away. We'll see what the gap is when they next cross the line. It was half a second. They cross the line now. It updates. It's over 1 second now is the gap. So, yeah, and Jamie Mead has managed to get back into 2nd place as well. So that's a disaster for them. So now they've got to try and work together. Yes, OK, you got past me, fine, fair enough. Now let's work together. Let's close that gap back up again because, yeah, you don't want just anyone to just break away in these conditions. You want a battle to the end, don't you?
Do indeed. None of these drivers in the top 3 key players in the championship stakes, as out is the number 47 from this race. So sadly that is Alex Jackson, who of course we saw having the meatball flag. 5 minutes of this race to go. Carl Dunford still the highest placed of those in the championship stakes, but is very much just in there on the mathematics. We would need quite a remarkable set of results, but it's still pushing, of course, to solidify his top 5 position in this series.
I've got to say, Carl Dunford and Joshua Valance, they're looking very racy out there, aren't they? They're closing in. They've got quite a good bit of pace. And I have to say, Sam Gornall as well, he's looking very good as well. He's in 8th place right now. Where did he start in this race? It was, I think he was quite far back, wasn't he?
I would say Gornall was about 16th on the grid for the start of this race.
Yeah, he's up into P8 now with the fastest lap of the race as well. 1 minute, 0.24. It's the fastest they can get out of these karts around here at the moment, which just shows you how tricky it is out there in these conditions. Gap for the lead now back down to less than a second as well, and you can see there that Jamie Mead has got the pace, and he is pulling, I'd say he's bringing Archie Walker along as well. Archie Walker's still there, and they've really closed in there actually. Jamie Rogers has really struggled out of the boot section right now, and they're going to cross the line, and it's a 59.94 from Jamie Mead. So he goes sub 1 minute and is lashed right onto the back of Jamie Rogers. This is for the lead of the final. Rogers goes defensive. Mead switches to the outside again, brings it back across, but it's just got the power down. Looking to the inside. No. Thinks against it, clips the curb on exit, and that back just jumps up and slides out. Got to be so careful with these conditions because you want to push the cars, of course, as much as possible. You want to push it as far as possible, but if you just go a little bit too much, it's just going to understeer too much, and then you're going to try overcorrect it with the power, and then it's just going to spin around on you. So they're very tricky conditions, but these drivers are handling it perfectly.
Jaden Neal Hold has had some troubles out there. He's fallen down to 14th place. That's more good news for Carl Dunford, as Dunford tries to take 4th place in the championship standings away from Neil Holder. You asked about Gornall, where he started. It wasn't 16th, it was 22nd, so he's really made his way up through the order. New fastest lap of the race from Rogers, 59.84.
59.85 from Jamie Mead on that last lap as well. 59.32 from Sam Gornall as well in 8th place. So again, he's seriously got some waff there, and there again, lunge down the inside through the kink out of Christmas Corner, and again didn't make that move done. It's allowing everyone to close back up again, because this could be a top 5 battle for the race lead. 2 minutes to go. This race is far from over. And now they goes for the move. Now Jamie Mead goes for the move, but again, carbon copy of what he tried to do on Archie Walker. He didn't get the power down out of that section. So now he's got to find another spot to do it. He did it before on Archie Walker at the boot section. That's where he did it last time, and he's going to have to do it again this time around. It's much easier to get past and defend into the boot section. It's a lot tighter than it is to get past and defend out of Oys Ears.
So with time left on the clock, we should have 3 more laps in this Senior Rotax Max final. There is Jamie Rogers still leading this race, holding that inside line, using the curb to pull the cart around Christmas Corner. Contact warning for Rob Ellis, who's actually fallen down to 8th place now. That's a couple of points.
Oh, there's the move.
Championship leader.
There's the move, tried to get past, and look around the outside. Jamie Rogers was like, no, you're not going to get past. I'm going to take the wider line and have the power out of the corner again as they go around here. And I think Jamie Mead has learnt that now, and he's going, well, actually, there was yellow flags through the section, so he didn't go for an overtake anyway. Waved yellows into the boot, and someone is there. There we go, there they are.
I think that may have been Harry Holland having an issue. We'll track it through in a moment, or maybe Archie Elliott, who's not come, or has come through sector 2 fairly slowly. Mead has another look there. 50 seconds on the clock. And is Rogers a little bit compromised coming through turn 2? Is this going to be an opportunity for Jamie Mead? He's going to have to hang it round the outside. Trouble is, there's not much grip there, if any at all.
No, it's not. They're really struggling out there, aren't they? To try and keep these karts on the track, and very wide there. Carl Dunford right on the edge. There's Gornall. And that nose cone doesn't look good, does it? I say he's made moves and he's come from the back of the grid, but at what cost?
Yeah, I think, there's low and unclipped, and then there's almost becoming like a ground effect, karts and dragging across the floor. As there was someone struggling there back to the pit lane. It looks to be, is that Freya Belk, the 899. Time has expired. Last lap board goes out then for Jamie Rogers.
Indeed, what can Jamie Mead do? It's the two Jamies. Nail at the moment. It struggled out of Crook there. Couldn't get the power down. He's going to take the wider line. Archie Walker still in the back of shot. Has latched onto the back, but has not managed to close in. Gained a lot of time through Christmas Corner, though, did Jamie Mead. Are we going to see a cheeky send down in towards Ashby? No. Jamie Rogers covers it off. And says no thanks. Compromises exit though, and holds that inside line into Wilkins.
Archie Walker's coming.
He is indeed. He's forcing him out wide. This is going to be top and turvy. I think we're going to see a lunge here though into Oys Ears, but he's not going to get the exit speed. He's going to have to try and block past, and he can't do it. He's still side by side for the race lead in towards the boot section. Who's going to come out on top? Oh, it's Jamie Mead who holds it round the outside on the final lap in the final section of corners, and it looks like he's got this signed, sealed and done. Out of the final corner, and checker flag will be seen by Jamie Mead across the line from Rogers and Walker.
What a great win for Jamie Mead. Never gave that one up. Took it to the last lap. Went for that move down the inside onto the back straight again and got it right when it mattered most. Takes the win ahead of Jamie Rogers. Archie Walker, he'll have wanted one more lap there because he was right onto the tail of the 63 and the 59. Carl Dunford, good score for him, finishes in 4th place. Joshua Valance finishes in 5th, and I think will just keep himself in contention in the championship with that score. Samuel Gornall in 6th, but we reckon he has a drop-down penalty. 7th for Jordan Brown on his run here in the Rotax category. Good result for him. Rob Ellis, 8th. A solid day for the championship leader. Didn't do anything to damage his hopes. He'll have work to do in 2 weeks' time in the season finale. Good final there for Lucas Ivaskevicius in 9th. Harrison Crook recovered well as well to 10th. Benjamin Ballou, Tommy Edwards, Callum Romain, Jaden Neal Holder, and Ellis Wild. Is it a dump? Oh, it's down. It's down on Jamie Mead, and that's going to be a 5-second penalty, and all of that work is going to be undone, and Jamie Rogers will be your winner.
Oh, dear me. Again, gutting feeling, because it was an absolutely great performance from all of these drivers in these conditions. But to get that, you just see the emotion come through now. And it looks like it's all good for Jamie Rogers. It looks like it's all good for Archie Walker. Carl Dunsford's coming through. His looks a little low as well. Oh, Carl Dunsford's got one also. Does that mean then that Joshua Valance is going to come through with one? I think he is. The 28 goes through and takes third place after finishing 5th.
He's going to gain 2 positions out of that, which could be important in 2 weeks' time. There's another one there. On the we mentioned about Sam Gornall's. Definitely looked a little bit worse for wear.
I'm curious to see if Sam Gornall's got one. Because, you know, it looked like it was borderline falling off.
Yes.
But we'll see whether or not the bracket's broken. We'll find out. I think he's quite a ways back in there.
Yes.
So, yeah, might have to wait a bit.
Let's just run through the rest of the order. Jaden Neal Holder, Lewis Wild, 14th, 15th. Oliver Meadows in 16th. Harry East, 17th. Mikey Austin, Sam Light, and Noah Hadley, the top 20. Casey Watson, Joshua Pickford, Archie Elliott, Harry Holland, and Frey Belks, top 25. And then three novices off the lead lap. Elliot Barrell, Millie Hart, and George Hunter. For the sake of the guys on cameras out there, I think we'll bring it back to us.
We will indeed. There's my winter
and allow them to very promptly start the pack down. Senior Rotax will go to round 10 in 2 weeks' time. Senior X30 we know is done. I'm just going to remind myself back through the order of which ones. Junior X30 goes on to the last round. Junior Rotax is done. We know that Ronnie Mansfield has got that. Both of the mini categories go on, and both of the cadets as well. I don't think we could have hoped for a better day than that, DJ. We've had some great racing.
Yeah.
The weather's been spectacular. We've seen some champions, but we've also got some very tight title battles taking us to 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, exactly. And that's going to be the one for everyone at home as well to watch in 2 weeks' time. You don't want to miss on that one. But yeah, fantastic day. We started the day, blue sky, clear track, absolutely fantastic. And then the last couple of races, the snow came down, and that's where it all started to heat up. And I'm sure the viewers at home enjoyed it. We certainly enjoyed it. Like I say, I think every marshal, cameraman, and everyone out there deserves a huge round of applause and a huge cup of coffee to warm themselves up a bit. But that's all from us here, I believe. Yeah, we'll be back in 2 weeks' time for the final of the Whilton Mill Kart Club round 10 and the 11th and 12th of December. Am I right in saying it is?
December,
It is indeed. And yeah, from myself, Anthony Jordan, yourself, Andrew Mather, it's been a fantastic day.
Fantastic stuff. Join us in 2 weeks' time. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and click that notification bell. Thank you very much for joining us for round 9 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Be here 2 weeks' time for the final round of the championship. It's going to be great, and we're going to crown more champions here at Whilton Mill. For tonight, thank you very much for joining us, and goodbye.